All right, welcome in. A brand new week has started. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and starting your day with us. If you're listening live, we are getting things cranked up with the Good Time Gang and the Kickoff Hour. Rick and Bubba join us in 1 hour from now. A lot to recap. The entire Good Time Gang is back today. Helmsy fresh from vacation, so cannot wait to hear about the stories from the road and the beach and all that kind of fun stuff with the family. Anytime you take a family of 5 and a dog somewhere, you're going to have stories. So we'll relive some of that with him today. Your phone calls are always welcome. They'll be unscreened, but if we see it flashing, there's a chance we could take it. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Well, to my left, it's Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up? How are y'all?
Hey.
Hey, deep breath. How you doing, buddy?
Gentlemen. Back? Wow.
Back from the beach.
You've been gone so long you need another haircut.
I'm telling you.
Amanda and I talked about that. I think that's the longest. It has been, 15 years.
Yeah.
That we have been away from our home that long.
Really?
Yeah. It was 8 or 9 days. Maybe 10.
Time.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Come on.
Yeah. I thank goodness for those apps that you can turn air conditioners, control those things from.
Yeah.
Because on the way home, I was like, hey, I need to get on there because I bumped it up there. No telling what it smells like, and it's probably hot.
Well, they're trying to tell everybody to run them on like 78 anyway.
Yeah.
So bumped that puppy down and got it cold before we walked in the door.
Yeah.
Good trip.
That's good. That's good.
It was needed. Everybody had a good time, and the BIP meter was lower than I expected to have a dog with us.
Yeah.
Because we were at pet friendly places, which always helps.
Pet friendly.
Taking my dog.
Kids enjoyed it and had a good time, and they, for the most part, behaved. It's when you got 5 people and a dog, things you're gonna clash at some point.
Yeah.
That's just gonna happen as a family. But it was good. This was that vacation we take, and we took it longer than we normally do. It's usually a couple days, probably because that's all we can stand each other. But we were able to extend it, and it's one of those we don't take any friends. We don't. It's just us. Hey, let's get acclimated to family again.
Mm-hmm.
And Coco was good. It was. I was actually happy to have her on the trip. So, but again, it helps when there's pet friendly places to be.
Yeah.
And we strategically did that too. So we found where we stayed at Cape San Blas. By the way, I'm done with everybody getting mad at me about Cape San Blas and, hey, don't tell anybody. Keep it a secret. If everybody, this is what Amanda and I talked about when we were down there. If everybody is booked up and every house there, it's still not going to be overpopulated. It's still not going to be busy.
Yeah, I believe it works out by now.
Because, and here's the thing, because it's an island stretch. And they don't allow. There's not high. All it is houses.
Yeah.
And so, most of them are booked up in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to get a place down there. So even if everybody is booked up, it's still not busy. Still no traffic. So quit worrying about that. Just go enjoy it.
Yeah.
That's what we did.
That's good.
But it was fun. And so we stay on the. This is always a bone of contention, and I won this time. I usually lose this one, but I won, and I think it had to do with Coco. We stayed on the bay side instead of the beach side, and because Braden and I like to get back there and fish. We like to jump in kayaks and just go fishing on the bay side.
And the place had those there.
Well,
we had to haul them down there. Did you?
No, you'll love this. We had them dropped off the day we arrived.
Oh, okay. So you rented.
So I didn't have to take them down there. So we got a kayak and a paddleboard, which I'd never done the paddleboard thing before. Have you ever done that?
No, never have. Looks like work.
Well, Greg, it can be. If the tide's going out and the wind is blowing, you're gonna have some work on your hands. But if it's just kind of calm, which for the most part it was, it's actually pretty neat.
Fall off
because you're up high and you can see. You see these guys fishing in these boats and standing on these platforms.
Yeah.
So you can spot. And that's the good thing about the paddleboards. In your kayak, it's hard, unless you're on top of it, it's hard to see and spot fish. But I would fish off the paddleboard, too. That was fun. And Amanda got me something I could put my phone in and put around my neck, and that was waterproof.
God, I wish I could sing.
And
that.
So, I figured she was sending you all kinds of stuff because
she sent me all the hammerhead stuff. That was earlier that day. And then you brought the rest of the staff in. But at the point you brought the rest of the staff in about, hey, man, this happened, she had already sent me like 6, 7 pictures, videos. I mean, she was fired up.
I'm happy for the guy and the wife and the family that called it.
Yeah.
It's a big moment for them.
Yeah.
You'd have thought Amanda called it the way she was acting.
Well, it happened
Okay.
right in front of her.
I know. But again, and I wasn't giving her enough on it because, again, first of all, it's a hammerhead. If they'd have called a great white, I'd have been over there looking at it.
A great white.
Yeah. But everybody a lot of
It's a
people
pretty big hammerhead.
It was huge.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
It was a
Yeah.
big time trophy for this family. Okay. But once that's done, I mean, I was out in the middle of the bay fishing. You've got to get over here. And I'm like, I can't get over there and in time to see this. I'm happy for them.
Yeah.
You don't think this is a big deal? No, I do. I think it's a big deal for them. But I'm sitting here catching redfish and speckled trout. That's kind of what I'm wanting to do. Okay, and so. And the kids they saw it and it was cool. Braden wishes he would have gotten closer and got a selfie with it.
Oh, a selfie with the hammerhead.
Yeah,
that'd been good.
But
Funny.
But that was crazy.
Yeah,
that they were able to do that.
So she did send me pictures, and then y'all marcoed some from the screen porch, which seemed very relaxing.
Love that.
with us, and thought that was kind of cool. So we did get some updates, but the main updates we got were on the hammerhead that was caught on the shore, and people. This guy was just he was fishing from the sand, and just was throwing it out, and had some 11-foot.
Yes.
Hammerhead that he caught, and
of course people are morons on social media. When James Spann, I actually sent those pictures to James. I just said, hey, I know you love the socials and you love a picture. How about this? This happened in front of the family today, and gave him the guy's name, and they were fans of the show. They listened to the show and the people that called it. But people are morons. They comment on things and they say things. They don't even know what they're talking about. Well, I bet that hammerhead died. You should have had that thing in the water. They caught it. They took pictures with it. They released it. No harm, no foul. Done. Shut up.
Matter of fact,
you don't even know what happened.
Yeah, Amanda sent a picture of it swimming away.
Yes. Well, and that was another thing is like people, y'all just, what are y'all doing? Y'all just sitting there just commenting over and over and over. I told her, I said, that's why. Amanda was like, you wouldn't believe the comments
They do it
that
about
are on
anything.
here.
Anything.
It doesn't
matter.
Why I'm not on it. It's why I don't do it anymore. Can't stand it. Yeah. But it was a great vacation. We did something else that I didn't know how I would like it, but I did enjoy it.
Okay.
We left there. We were in Cape San Blas for 5 or 6 days, then left there and went to the Pensacola area. The kids played in a tennis tournament, but where we stayed was different, and you aren't ready for that.
All right,
kind of kept this from y'all.
16 minutes past the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
As the sun comes out and small businesses are back in business, LinkedIn Jobs makes it easier to grow your team. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the people you want to interview faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Whoa. Greg's up.
He's never up this early.
Hey, guys.
Okay, so this is called the Bell Breakfast Box from Taco Bell.
Oh, thanks. I can read.
And that's a coffee. Helps you open your eyes.
And that's a breakfast burrito. You can start from either end.
You guys always this condescending in the morning?
Pretty much.
Wake up with the new $5 Bell Breakfast Box, filled with a grande toasted breakfast burrito, hash brown, 2 Cinnabon Delights, and a coffee. At limited participating Taco Bell locations near you during breakfast hours only. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation, which vary. Tax extra. Drinks excludes freezes.
Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Cherry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. SimplySafeBubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
Our secret to a stress-free summer, HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers chef-crafted, foolproof recipes featuring the season's ripest fruits and veggies straight to your door with 30 recipe options every single week, like quick and easy and family friendly. There's something to please everyone. Hey, the best part, we get to spend less time at the grocery store and more time relaxing. Get 16 free meals plus 3 gifts with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com.
If you own a fleet of trucks, if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards? That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. A to B has no setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, and no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or truck stop that accepts Visa. Apply for the A to B Fuel Card today at atob.com/radio and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and
21 minutes past the hour. We thank you so much. Of course, I love that.
Sure.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we are live and excited to have Helmsy back from vacation. And so anytime, that's the great thing about this show. Yes, there's stories that we look and we research and we have in front of us, but really we go out and live life, and that's our show prep. And then we come back and we report it. Because so many of you are experiencing the same thing, and so we just live life together. And, hey, Helmsy's giving us an update. Went to the beach, family of 5 and a dog, and he is recapping some of the highlights from the trip, and he's gone through some of that first segment. Second segment, you said you left where y'all had stayed because you knew the kids had a tennis tournament to be in Pensacola.
Yeah, so we were in Cape San Blas from Saturday until Thursday, which is longer than any time we've really – usually we get 3 or 4 days of vacation. Then we come home and hang out for a couple days and then go back to normalcy.
Right.
So being there that long was a little different for us. So we're in Cape San Blas, and we're going to – and we had talked about it earlier on. Hey, Pensacola has a tennis tournament. We've never played in their tennis tournaments. Pensacola's only 3.5, 3:45 from Birmingham. So let's check it out, see if this is something we want to do in the future. And so, and it is, by the way, Roger Scott Tennis Center, and they do a great job with the tournament, and hey, real hot.
Yeah.
And so we knew we were done with beach time, even though there's a beach at Pensacola, but we were thinking out loud, maybe this is something we could do where we could do beach and tennis at the same time on a weekend or whatever if they have more tournaments. So we drove over and checked it out, and but we didn't stay in Pensacola. We stayed about 15 minutes outside of Pensacola in Milton on a horse farm in a cottage.
Well, y'all got horse training. Y'all got horse training.
Yeah. It was different. It was fun. And it was small. And that
sounds cool.
It was perfect for like Amanda and I. Okay. Mm-hmm. But when you have 5 people total and a dog, it was a little. You had kitchen, you had living area, which was basically the same thing, 1 bathroom, and then a loft upstairs where everybody slept. Oh. And there were 3 beds, and it was plenty of room and all that. But it was a neat experience. And all we needed.
Did you interact with the animals on the farm?
Oh, yeah. Horses all around you. Horses all around you.
Oh,
I mean, you can't walk to your car without petting a horse.
Cool barn? Do we have barns?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wow. Very, very cool little place. And so that was different, and that was neat. And then we knocked the tennis stuff out, and we got home late Saturday night. And, of course, then I had Sunday. Happy Father's Day, by the way. I hope y'all had a good day.
Same to you, yeah.
I can't wait to hear what y'all did. Y'all make fun of what I did, but yeah. So we got back, and it was a good trip. I mean, it was. Now I will say this: this was the first time I've ever taken my truck on a trip because I had this first time I've had a truck in 15, 20 years. And when you think about this now: 2 people up front, 3 people in the back, and a dog. Well, where are you putting the luggage? Well, you got to put it in the back.
You do.
Well, I don't have one of those covers.
Yeah.
So I put everything in the back and then covered it up myself with a tarp, and had ratchet straps and all that. And I made it work. Now I'm gonna tell you this though. At first, I had tarp flapping everywhere.
Did you really?
I mean, I had to pull on the way. I had to pull over like 6 times. I could not get it the way I wanted.
Tarp.
How about that air will find a little weakness on it?
I could not.
Yeah.
Hey, Amanda's like, "What are you gonna do? Are you gonna stop at Home Depot or Lowe's?" And I'm like, "Babe, I've got ratchet straps and I've got the little,
I got this, babe.
the bungee straps. I'll get it. I just got to get it dialed in because, to your point, Speedy, any kind of air will find its way in a crease, and then all of a sudden, here's, and you hear it too loud.
Yeah, and it'll kind of hurt your feelings because every time you pull off, going, okay, I got it.
I know
that'll do it.
Well, so I mean, we hadn't been.
You used to put everything in garbage bags and stuff.
Well, we started to do that, and because we had some of those contractor garbage bags, and I thought, let's do that. And Amanda was like, why don't you get a tarp? And so I got this huge tarp and basically laid it in the bottom and had it coming out the sides, put everything in, then folded this way, ratchet strapped it down. I wasn't down the road 3 miles and I was having to stop. I'm like, this is not going to work.
Wind was laughing
So
at it.
had to get another ratchet strap and put it in there. And I thought, okay, got it sealed. This is good. 30 minutes down the road. We're not even to Prattville.
Worked it right out.
And I'm like, head nuts. I pulled over again, and so finally
the tarp's coming off.
Finally got it to a point where it was the way I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
Now on the way home was a different story. Now you got to understand, we've got tarp, and then I've got 4 fishing rods and reels in the back sitting on top. Well, in the whole, hey, we're going home. We actually went home a day early. We're supposed to come home Sunday. And we came home Saturday night, which meant I had to leave Amanda and Caroline at the tennis tournament while she finished up doubles. Braden, Madeline, and I had to go pick up Coco and get everything organized, put back in the car, strap it down. It's on Daddy.
Oh, no.
So
Did you forget
I knew that was good. Didn't forget anything, but hey, there's no telling where we will find things.
Yeah.
Like I was shoving things in bags.
Sure.
Worry about it later.
Hey, you check this bag.
You just
check
want to
that
get
bag.
home.
Yeah, I'll worry about this later.
So I get the rods and reels on top of the tarp. I got everything sealed up. I've at this point figured out what I have to do to get the tarp like I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if we were going on a trip today, I'm a tarp master. I
Yeah.
got it.
Okay.
But I didn't factor in one thing, and y'all are going to laugh your head at this. So I'm headed back to the tennis tournament to pick up Caroline, to watch her doubles match, pick up Caroline and Amanda, and then get on the road headed home. I look back in my rearview mirror, and there is a topwater lure 100 feet
Oh, no.
in the interstate.
Oh, no.
Just
behind you.
a flipping off the
it's
interstate,
just-
and
Oh,
just
no.
a flip it.
Just
And I
fishing
see
line just
line, I
going.
see fishing line just as far as I can see it. Cars
Getting
just
further
fly,
as
and
you
I'm
go.
thinking, I hope nobody's running over this. Those are big. Those treble hooks are sharp. That'll punch a tire in a minute. And so I immediately pull over.
You cause a pilot.
Unwound all the way down
I
the
immediately
road.
pull over, and I'm pulling it as hard because the way it was sitting in the car, it would have been best if I'd have just grabbed it and reeled it in.
Yeah.
Of course,
I was
it's
about to say.
backlashed. It's
yeah. Of course it is.
And bait casters backlashed everywhere because I don't know what hit the button and somehow it came loose from the hook. You got to understand, it was hooked by the reel,
and then fell out.
and so I'm getting in.
Man.
I
It's
finally
like you're fishing on the interstate.
Hey, cars just flying by. And I'm
Yeah.
out there just mad. Scared me. I don't like being on the interstate with cars flying by.
No.
It's not fun at all.
Tarp flying, sure.
Rick and Bubba.
In life, you can count on three things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first two. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba. Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
As the sun comes out and small businesses are back in business, LinkedIn Jobs makes it easier to grow your team. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the people you want to interview faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Have Have you tried Helix mattress yet? Everybody's unique, and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, firm mattresses. They've got mattresses great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, and mattresses great for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains. They even have a Helix mattress for the plus-size sleepers. The Helix mattress is a major upgrade, and we love them. Plus, they come in a box that comes right to your front door, and you can try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. They even have a 10-year warranty, and Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2021 by GQ and Wired Magazine. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, order the mattress that's matched to you, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Our friends at Visit North Alabama have created another amazing chance for you and your family to have an out-of-this-world experience at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Folks, this is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. Parents and children ages 7 and up will launch into a mission to space or into an aerial combat scenario in authentic training simulators. Your family will even get to dress the part in your own aviation flight suits. Here's what's included. The winner's lodging and meals are all included, and you'll also get $1,500 spending money for you to use toward your out-of-this-world family road trip package. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. The winner will be announced on July the 1st. Sign up today and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com. Or go to rickandbubba.com for a link under the contest tab or the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on that blubber. Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. So we have been spending the last 30 minutes entertained by Helmsy's recap of some of the highlights from his vacation. He's back today. More of that will come up for sure. And it consisted of a horse farm, the family going down to the beach with the dog, fishing, a hammerhead being caught in front of them. Not just any hammerhead, an 11-foot hammerhead on the beach where they were, Cape San Blas. And so it's been entertaining to hear you recap a lot of that. And I know you were glad to at least get back 24 hours before you had to report here, because it gave you a day at the house.
Yeah.
You know, it's tough when, and look, for those of you that don't get vacations, we're not going, but when you don't have a little bit of time to kind of decompress, it's tough. You come back from vacation to rest a lot of times, but I know you had a good time.
Yeah, and at some point I'll tell y'all, I had 2 incidences with a dog I wasn't expecting when we were at the beach. That had to get through that were scary at moments.
Scary?
Yeah. We'll talk about that later.
Would you have to save the dog?
Did twice.
What?
Yeah. Amanda was part of one of them. But we'll get into all that later. That's a tease.
Okay.
I had to, yeah.
All right.
So we'll talk about that later on in the big show. There's so many things.
Well,
that will have to be discussed.
How about maybe we discuss that last hour today? Greg and Rick will be leaving the last hour of the show. Friend of the family has a funeral today that you guys will attend.
Yes.
Turkey Lee.
Friend, known him since I was a little boy.
Yeah.
And it's their family and our family are great friends. Him and Dad played college football together at Auburn. That's how they met.
Right.
And he was the SEC official. Turkey, he was quite the character.
Yeah.
And
Greg, if your name's Turkey,
you're
going to be a character.
And like I
for
say,
sure.
When I was a kid, I was easy to get riled up, and he loved to mess with me.
I bet. I bet it was easy to flip that Greg switch. He knew what to get you do. Get you going too.
Yeah, he's a unique guy.
Yeah. So they'll slide out last hour. We'll talk more about that, but they'll slide out last hour to get to where they needed to be. Sometimes these things are kind of right after the live show ends, so you have to leave early to get there.
Yeah.
And so they'll do that today. Father's Day weekend this past weekend. I know Chandler's birthday's today, right?
That's right. Chandler turns 28 today. We celebrated Father's Day and her birthday yesterday at her house.
How about that?
Had all three of the grandkids there, which was awesome.
Yeah.
And we had a great time.
That's good. That's good.
Swim in the pool.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
We had fun.
Where we live, you had heat indexes well into triple digits last week, and I didn't. You don't know this, but last Wednesday, well, you do because of the Marco Polos and texting and stuff. But the Jacksonville State University athletics golf tournament was at Silver Lakes in the Gadsden area.
I hate I missed
hot,
and the heat index was like 108.
It was like the hottest day of the week.
I want you to know that it took me to Friday to get over that. I mean, it was
his face when he was doing the footage, putting it on Instagram. His face was so red.
Yeah, I mean, and you caught something. That tired voice.
When you're just your body is
exhausted,
hey,
just spent.
I need to rest and just be in some cool area drinking liquids.
Your voice is weak. But
he was trying to be upbeat.
We're all surviving.
His mouth didn't even want to work.
No, we're all surviving.
Probably need an IV.
But I will tell you this: they had it going on as far as keeping everybody hydrated because they had people riding around with water and Powerade. Coca-Cola was a big part of it. And then they had cold towel coolers where they had people going around giving everybody fresh coolers, dipping them in ice water and stuff, and that was number one. It's funny because there was two flights. There was one in the morning, one in the afternoon. And Ty Jones, friend of the show and JSU alumni, he played in the 8 a.m. Flight. And I saw him at the clubhouse when they were eating lunch, and we were coming in and to get ready, and he looked at me and I said, "How was it?" And he said, "Don't pass up anything cold."
Okay.
He said, "Don't pass up cold towels. Don't pass up water. Don't pass up anything because when you turn the corner and you get on into 13, 14, 15,
you make that little run.
Yeah, you're
going to
want it. You're going to want it. So anyway, that was a lot of fun. But anyway, I say that to say this past weekend where we live.
Yeah.
That heat index, I mean, it was hot, but it was a little bit more tolerable.
It's like somebody sucked all the humidity out and said, for a few days, I'm going to give y'all a humidity rate.
Yeah, this morning felt really good when I went out
it's
today.
coming back, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is
it? Is it? It's going to hurt your feelings, huh? So you jumping in the pool yesterday had to feel kind of nice.
It did.
Where we had this little break, and today's not as bad where we live in the Birmingham area of Alabama, but midweek I'm seeing – just the temperature is triple digits.
These days, at our age, how do y'all enter the pool?
I don't jump in no more.
No,
I go down the steps.
That's me.
Yeah.
I used to have to go do some kind of flip.
Me too.
Yeah.
The back flip.
I'd usually start with a back flip.
Yeah, that was a good
or
one.
a can opener. One or two.
Oh, yeah, the great can
opener.
That's happening.
But I do walk. I walk in now.
Isn't that better?
Yeah. Well, how about I don't know the last time I swam.
Just hearing you say that.
Hey, it's been a while.
I'm being serious.
Me too.
I don't know the last time. I don't even know how I entered the pool.
I don't think I hadn't swam in like 5 or 6 years.
When did I swim last?
We got to get you in a pool. Probably at Rick's at our deal we went to a couple years ago.
I think that's it.
That was it.
Yeah.
How sad is that?
That was it.
I think I jumped in that day.
But I don't think I don't think I've missed it. No, how?
I don't care much about swimming.
I don't either. I'm not a big pool guy.
You want to know?
When you kick back on the float and float around.
Yeah. The best thing ever though is
just relax.
Is when you were younger and you could like run from the side and then jump in and somebody throw you like a football or something.
Do it all
trying
day.
to catch it. Yeah, I was
all day long.
That's how I learned how to swim from a little accident. Alligator charge. Remember, you know how to play that? Where there's an alligator. That's and you might have called it something different, but there's somebody that plays the alligator. So they're treading in the middle of the pool, right?
Yeah.
And everybody's on one side, and you're trying to get to the other side without being touched. Is what it is. And so a lot of people, a lot of technique is, and you always wait for the first one, because then the person playing the alligator, once that person goes for them, then you go.
You dash.
And then there's some, that are really good swimmers and they like to show out. And so what they'll do is they'll dive in and then they'll go to the deep end and I'm talking about really low and come up on the other side. And I was scooting along the side and my sister was supposed to be babysitting me. And
you got loose.
Yeah, well, somebody that was trying to get to the other side knocked me. but all good. But I used to spend a lot of time in the pool. But now I haven't been in years.
We had a season's pass at Oxford Lake, and we went every day in the summer.
Yeah,
every day. And then I remember when what I considered I could swim under the water, but I couldn't swim on top of the water.
Okay.
So I would dive off the diving board and swim under the water to the side. That's how I first
Okay, to the ladder?
Yeah.
Okay, come up from the bottom.
Yeah, because I couldn't swim on top, but I could swim under.
Yeah, that's interesting.
If I was on top, I had to have some kind of floating device.
It was just your backside would go down? Like your legs and stuff, you couldn't keep them up?
Yeah, so but boy, under the water, I was good. I'd go
like
to
a
the
little
side,
fish.
Boom, grab the side, and I'd get up and go do it again.
I used to be able to open my eyes under there and no problem, see perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now I can't do it. It bothers me.
Remember at the end of the day, your old chlorine eyes?
Oh,
Been
yeah.
looking at the water all day.
How about coming out? Is there any greater hunger than after swimming?
Yeah. It'll make you hungry.
Your hands, and I mean, you're just sitting there just eating so hard.
Look, Oxford Lake, at the time, they've taken it down now because of, I'm sure, liability. But they had a 3-meter board, a high dive, and a low dive. So you had a diving pool that was like 20 foot deep.
Yeah.
And who could do all the tricks off the high dive? I mean, you were like,
that's the way it was.
You were like a big deal.
Glencoe pool.
Right.
Yeah. We're there all the time.
The old 3-meter
that
board.
and Payden pool.
Yeah.
Payden had one too. It was a Payden Rich.
When did we go over to Rick's? How long ago was that? That's going to be a little scary.
It's been 5 or 6 years.
Oh,
probably.
yeah.
So I haven't been swimming since then.
I haven't either till yesterday. And I didn't do a lot of swimming. I just kind of played with the kids.
Yeah.
Marin, not big. The youngest, she's not big on the water right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we all tried to introduce her to it. She did not like it.
She didn't like it.
She decided she wanted to come right back out.
Did she pick her little legs up?
Oh, yeah. They were trying to put her to float. She was
Yeah.
just wadding up, and she did not like it at all. Now, Ellis and Pace, they like it.
Oh, we're getting after it. Well, that's good. I'm glad you had a great Father's Day.
She'll get there. She's the youngest.
Yeah. Helmsy had a unique request to Amanda on what he wanted for Father's Day. We'll have to go through that.
It's weird.
Here.
It is. It is
weird. He shared it with me yesterday, which I know that sounds terribly inappropriate, but it has nothing to do with what you're thinking about. It just has something to do with what he wanted.
You in on it.
Yeah, that sounded weird. He showed me. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Sire? I just graduated first in my class at stonemasonry school.
I know. That's why we hired you.
Yeah, cool. But I was wondering why all I've been doing is sweeping the floors and providing slop for the hogs.
Well, how else do you think you learned to stonemason?
By stonemasoning, maybe?
How does that make any sense?
Throughout history, people have always been undervalued at work. That's why Monster lets you search salary by major. Find your job at monster.com or download the app.
Research shows listeners don't like it when ads interrupt their music. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance, we made this ad optional. If you want to skip this ad, remove your left earphone. Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
If you're missing this informative ad, you must love wasting your cash.
It's the easy and smart way to save.
Now it's all been said, so if that earphone was out, put it back in your head.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, liberty, liberty. Liberty, liberty.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply. If you are a man over 40, listen up, because this could impact how much you're getting done during the day and at night. The harsh reality is, once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. Here's the good news. Nugenix, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC, has changed the game again for men over 40 with Nugenix Total T, their most powerful man-boosting formula ever, and guys all over America are raving about it. Jeremy P. says, this is the best product I've found to raise T levels. I plan on using the product for the rest of my life. And how about Shane D? He says, I had no drive and was tanked out at the end of the day. After 3 months, my energy level is through the roof. I work out like most 19-year-olds. I am 47. Guys over 40, you need Nugenix Total T. And right now, you can get a complimentary bottle. Just text BEACH to 42424. It's the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. But you can only get your complimentary bottle by texting BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424. Text BEACH to 42424.
These products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without a mother.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866 We Be Big. It is a very busy Monday indeed today with the entire staff back. Helmsy is here from vacation last week, and so we've been kind of living through him and hearing some of his stories from vacation, which are very entertaining. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by AlabamaRoadTrips.com. Look, if there's a chance to get out and enjoy the great state of Alabama, you need to do so. But how about if you won this out-of-the-world family road trip vacation that's worth $3,500? I mean, who doesn't love a good old-fashioned road trip, huh? Looking for some family fun? We've got it for you. AlabamaRoadTrips.com. That's where you need to, go to make sure that you are entered to win. This trip is the perfect getaway, too, for adventurous families. All lodging, meals are included. Plus, you'll get $1,500 spending money to customize the trip however you want. It all starts at Family Camp, located at U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama. And your family will be able to launch into a mission to space or aerial combat with their authentic training simulators. It's all kinds of cool stuff going on with this Alabama Road Trips vacation, out of this world family road trip. We're going to announce the winner Friday, July 1st, right here on the Rick and Bubba Show, as I lose my voice. So enter to win this out of the world family road trip today. AlabamaRoadTrips.com. That's the website. AlabamaRoadTrips.com. Put that all together. Enter to win, and good luck. See if you can't win this out-of-the-world family road trip, courtesy of AlabamaRoadTrips.com. All right, so as we roll on back, we are looking back at a very busy weekend. Some things just of note, just to mention, the College World Series yesterday, you had Texas A&M sending Texas home. That was the first elimination game. So Texas is out.
So Notre Dame had beat them earlier, right?
Yeah. And so Notre Dame and Oklahoma played in the winners bracket, and Oklahoma beat Notre Dame last night 6-2.
Okay.
Today's games, if you're listening on Monday or watching on Monday, Auburn and Stanford play at 1 p.m. Central on ESPN in the second elimination game. Loser will go home. Winner moves on.
Loser out.
In the winners bracket of that side, Ole Miss and Arkansas play.
How about Arkansas tore up Stanford?
They did. They did.
Was it 17 runs?
Yes.
It was 17-2. That was Saturday's matchups. Then Auburn lost to Ole Miss 5-1.
That was a quick game
It
because
was.
they could. Well, that pitcher for Ole Miss was just mowing them down.
Yeah.
I mean, he mowed them.
We had that on
was
in
the
the car.
quickest game I've ever seen in college.
Well, it's funny you say that, Greg, because we turned it on the car on the way home, and it was already in the seventh inning, and I was like, what in the world has happened? Did this start earlier? And then I heard the announcers talking about how well the guy was throwing. And made quick work of everybody.
And the U.S. Open Men's Golf Championship in Brookline, the Country Club in Massachusetts. I hope I said that right.
You did. Nailed it.
Tried to really hard. Struggled with my S's when I was growing up.
Sure.
But Matt Fitzpatrick, he wins at 6 under. How about his earning? $3.15 million. That's not bad for his first major championship. Zalatoris, I should say, and Scheffler. Both finished one behind, and I made a decision because I knew today was Maverick.
Could
Monday.
not believe you did this.
Well, I knew
it, but I couldn't.
I
believe
knew
it.
today was Maverick Monday. Greg, and heads up on this. All right, I know you don't really care.
I'm past it.
He had forgotten it was Maverick Monday until you just brought it up.
I had tooled around all week long, and Helmsy, when he went off for vacation, even said, "Speedy, when I come back from vacation, it's on." And I'm like, okay.
But I'm missing why would anybody want to talk about a movie?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, because, people that seen it don't want to hear you talk about it because they saw it. People that hadn't seen it don't want to hear you talk about it because they hadn't seen it.
I think a lot of our audience.
Why would you want to talk about it?
I think a lot of our audience does want to talk about it.
Why?
To share what their thoughts on it. Now, there's a big part of our audience like you that don't want us to talk about it.
No, I
yet
don't care.
because they
I'm
haven't
just
seen
saying
it.
I don't think anybody wants to hear us talk about it because if you've seen it, why do I want to hear it? I've seen it.
Right.
And then if you haven't, there may be somebody who hadn't seen it that don't. But I'm
There
just
are-
saying I don't think anybody
We want to
wants
break
hear
it down like we would a college football game.
It's a movie.
I know, but it was it's a big one.
I've been just tooling around, not going.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, we'd have a slight break, and I would be like, and then I'd check on tickets, and half the place was reserved, and I don't want to be who are the people that sit way up front when they're looking straight up?
Wow.
That's crazy. But yesterday, I guess Saturday, Terry said, "Hey, you want to go just sneak away for Father's Day and maybe find a late afternoon showing of some kind on Sunday?" And I knew in the back of my mind,
U.S.
I'm
Open's
like,
on.
U.S. Open,
Right in the
baseball,
middle of it.
all that's going on. I don't really know if I want to. And so she looked around. She said that everything's pretty wide open. And then after lunch, she said, "Wow, so I know what a lot of people are taking their fathers to do today." She said, because every theater was about sold out.
Yeah.
But she found like a 5:20 close by. And she said, "You want to go with that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, let's go." So when I left the U.S. Open in men's golf, it was like tied and all
They
this.
were probably the last two groups were probably on 15-16 about the time that you and I were Marco Polo and about the tournament.
Yeah, and you were like, "I can't believe you just left." But I had to get it in because I had the pressure of Maverick Monday.
I know.
And I'm like, well, so I kind of want to be able to see it. And so I have. And so we came out last night around 7:45 out of the theater.
Yeah.
And now I have seen Top Gun Maverick.
Well, I can't wait to hear your thoughts later on Maverick Monday.
Yeah. And I know where Greg's going to go on it, but I'm going to keep it to myself. But it apparently is going to have to come out streaming.
Did you go back and watch the ending of the U.S. Open? Or did you have time?
I haven't had a chance, but I knew that Zalatoris, he had a chance to to win it or tie?
Well, he had a chance to tie
at the end. And missed it by an inch or something.
Yes, it was. What a great! I have not given golf enough in the last 3 or 4 years, just because kids got out of it and my back and playing and that kind of thing, and so I gave this golf tournament more from. I mean, I'm talking about live from all week on the Golf Channel.
Yeah,
leading up, and I think part of it was the whole political thing with the Live Tour and all the discussions going behind that. But of course, I think the media is acting like a bunch of babies on all this too. But so I was enthralled with that, and then the tournament did not disappoint. Of course, you had the history of where it was in Boston with Francis We Met, who was an amateur that won it, lived across the street in that house. Greg, as they were telling the story, I was thinking, Greg won't believe this.
He won't believe it.
They probably embellished
Well,
a little.
the good thing about it is they do have.
You got to have a good story.
They do have documentation.
I saw part of that.
You know?
I saw part of that.
Is it true he had a 10-year-old caddying for him?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Have you ever seen the movie
That's
The Greatest
crazy.
Game Ever Played?
No.
Y'all would like, even though it's a golf movie.
No, I like golf.
Well, I tell you who's the guy we can never think of.
I don't dislike
that,
golf
is a great actor. Gosh, I never can. He's one of my favorite actors, and I cannot remember his name. He played in Wall Street. He played in. Hold on.
Okay.
But
no,
yeah. So he played
strange fella, but
yes,
he's
that's
all
it.
right.
He's,
good actor though.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he plays in this Greatest
He's a
Game Ever
Terminator,
Played.
right? Played in the Terminator.
Did he?
Not Terminator, but come on, never keep going.
We can't. Anyway,
not
y'all
Terminator.
both
What is it?
Transformers.
Y'all both
Thank you.
would love that movie, The Greatest Game Ever Played.
Yeah,
Okay.
no,
And he's in it. He plays Francis Ouimet, who is talked about all week at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, but it is a pretty crazy story. But he had a 10-year-old caddying for him.
Yeah.
Well, that's
And did
against
you
the
know
law.
that did you know the playoffs
Character,
then?
too.
That's
The
child
playoffs
labor
then?
law violation there.
Yeah, the playoffs then. If you had a sudden death playoff or whatever, you played 18 holes.
Yes. Yeah. Well, they did that. They did that up until 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, now
No,
it's just
yeah.
you go back and depending on what you're in, you either play the 18th again or
Yeah.
17, 18, whatever. But yeah, so congratulations to Fitzpatrick. I missed all of it.
It was a fun watch.
Yeah.
It was.
But I'm ready for Maverick Monday.
Can't wait.
Greg's
excited.
I'll tell you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Even when the earth crumbles under my feet.
It is our post-Super Bowl Monday. We'll look back over we look at much more than the game, the broadcast, the commercials, and
the whole event.
And it looks like the Sport Czar Trophy, you definitely get rid of most of the team when the Eagles win, and it was down to Adler and Greg. So many more points scored than any of us could have imagined. Only one punt in the entire game. And you realize that one team was going to have to get a turnover to win. That's what happened. The Eagles got one, and it turned out to be the difference in the game. I think we all felt like that Brady had not shown any signs that he wasn't going to go right back down the field if they don't get that turnover.
Oh, I wanted to see if he could do it.
Yeah, I think
really
you
did.
Well, I don't know what would have stopped him.
Yeah,
from
it
not doing
stopped him the whole time. Threw for over 500 yards and lost.
Patriots never punted and lost.
Even when the game was over, you kind of felt like the Patriots were going to have one more play to win it. You know, you're just so used to seeing them
Guys,
pull
that
out
toss at
these
the end had a
miracles.
chance.
Yeah,
it did. Well, the thing that got me to you look at everything now. We're getting older from a parent's point of view. I thought your kid is the punter, or if he's older for the Patriots, and you're all excited. You got your camera. You brought a good one. You got it in through security. You're like, buddy, when he comes out to punt, I'm gonna get a shot of him here in the Super Bowl.
We're gonna have something to hang on the wall forever.
Yeah.
I hope you got some in warm-up.
And he never gets in the game. Well, no punts. So. But it was if you liked offense, you liked that one.
Yeah,
that was a good game. Now, if you liked defense, you didn't see a lot. So it was
except the crushing lick on that receiver that they sent to the locker room.
How about this? When you're gonna cut up field, you need to know where everybody's at.
You better look out.
I love when they wanted to dog it and they realized, no, there's nothing wrong with that.
He's a runner.
That's
He's a runner.
That's just a violent hit right there. That's all that is. So and by the way, I haven't watched any NFL at all. So some of these rule changes, this thing about the ball and the ground and.
Rick, we talked about that. I don't know if Chris Collinsworth was making this big deal. The guy took 3 steps.
Yeah, he did. He was a runner.
I mean, it wasn't even close.
Well, I
didn't realize why he made such a big deal about that.
I didn't either. I was thinking, it ain't even close. Why are we even reviewing it?
But if he had not taken the steps, like we had in the playoffs, it would have been a totally different thing.
Yeah.
Catching a pass has got so complicated now with the rules.
Right.
Even the NFL, and I think they're going to address this in the offseason and decide what is a catch, especially if you're in the end zone. If you're a runner, you bump the ball across the goal line,
Touchdown.
come back, you got a touchdown. If you catch it, you got to come down with both feet. You got to have control of the ball and carry it all the way to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's any movement of that ball, they'll declare it an incomplete pass. So it's tough to catch a touchdown pass now.
Yeah, I think that's wrong. I think if breaking the plane with control is a touchdown, it's always a touchdown.
But in this situation, it wouldn't even.
But
that wasn't
like
the case. It was he took 3. He caught the ball at like
well,
the
see,
5.
This is why
move.
it's complicated. But it's complicated again. Now the referees have to decide when they catch a pass. And are they a runner? Are they still how many steps is that? How far?
Goodness.
Because in the playoffs, was it Pittsburgh?
It was the Steelers, yeah.
Had a very similar play where the guy caught the ball, went into the end zone, but they said it was not a catch.
But you were the Des Bryant catch in the playoffs years ago. Same deal.
But I will say in this one, Chris Collinsworth picked the wrong play to make the
He
point
really
again.
did.
Yeah. Because this kid caught it and then took 3 steps
He
running.
made the statement that
running
he
with the
thinks
ball
they're
and
gonna overturn it.
dove into the end zone.
Right. And Chris, look, buddy, and I like him, by the way, calling games. That Nick Foles touchdown was early in the game. It was a cool play.
I agree with you on
Fourth and
this.
goal, but he kept bringing it up, drawing it up. They would put it on the It happened. There was a lot of football played after that would have changed the game.
Play that made the game, Greg.
Oh, won the game, according. You had like it happened in the fourth quarter with 2 minutes to go.
Well, I think we all agree, and they were saying one thing you like about the coach for the Eagles is he was one of those things. If you're a fan of a team, he came in there and has done it all year. He played to win. He didn't go out there. He didn't go out there trying not to lose.
But if he doesn't execute on a few of those plays, he looks like a complete idiot.
Right, but really, some of that stuff's kind of like when people talk about Saban's move, and I was talking about how gutsy it was. People said, "No, that's true," because most people wouldn't do it. But what he was doing wasn't going to work. If you also don't go for those plays, you're going to lose.
That's what I was going to say.
That's what he said. He's
Rick,
like,
that's the only way you beat Tom Brady when he throws for
Yeah.
over 500 yards is doing what they did.
If you play those plays conservative, you don't win the game either.
No, you don't.
So how about
it was a nothing to lose in my opinion.
How about old Nick Foles? You win the Super Bowl, you throw for all kind of yards, you're MVP, and today you're the backup again for the Philadelphia.
Either that or headed to the Browns.
Oh,
Don't do that to him.
Hey, that'll make you go 3 months and not play football again.
Yeah. I just quit.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Finish talking Super Bowl and kind of unpack that. Great Super Bowl. I mean, just as far as football. I was telling Bubba, isn't it interesting? And I watched the NFL trying to, do what you can't do. Try to be the reed that blows whichever way the wind is blowing. Trying somehow to win the veterans back over, keep the football fans, not have commercials that would be controversial while they're still trying to tell the veterans they love them, but yet allow commercials promoting all sorts of controversial things. If you're people of faith, that didn't bother them all at all. It was just a hodgepodge and a mess, and you tried to just ignore it. But I thought of all the big protesters, okay, that went out to talk about, there's no, I ain't standing for that flag and all this. So we get to the Super Bowl, and the two teams that are playing not only don't have anybody who kneeled, they're called the Patriots and the Eagles. Can there be anything more patriotic in America?
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. And we are glad that you are here. This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show starts with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. And let's get ready. So we unpack another one. We all come off of the busy weekend. Hopefully a lot of you dads out there had a great Father's Day weekend. We do our part to try to see if we can't get you a great weekend and elevate Father's Day to at least be equal with Mother's Day. And hopefully that happened for you. We'll look back on that a little bit today. It's Maverick Monday. Bubba and I both have felt like we've given everyone enough time to see Maverick, so we may unpack it in more detail today. We'll look back at that, break down the stories, and we'll also work our way to a vacation next week. That'll feature Rick and Bubba Best Of shows, as various Bubba and I will be off through July 4th, and then the guys, based on who's doing the Best Of show, will get some time off too. And Helmsy's back from his vacation, so he's here today. Adler settled in to his seat. Speedy, Greg, and Helms gave you a kickoff hour. And across the way, there he sits, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome in to another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. It's Juneteenth today, a federal holiday. What about you?
Here we go. God, I'm on my knees again. Like the sound of We the Kingdom. They got a new album out. Got some new stuff out right now. Sounds good. Yeah, I've been picking up on that a little bit. Bubba, welcome back. Hope you had a good Father's Day.
Oh, we did. We did. I hope everybody else did too. I got a lot of emails over the weekend of fathers that got various gifts. Some of them we talked about Friday, and they were excited, and we had a good time. Had a good weekend. How about you?
Well, it was. It was a hodgepodge, but it turned out to be great. We moved Big Love to the ATL. He starts his job today, and that's a journey.
Buddy.
That was the front end. Then I got to go up to Shelbyville, Tennessee, and hang out with some guys for a Father's Day weekend for a men's event, and it was an absolute blast. Loved it. And then yesterday we had our men's prayer breakfast at church and had a big turnout for that. Got to hear Scott Dawson, who here on the show delivered a great message, and then he and his son spoke at the worship service together, which was great. I've never heard his son preach, but buddy, I tell you what, you can tell it's definitely in the genetics. And then got to go spend a great day at the farm, and we got a break in Alabama. The humidity dropped. Now it's coming back this week, but the humidity went away, and I know
on
you
Sunday.
You loved it too on Sunday, and all of us got kind of where we live. I know it varies different parts of the country, but my son, who lives in New York, he called and he said, "Dad, I'm in Central Park and it's 75 degrees."
Man.
And I said, "Well, hey."
Well, hey, here's the thing. It's coming, though.
I know.
It's moving
I know. We got.
I just saw that forecast that just popped up.
Well, it's back to triple digits.
Well,
this
I
week,
think Saturday where we were, the
Sunday,
the humidity was way high. Saturday was brutal.
Yeah, it was.
And then Sunday felt a lot better. The humidity had dropped about 40-something%.
It was unbelievable how good it felt.
The humidity makes a huge difference.
Sure does.
Huge difference.
Oh, yeah.
But
this morning it felt good.
I was just showing the guys here. It's Where we live this week, I think they're predicting a high of 100 on Wednesday. And high 90s the rest of the week.
Yeah, like I said, it comes back. I just couldn't believe on Father's Day the grace that we were shown. I mean, the humidity went away, and the humidity's been brutal in the South, and I know all over the country. And so I was. And it ended up being just a wonderful, and it's almost like y'all can make and thank me for that, because I think the Lord knew that my wife's going to build a fire no matter what, and I think it was like, look, I'm going to help you out. I know she's going to put a fire on you, so. But really, when the sun's going down, of course, I found out too the fact that we're on, the days we're about to get to the longest day of the year. Then it gets back to getting shorter, but you forget how much daylight there is. Yeah. I'll talk a little bit about that
it's tomorrow.
So you're down there just having a fun zone, and you're letting the sun go all the way down because you want to look at stars and all that. And I look down, it's 9:30.
Yeah,
and I'm still at the farm.
No way.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it gets dark at what 8:30, 8:15.
Yeah, something like that.
So you look at the stars a little while. I mean, before you know it, but it just felt so good. And it's almost like I knew what this week, because I'd already seen the forecast. And I said, just sit here and enjoy this for a minute, Burge, because next week you're going back into
the furnace,
that angry heat.
You might want to build a fire next week so you can cool off.
Right, exactly. So I just thought that was a nice break for us dads yesterday. It turned out to be a beautiful day. Juneteenth was actually yesterday, but celebrated as a federal holiday today. So a lot of you are off work today, and so enjoy that. And we'll unpack. I mean, I heard some of the stories, and I'll go back and tell you about the moving process, and also another thing, talking about time, is watching a family that, I mean, my oldest son lived in Atlanta for maybe 5 years, something like that, 3 to 5 years before he went to New York. So I've dealt with the Atlanta thing, but another thing is I'm trying to teach Big Love, you got to get used to Eastern time.
Boy, do you?
Yeah, I mean it
sneaks up on you, doesn't it?
Because when you're sitting here saying it's I know it's a little bit different, but it ain't a lot of different, which means like when I'm sitting here and it's getting dark at 8:15, it ain't getting dark there till after 9.
No, I know.
And hey, and that'll burn you if you're not paying attention.
Yes, it will.
Rick, we got a lot to cover today. A whole lot to cover.
Yeah, we do.
Got some big issues coming down with trans swimming. I don't know if you saw that. We finally got into that. Sounds like they listened to our suggestion.
Yeah.
We have a guy with an axe who attacked a cop in Chicago. Did you see that?
That's smart. Don't bring an axe to a gunfight.
No. And a naked protest is out there. You got to see that, too.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
For there to be an American football game featuring the Patriots versus the Eagles.
That's a really good point.
And I thought, well, this is kind of a dig at all that, isn't it? How this all turned out.
Well, the referee was one of my favorite referees, too.
Like
He's always funny. I mean, he'll get to laughing, and he did laugh at one of the penalties when Gronk jumped up too soon, and he's like, "Hey, where are you going?"
Right,
And he's the one that famously a couple of weeks ago got an index card out when they had a first down measurement that was so close nobody could tell what it was, and he got an index card and ran it up and down, and caught some grief about that. But he was funny in that. Let me ask you this: they had the veterans. And maybe I missed it because, in Super Bowl, when you're trying to watch that, so much going on.
How about old Woody, the Marine up there flipping it?
Okay, that's what I was going to say. When the referee introduced him, did he call him by the wrong name? Because I thought his middle name was Woody, and I think the referee called him Willie when he introduced him to
He slung it. I know
No,
that.
you're right, because I said to Sherry, and I'll tell you about my Super Bowl party
And I
coming
thought
up.
he's mispronounced the guy's name.
I said to Sherry, look at old Willie. And then in a minute, they called him Woody, and I said, did I hear that wrong?
Yeah, the referee called him Willie when he introduced him to everybody, but the announcer had already announced him as Woody.
Well,
I was laughing.
Of course, I thought it was on me.
Right.
I mean, I didn't even.
I did too. I said, did he mess up?
Right.
I was laughing because it didn't look like the coin flipped. It just did a submarine.
Well, don't forget
one of the players even laughed.
Well, don't forget the other part of it is our favorite referee was he got it so right. He forgot to tell somebody to call it. Did you see the other referee go, hey, you need to get somebody to call it?
Yeah.
And then he goes, okay, y'all call it.
Well, they've done so many of these games.
You know how you got your speech ready, and all of a sudden one of those, you about to let him flip when nobody calling it.
You think they would have that part down,
Yeah.
I mean, how many games do you do before you get to the Super Bowl?
Well, and I thought, and I'll have to tell you about my really happening Super Bowl party, but I thought the halftime show, it was just, to me, I understand, like on the, I don't know all the Justin Timberlake songs. I just think he's a really, really talented guy. And what we, like y'all talked about early in the kickoff hour, the things that this country pulls off on switching halftimes.
That's incredible.
It really is.
But for me, it was just good. And Sherry and I were talking about this. I realized that probably lyrically there was some. I know that there may be some lyrics, and especially the "Bring Sexy Back," that are kind of raunchy. But as far as the show, it was good to watch a show to see people that could dance incredibly, that could sing good, incredible musicians, and it wasn't raunchy.
Yeah,
I mean it was just entertainment, and
it wasn't protesting anything.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to make any point, and everybody's dressed appropriately, and it's just good dancing and a
lot of kids in the stands involved with yourself.
Yeah,
that was fun.
It was just a good, entertaining halftime show. I thought it was well done, and I was entertained.
And you, look, Rick, and in no way, before somebody brings it up, we're not responsible for that song. Okay.
No.
Even though there was a strange tie-in on that that I won't go into now.
Wow.
But
yeah,
there you go.
Even if we were the motivation, we're not.
But it's just the way he,
bringing breakfast back.
So, but it was just entertaining, and it's amazing what they pull off. I thought the tribute to Prince, even though Greg said some of his weird fans are saying,
some people didn't like it, but I mean, how do you not? You're in Minneapolis.
All it was a big blanket with him performing on
it.
It
wasn't the outside
a
view of the whole purple place.
That was cool.
How about when they lit up everything and it had the symbol that he used to go by? That I mean, that took a little work to get that done.
You can't make everybody happy.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
So anyway, I thought that was good. And the commercials, I told Bubba, I thought the most brilliant campaign was Tide.
Yes, those were funny.
Those were funny.
Well, just the fact
it confused me because I kept seeing the sheriff from Stranger Things, and I'm like, how many commercials is he in?
Yeah. And then the fake Crocodile Dundee was a good one, too.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
But
so we're not in a movie?
The Tide
this
thing.
Is a commercial.
I told Bubba, and the Voice promo did the same thing. I like commercials that make fun of commercials.
Yeah.
And so that they did.
Good.
When that guy comes out and he starts going, is it funny? Beer commercial? I think it's no. And he said, so really, if you think about it, every commercial is Tide commercials if people have clean clothing.
Exactly.
And so then they dropped the thing we did that time. We had no promotional budget. And everybody else had more promotional budget than us.
Yeah.
And then we told them that so when you see one of their billboards, think of us because they had all these billboards. It was really that. And then, of course, the Eli Manning.
Rick.
Oh, that's
well, what I liked about that, again, I like things that build. Now, you had to have been paying attention throughout the show to get it. But that he was trying to come up with what he wanted to start doing. Now that they can do all these things on end zone dancing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this: the Manning brothers are funny because they're so uncoordinated, and they don't mind making fun of themselves.
No.
So.
Greg, the thumb war one. For some reason, that on me because 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm on thumb war, and then maybe we go around and. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number as we make our way back. And we're excited to talk with all of you from the weekend. Programming note going ahead. Greg, we do need to hit this real quick before we get into Juneteenth, which is being celebrated today, but was actually yesterday. Is that you and I are leaving the show early today, sadly, because we have a longtime family friend that has passed away, Turkey Lee.
The great Turkey Lee.
Turkey.
Bob Lee, better known
friend
as
of the family and my State Farm agent for my entire adult life.
Turkey Lee went on in at 82 years old.
He did.
And had to, like Bubba and I were talking about also, for those of you that follow SEC football, was an SEC official for a long, long time.
Yeah. Saw him on the field a lot of times.
Yep.
Him and Dad played together at Auburn in the early 60s.
Yep, they did. They both were at Auburn playing together. So Turkey Lee, and like I said, they were still all Mom and Dad and Turkey and Jenny, his wife. They were still playing cards up to just a couple of years ago.
That's the one we wanted to set a camera up and have a reality show of them because they would play the men against the women. And Turkey was extremely competitive, and he wanted you to go by the rules. And some of the arguments Mom would tell me about, I'd have loved to have seen.
Well, it turned out that, believe it or not, that Turkey was more competitive than Dad. And the big problem was between Turkey and Mom.
Yes.
They're the ones who would argue the most.
Mom would call him out if he was trying to cheat.
So anyway, Greg and I, of course, and our sister, was friends with their daughter Stacy, and growing up, and Greg and I grew up with Wayne.
Played ball together from Little League all the way to graduating.
And Wayne and I played football together in high school and all that. So Turkey Lee being laid to rest today. So be with that family as they grieve, but also celebrate. Let me tell you, a lot of people use the term, I'll tell you what, that right there is one of a kind.
Yes.
But Turkey Lee, I don't know that they made any more of those. You talk about a character. Good gracious.
Well,
in so many ways.
If you ever went through Oxford, you knew Turkey Lee.
Oh, yeah. Well, and just the fact that his nickname was Turkey.
Yeah.
I mean, and he did look like a turkey.
Yeah. And I was telling the guys earlier, Rick, you know, when I was younger, you could get me fired up, and he loved it. He would poke me. Oh, he loved to get after me when I was a kid because I'd get all mad.
Oh, yeah. If Greg was in a cage, Turkey Lee would get a stick and start poking him. So anyway.
He was one of these people that was brutally honest.
Oh, yeah. And at one time was the king of Oxford baseball for youth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Rick,
commissioner.
I told you, too, we were having our big family get-together. I think it was Christmas Day one year, and we were watching the Blue-Gray game.
Oh, yeah, the Blue-Gray game.
We and one of the referees just got knocked a flip.
Yep.
And everybody was like, ooh, and we started watching real close, and on slow motion, you saw it was Turkey.
It was.
You saw that mustache.
Yeah.
Go up, I mean,
Because he rocked the
a few different looks.
Yeah, he did. Oh, when he had his mustache, you couldn't do anything with it. Right. Burt Reynolds, he ran everywhere.
But you know, when Taylor was really young, you know, huge Auburn fan, and you know, Turkey, he would have the big RV set up and the tailgating, and he would invite me and Taylor. We came to a lot of games that one year, and it was a lot of fun. And when we'd go to the game, get fired up, and he had a good tailgate set up.
Yeah,
so,
always
some good memories.
Always took care of our family and was a good friend to our family for a long, long time.
Yeah.
All right, so today is Juneteenth. Now, Bubba, you remember that we worked hard to be sure that we all understand this today because the Emancipation Proclamation. When the first time I heard of that, I thought, "Oh, was this the day we celebrate the Emancipation Proclamation?" But it's no. It's different.
It actually is when that was actually fulfilled, Rick. It commemorates the day that the U.S. General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas. He shared the news that the Emancipation Proclamation had been passed 2 years earlier, and that the Civil War had ended 2 months before. And, you know, they didn't have electronic communications back then.
Took a minute.
Until somebody arrived on a horse, you didn't know what was going on. So, right. But I was reading one of the accounts of, I think it was a lady that lived in Galveston at the time, and she said he came in, he set up his headquarters, and he had, I think it was called General Order Number 3, where he declared slaves free. That's all it said, basically. And she said it wasn't the piece of paper. It said it was the fact that he had soldiers and guns that actually made it happen. So
yeah, I hope everybody remembers that. You know, people can show up and tell people who hadn't heard the wars ended and haven't really implemented the Emancipation Proclamation. And if you walk in and just say, look, it'd be nice if y'all to go ahead and acknowledge that the slaves are free, they might say, nah. But it took the fact that they had guns and had the ability, just like our Constitution. It means nothing if you're not willing to defend it. And all of these rulings didn't mean anything until people went in and said, no, this is the law of the land, and this is what's going to happen. And if you oppose us, there's going to be problems. And so we need to remember that.
Yeah. And General Granger had been working his way through the South to take care of this, and finally arrived in Galveston, which was probably the most western stronghold of the Confederacy at the time. So. That really is when it all ended.
Yeah, and where the confusion comes in, even looking at one of these historical photographs right now from 1900, and it says, you know, African Americans gathering in Texas for Emancipation Day, known as Juneteenth. And so when you hear that, you get confused and go, oh, no, what they're saying is that it was finally, in Galveston said, you know, this has happened and the war's over and it's going to be implemented. These people are free. And so it's significant and a big deal. So those of you that are spending time off work today and are looking back, a great time for you to teach your children and about American history, because we have things that certainly are not something to be proud of. But the difference is, and I heard Dennis Prager say this, and I think this is important. Okay, is look, if you're going to say, I'm going to disparage a country because at one time they had slavery.
Right.
He said, well, then you're going to have to disparage every country there's ever been.
Pretty much the whole
He
planet.
said the list you need to look to are the ones who stopped it.
Right.
That's the unique list. The ones who said this is wrong and corrected their wrong. Now that list is a different list, but but the list of slavery, it's been around, unfortunately, for since the fall of mankind. And so, what about the ones who actually, look at Wilberforce and what he did, and look what happened here with Lincoln and the Emancipation Proclamation, and now this Juneteenth. It's a country that corrected its wrong, and it's important to remember that too.
And too, that's I think important to remember when people are having issues with the flag and all this. General Granger was flying under the American flag when he came in there.
Yes, he was.
That American flag has done and had some problems, as you said, but it also has corrected some of them too.
Let's have all the history.
Yep.
And how about this? I'm for not shying away from the bad.
No.
But let's also acknowledge the
why
correction.
do you remember the bad so you don't repeat it?
Well, and also the correction doesn't mean anything if you haven't also acknowledged the bad.
Right.
So it's one of those things where somebody, if you say something, you go, well, that needs to be corrected, and it has, and it continues to be corrected. With the problems that we had in the '60s with another form of inequality, but it's been corrected, and it continues to be corrected, and so you have to say that about the country too. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. And we'll move into other stories today. There's a lot to discuss, as Bubba mentioned, and we'll unpack it all within everybody's weekend. It's Maverick Monday.
Oh, that's coming.
Oh, yeah. And yes, we know that Biden fell on his bike. We'll cover that too. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He
I don't
holds
know why
Odell,
that old deadpan.
Yeah, 'cause he's so when he holds
Dry.
Odell Beckham Jr. up and does that scene out of the movie, that was good.
And you have to have seen the movie. Of course, I've seen it a million times because my wife and daughter are going to watch it all the time. Yeah. That's the detail that they went as far as the facial expressions.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, they were dead on, and that made it funny because Eli has no coordination at all.
No,
not at all.
I mean,
yeah, it was funny. It was very funny. I don't even know what the product was.
It was the NFL. It was the NFL.
Just NFL.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, let me ask you this, because if you get the right fan base, how many Super Bowl shirts and how many hats you think they sold to Philadelphia fans?
Oh, you kidding me?
Of course, they destroyed the town again.
Well, this thing of why we tear things up and we win. I
don't get it. I don't get it.
There's traffic lights laying in the road.
Yeah.
And the disclaimer, guys, that the fact that they didn't tear it up as bad as when they won the World Series is supposed to mean something.
Yeah, that was the high point.
Hey, we tore it up, but not near as bad as we did 8 years ago.
Yeah, that right there is gold.
How much special effect is in that? You think he really held him up?
No, I don't.
It shows Odell Beckham, but he's smiling like she did.
The detail in it's unbelievable. Bottom of the hour. Louisville, Kentucky is standing by listening to us on the Hawk. And we go to George. George, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, morning, guys. How was the weekend?
Good. I hope you had a good weekend.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Just wanted to give you guys a call regarding them missing the Super Bowl. If you remember, last week's episode was kind of an introduction to Super Bowl Sunday. All the kids are leaving, doing their own thing. They end up home by themselves. He tells her about wanting to launch their Big 3 construction deal and her be his business partner. Remember all that?
No, I didn't see that. See, I didn't see that episode. I haven't watched it. I haven't watched it all season, so I
they kind of had. Yeah, they kind of had a moment there and decided they were going to forego the Super Bowl and celebrate as married couples sometimes do.
You. So kids are out of the house.
They just kind of missed. Exactly.
That's right. Yeah, I remember now.
They missed the Super Bowl, and that's why they didn't know what happened whenever they got to the hospital.
Yeah, I have a standard line, because you definitely want to be appropriate. Somebody will say, "Well, what, Burgess? What you didn't see that, or you didn't go to that?" And I'll just say this: I got a better offer. And when you go. When you get a better offer, you know what I mean. And
he's right. I forgot about that. All the kids went left, and they were like, "Well, we're the only ones here."
So they did miss the Super Bowl, but they chose to miss it because they spent some time together with a little.
They look, and they're in an empty house.
A little marital fruit. I got you. Okay,
I forgot about that.
And that's why now that makes sense. The little joke they were doing with the doctor about them missing the Super Bowl. So that makes sense now. Okay, thanks. Yep. I didn't have that information, so that helps. I appreciate it. Yeah, because
not a problem.
You would think
That's right. I
a
actually
show
saw that episode. Don't remember.
Listen, you would think a show that has writing that's complicated, they wouldn't have made that fumble.
Yeah,
right. So that makes sense.
Yeah, but it sounded like what you were talking about yesterday at your house. They had this big party planned, and their kids were going, "I'm going over here, and I'm going here."
Yeah, I lived that yesterday, and it was number one. Art in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Art, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good, guys. How are y'all?
Fantastic.
Hey, I had a question about the game last night. I was watching the Eagles' last touchdown catch where the guy had to dive over the fellow. What was the big stink about the replay on that? Because I thought when the ball crossed the goal line, the play would have been over.
Well, it
depends if he's a runner or a receiver.
Yeah, it's a new thing with receivers coming down in the end zone, catching passes, then losing them when they hit the ground. But Chris Collins, as much as I respect him, and he does a great job, he really does, doing the games, he picked the wrong play to make a big fuss about that because it was obvious the guy caught it and it became a runner. He took 3 steps running the ball.
He took 3 steps, yeah.
And then made an athletic play to get in the end zone.
Yeah, I couldn't believe they even reviewed
that. Yeah, that was kind of a crazy call. So.
Yeah, he picked the wrong play to try to make that point, and that's what confused all of us. Because,
okay, well, good deal. Thanks, guys.
All right, appreciate you, man. Thank you very much.
Yeah, have a good day.
You too. Yeah, on the replay, you clearly see. And again, I'm with him on this, though. They got to change that rule because
and I don't know what it was. Was he almost trying to build to the drama? Because at that point, you don't need to do that. There's enough drama. Well, we got a 1-point ball game, and seconds on the clock.
I will. Before that, he did the same thing with it. I didn't think it was.
I will give Chris this. It is hard to know what is a catch and not a catch anymore. Now,
until you see the
replay, and he takes 3 steps and is clearly making a running move.
But he wouldn't come off of it.
I know.
He should have at that point.
There was one point where I thought I had a replay he didn't have.
Yeah.
I really did. I thought.
I think the thing that just really muddied the water on this was that call at Pittsburgh that got so much attention and so much review because they were similar except for maybe an extra step in there.
Yeah. "35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. Looking to hire some folks? We're having a hard time getting people to work, aren't we? But if you're looking to make a hire, the last thing that you want to do running your business is to be bogged down spending time interviewing people that are not even remotely qualified. So why don't you let these tools that have been developed by LinkedIn.com/Bubba make the hiring process efficient. You realize on this professional network, LinkedIn's now got 810 million people? Good gracious. 40 million a week are looking to see what's available. And you'll set it up with their hashtag hiring frame. It's and with the tools they have, you set up some screening questions, and then LinkedIn helps you find the candidates worth interviewing, meaning these screening questions will weed out people that really don't have the basic background that you need to even be considered for the opportunity. So you can post your job for free. You do hear me saying that. LinkedIn.com/Bubba, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under sponsors, and we have the link there for you, and they'll help you be more successful in the hiring process because let's face it, Bubba is I'm looking over there at Greg. When you hire somebody, it's I know it's important. It can
be a plus or a minus.
No, let me tell you this: it can change the landscape of your office forever. So also, I didn't see any of it over the weekend. I told you I had a kind of an active schedule, all good stuff, but was running a little hard this weekend. I did not. There was never a time this weekend that I sat in front of the TV. Not one time.
Well, it was so hot Saturday. It was good middle of the day to get in there and kick back a little bit and watch a little TV.
If I'd have had that opportunity, no doubt I would have done that.
But the College World Series is well underway. Friday, Notre Dame defeated Texas 7-3. Oklahoma defeated Texas A&M 13-8. And on Saturday, Arkansas 17-2 over Stanford. Ole Miss 5-1 over Auburn. And then we had elimination games yesterday. A battle in Texas. Texas A&M defeated Texas 10-2. Don't you know that was a heated game?
I bet that was a blast.
I did not see that one. I kind of wish I'd have seen it. Oklahoma defeated Notre Dame 6-2. And then today we have Auburn and Stanford playing. It's an elimination game, and Ole Miss and Arkansas in the winners bracket will be later tonight. So, and then Tuesday, Notre Dame and Texas A&M will play. So still a lot of action there in the double elimination tournament.
So what did you see? What games did you see?
I saw Auburn and Ole Miss. I saw part of the Oklahoma game, and one of the others I got by one time and saw part of it. I think it was it may have been Notre Dame and Texas, a little bit of that on Friday.
Yeah, just hearing you guys talk in the break, and again, I haven't had a chance to see any of it, we all know this. You saw it with Mississippi State last year. Of course, they were good all year, but boy, they got hot right at the right time.
Yep.
And it looks like that, if you're in this tournament format or playoffs, getting hot at the right time. It looked like Tennessee got hot too quick. I heard Helmsy say that. I agree with that. You can be rolling. We see this with a team that's just dominating during the regular season, and you almost think I'm glad we're winning, but once we've done enough to get in it, are we wasting hits and bombs and plays that we really need when we get to the World Series? So they kind of got knocked out. What is the team that looks like they're hot at the right time?
Ole Miss.
Is it Ole Miss?
Ole Miss is hot right now.
Notre Dame, don't count Notre Dame out either. I know they got to play. They got an elimination game?
Yeah, they do.
Because they're the ones that gave the shut up juice, didn't they? To the Big Orange.
Yeah. Oklahoma set up, and then tonight, Ole Miss and Arkansas, they're both hot. I think they both play in the winners bracket.
Yeah, I'm hearing Arkansas
SEC
too.
West is well represented, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is.
Too bad they pin each other, all of them up against each other.
Yeah.
Well, what that's.
I know, I get it. I understand it and get it, but I hate it.
I know there's SEC fatigue.
I don't think Notre Dame has the pitching to outlast some of these other guys either. But
they got some. Against Tennessee, I was pretty impressed with their pitching. But you're right. I mean,
going this far and lengthy.
It'll be interesting though. Tonight's going to be pretty good, I think.
We'll know a lot
Arkansas.
after tonight.
Yeah.
So who plays tonight?
Ole Miss and Arkansas.
They're in the winners bracket.
And
then you have Auburn playing Stanford in the losers bracket. Loser goes home. Winner stays alive.
Yeah.
There's a chance I see that.
That'll be
It'll be my first look.
I think
it's first look.
Auburn plays at 1 today, 95-degree heat. And then Ole Miss and Arkansas will play at 7 Eastern time or 6 our time.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, there you go.
Of course, the other night, I thought, to Greg's point earlier, we were coming back from our trip, and Braden wanted it on in the car, and I thought, well, good, I can listen to it. And they were like in the 7th inning, and I'm like, when did they start this game? But it was because that pitcher was shutting them down.
He was sitting them down.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, it was quick.
Auburn's got to get the bats going if they're going to have a chance. I think their batting average the last 3 games is like 128.
Yeah.
They were hot, they peaked,
Yeah.
but they've cooled off again.
Yeah.
So never know.
Yeah.
Did Ole Miss struggle early on?
Well, they've only had one game in the World Series. I mean, they went to Oregon State and won.
Yeah. Right.
So I wouldn't say they're struggling, but I think they ran up on an Ole Miss team that's hot right now.
Did Ole Miss
you're going to have to bat better
and
than
a pitcher
128.
that was dialed in.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, well, that was part of the
He was dialed in.
That
He
pitcher.
threw 8 innings, I think.
Yeah.
And they
Over
they
100
faced,
pitches.
They faced at Oregon State what most people think is the best pitcher in the country, and he shut them down.
Did
too,
Bucky
so.
Beaver check in last week?
No,
he didn't.
He did.
He was a little upset. We couldn't find him.
It's a busy time of year for him.
It's so funny.
A lot of work going on.
It was funny being on the road this weekend with helping my son move. And Sherry and I just once again we just marveled at the whole Bucky empire.
Yeah,
we were driving. She goes, "Look at the size of that beaver's head."
Yeah, man.
It's
so big.
And I said, that's quite a sign right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I said,
You ain't gonna miss it.
I said, just look over to it in a minute, and all you'll see is just the glistening of the cars. You know how there's so many cars that just glistens.
Oh yeah,
Right.
You know, I said,
crazy.
And I said, but then what we marvel at is what they got room.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a giant place. I mean, who can take a convenience store to that level?
Oh, I know. In a time when you think that's kind of fading out a little bit.
Right.
Helms, you've been to the College World Series, right? Didn't you say the stadium's real nice? Because they just built a new one, right?
That's the thing. I was in the old one. I was in the old one.
Is it possible they ruined it?
No.
Real nice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a tradition guy too, but it's a big time upgrade, and I think was needed for sure.
I called Super Tom Scott and asked him about it, because he stays in Omaha.
Yes, he does. Yes. And, does Tom live there now? Is Tom still around?
I think he's on call here today.
Is Tom still around?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a great atmosphere. It's one of the greatest sports atmospheres out there.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I hope when I find the right period of life that I need to do.
Yeah.
Rick, I got to tell you one funny.
I'm really surprised
Saturday's
you didn't
game.
go this year.
One funny
Yeah.
that is just that owned me when I saw it. Eli Manning was there supporting the Ole Miss Rebels, and they show him on the screen, and they put his name up, and everybody loves it. Well, then they show Peyton Manning sitting next to him, and the CG under it says Eli Manning's brother.
That's good.
That's funny.
That is good.
That's fantastic. I love that kind of stuff.
That was funny. I don't care who you are. That's good. That's good stuff.
I don't care who you are. If you're not laughing at that, you're just in the door.
Get out of here.
Out of here.
Yeah, that would have been because I could see Greg doing that so quickly. Huh? Sitting here, there's Rick Burgess, Greg Burgess' brother. sitting here.
Good idea.
Yep, there it is. You might know him.
Better known
as Baby Brother's big brother. You might have a little look there. All right, so we'll come back and we'll unpack more stuff from the weekend. And I know that all of y'all are saying that we're going to do the Biden bike crash, and we
Oh, yeah.
all we're doing
About
is
100 times.
yeah,
probably.
yeah. So it looks like we've got 4 different angles of it.
Now, I thought what was strange, initially he blamed it on Trump, and then later on he blamed it on Putin. I thought that was kind of odd.
That was. All right, so y'all want to do the Biden bike ride?
Oh man!
Yep. And then we'll
I don't think we can put off the bike any longer.
And we'll talk a little weekend stuff coming up too a little later. You got the Rick and Bubba show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I didn't see that play, so I can't relate to it. But he's not leaping to the end zone until he's a runner.
Right.
He doesn't catch it in the end zone, falling down and come out. He's caught it
3 steps and dove on the third.
Yeah, matter of fact, the catch wouldn't have had him in a diving mode. He caught it.
They caught him
Right.
at the 5 or 6.
He caught it, then dove in the end zone with it as a runner.
You don't dive until you've secured the football.
Exactly.
Yeah, because he didn't catch it going into the end zone, which is what the rule was designed
Right.
for. What they should have done is your point. I tell you what, that right there may be closer. You think about that Pittsburgh game. Let's have a look at the replay. Oh no, he's okay. He's running with it, so that one will stand. Then move on.
Yeah.
Later today, you need to look.
He wouldn't let it go.
I know you didn't see the game, Rick, but you need to look at that Pittsburgh catch. I mean, it's clear. It's clear to me the NFL has got to set up a better criteria for catches.
Yeah, that wasn't.
Because it's just got ridiculous now. A catch is not a catch anymore.
Yeah.
But like I said, this
does
case,
that look like a touchdown to you?
Well, in that one, he didn't take one step, and when he caught it, we all agree it should have been. But
watch the replay. On
he didn't take a step, whereas.
But they're similar. You see the similarities in it because he's about the 2-yard line when he catches it.
Yeah, but he never took it.
See, I don't see many similarities.
But I agree
he's in
with
the
you.
air and then he hits
down.
Knees down.
Yeah.
But they called it that he fumbled the ball. The ground cost him to miss it.
Well, shouldn't they just mark the ball where his knee went down right there?
Well,
no,
you got
in
to
NFL,
complete.
you got to be down by contact.
That's what. Yeah, and you've also got to complete the catch through the ground.
I see.
But the fact that the ball took him into the end zone and hit is 2 different things. The other guy last night ran 3 steps and then went in.
Understood, but
it's not.
But that right there should be changed too. That should.
Yeah,
but
that was kind of important in that game.
Yeah, it was.
I'm not a defender of the Steelers by any means, but that was. That was strange.
The way the
But
rule
according
is,
to the rule, I see why they did call it.
I do see the difference in the two, but I just think it's a bad rule anyway.
Oh, I do too.
But I will say this, making the wrong call there, which I guess by the rule it wasn't, but the Super Bowl play was clearly a good play, and the replay showed that pretty quick. I don't know why they hung on to it so long.
Yeah,
well, see, I think everybody thought that was a touchdown, and it was kind of shocking to everybody when they overruled it. So I think everybody's got that. Okay, are they going to pull a rabbit out of the hat here on this.
Well, if I was the officials, I'd go, you know what? That looked really weird, even though the rule in Pittsburgh, we ain't doing that again tonight.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it was pretty straightforward. They let them play.
Yeah, they did.
Well, and here's another thing that confused me. We're getting emails now that saying the new Golick show, that they are saying this morning that they're surprised that it wasn't overturned.
How?
I don't get it. I must not
He
know the
took
rules.
3
I'm
steps.
telling you, the rule thing, there's been several
The ball
catches
was
at the end of
caught
the year.
inside the 5, not even in the goal line, not in the end zone. You know what I'm saying?
I see how quickly Golick's forgotten he was
You
an
can't
Eagle.
make a catch. Your hands on the ball.
And I don't know if it was him specifically, but it came
can't
from
be.
that show.
Surely he's defending it. So I get the ball. I take 2 steps. On the 3rd step, and then I dive in the air, and I don't have control of the ball. I'm not a runner at that point. Come on.
Well, we also have to get to the point like Bubba was talking about. The rule is bad. I mean, what we're doing now is people are completing plays against the defense. The offense is winning the play. They're getting the guy open. He's catching the ball, and he's getting in the end zone, and then we're taking it away from them on things that don't have anything to do with giving you an advantage over the other team. You know?
Well, then this is where the debate comes in. So you have one standard for a runner, one for a receiver, but at what point does a runner become a receiver, and how quick the referees have to make that determination? Is it 1 step? Is it 2 steps? Is it an athletic move? I mean, good night. That's too complicated.
Too much gray area.
Yeah.
We seem to function pretty good with it up till we started talking about it. I mean, it's almost like we created
See,
a
in
problem.
the old days, if I'm not mistaken, if you had possession of the ball and you got both feet on the ground, it was over at that point.
Yeah.
It didn't even matter what happened when you went to the ground.
And I think we should.
And
go
I
back
think
to
that was a better way.
because that's how we're still interpreting the runner. You know, if I've called it and get control of it, and I've broken through the plane, I'm on the other side of the plane, and I get control of it and get a foot, 2 feet down.
Plays over.
Plays over.
It's dead right
Touchdown.
there. Yeah.
Which is the way we used to do it. Top of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So it's 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We are fired up and ready to go for another day. We'll look back on the weekend coming up. Looking ahead, this Thursday night, you hear him on a Rick and Bubba news segment called What's Eating Scott Gorosky. Gorosky out speaking for themanchurch.com. Pleasant Grove, First Baptist Church, Pleasant Grove. Les Hughes, another friend of the show, the pastor there. They start the men's discipleship strategy. They kick it off this Thursday night with Scotty G. Scott Gorosky will be speaking there if you want to go there, men, and be part of that. Then coming up on the 28th of June, Scott Dawson will be at New Life Chapel in Madison, Alabama, as they continue to go through the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. So there's a couple of man churches. Find them in your area and go and participate. You'll enjoy it. All right, so Bubba, we got Biden.
Where'd he go?
Joey.
Where'd he go?
Our lag.
Anybody know Basement Joe? Basement Joe.
Bubba, if you want to know what our country looks like right now, we can sum it up with one video. So once again, our president is where I think he spends more time than we realize, Delaware. And he's on some bike ride, it looks like, with his wife. And it went bad. It's been a big story from the weekend. I've seen all the memes that people have been putting out, and
my gosh.
it just wow. And I know we've all. Has everybody seen it? But we got to look at it.
We're gonna look at it again.
We're gonna look at it again. Yeah. So here it is. We got various angles. Let's go. Angle 1 is the primary angle. All right, so Adler's got this one. Here he comes. Leader of the free world. Hey, look at there. Hey, look at, and down he goes.
Like a tree.
Hey,
and stop.
That's just so.
We've come so far from Dan Quayle not spelling potato right. It's just unbelievable.
Bubba and I have been talking in the break, and I think all of us, before we get to the next thing, I think all of us know this. Okay.
Goodness.
First of all, it happened when he was running for president, which leads to the 2,000 mules thing. Is when he's running for president. Do y'all realize how small a crowds he draws? I mean, usually when the president is somewhere, I mean, it's even in their hometown, it's a mob. Have you ever noticed, even on the campaign trail, the few times they let him go outside,
right?
He never really drew a crowd.
No.
I mean,
Is that
really.
Elizabeth Warren?
Where?
Riding too?
That's
That's
Jill.
why.
That's Jill.
That's Jill?
That's Jill.
That don't look like Jill.
Yeah, isn't that right? I think that I don't know. I think that's his wife. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
it looks like it, but it looks like Elizabeth Warren too.
Yeah, it does. I see where you're getting that from.
Delaware getaway he's on every weekend.
Yeah. And,
look, he's focused right there. He doesn't know he's about to plan.
He's got his aviators on. I've noticed you can still look helpless in aviators when you fall off a bike. The coolness, it doesn't save you.
We've all done this where your foot gets stuck in the pedal.
I did. That's what I did.
I got it.
When me and you were riding down there in Florida.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you, when you're the president, at his
when
age,
you're 79, it looks real
age,
feeble.
why do they have him out riding a bike?
That's not very smart.
I don't ever remember Reagan riding a bike ever.
Picture.
He rode horses.
For some reason, I picture him in a suit riding a bike.
He rode horses and he cleared brush.
Yeah,
Remember, he'd take the axe and chainsaw and go out there and work.
All right, here's the second angle. We're gonna see from a different angle. Oh, that's a good angle.
Oh, wow. He hit right on the shoulder.
Y'all, you realize that helmet, he don't have that helmet on. His head hits the ground.
Yeah. Y'all, y'all, none of us are fired up about Kamala Harris being president. How do you say it?
Kamala.
Kamala.
I mean, it's
Kamala was a wrestler.
I loved your
yes, the great Kamala.
I loved your serious voice with it too.
But y'all, I mean, the 25th Amendment. I mean,
I know.
Surely we're talking about it. Right?
Here's what we know about the double standard of the mainstream media. And this is our third angle where he gets up and tries to talk to a little girl like he's not hurt. All right, but listen to this.
Kamala.
Yeah, listen to this. If this were Donald Trump, and he was, they're close to the same age.
Picture it.
But say he was exactly the same age.
And that hair flopping.
And he's losing his cognitive skills, just like we know this man is. Okay, if the roles were reversed and there was an R by Joe Biden's name instead of a D,
that'd be screaming.
I told Bubba that I think the logo would be changed at CNN to the number 25.
Yeah,
for the 25th Amendment that he must be removed.
No,
we cannot let this man continue in this role. It's too important. So here's angle 3, and this is when he jumps up, like I've done this before, when you fall and act like there's nothing wrong with you, and start talking to a little girl.
Hey, Joe! All right.
Oh, this is a good angle.
Hey now!
Hey now!
Did you hear the guy?
Somebody hollered, hey now.
Guys, he fell hard.
Oh, he did.
Look,
the Secret Service don't know what to do.
Getting him up.
Oh my goodness!
Bless his heart.
And his shoulder's hurting really bad right now, and he can't.
Look,
okay.
I don't want anybody to be hurt. I don't, and he's not. He seems to be okay. But this is, if this was new, and it was the only thing that has happened, but it's just constantly happening, things like this.
Hey now!
The fall's different.
Who hollers hey now?
Listen at him.
It's the guy recording.
It's like I'm there. It's like I'm there.
Rick's there.
Hey now!
Watch right here.
Hey now!
You hear that helmet hit like an egg? I'm glad he's got his helmet on. Thank goodness for that.
Jill's got hers on sideways.
Guys, he stands up carrying on like he never failed.
Hey now!
Hey guys, can I bring?
Why does Jill go up the road?
I was just about to say that was my next point, Bubba. You were thinking like me. You don't miss
He was freelancing.
Don't miss the point that he didn't follow the rest of the group. He's going in the direction. I guess he's going to roll over to the crowd.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Everybody else is going another route.
Everybody else is keeping it going. And you know what somebody said? Oh gosh, he's going over to the crowd. Oh, he went down.
Oh no. All
right, now look at this. Some people say that Trump should be blamed. Have y'all seen this? Some people say that Trump should be blamed.
Oh no.
It didn't take him long, did it?
Okay. All right.
Four left.
I just saw the golf ball coming in this time.
Do it again. Play it again.
How did they have the golf ball come in like that?
I don't know.
You can do so many great
Play it
things.
again.
Oh, good night.
That's terrible.
Oh, good gracious.
That is funny.
That's
I've
all.
seen it 100 times, and it's still funny.
Well, like I said,
how about that?
All right, and then what's this last thing? When is this part of this update? I've got about a minute. Can we do this in a minute?
Yeah.
All right. So here's a reporter asking him if he'll talk to President Xi, right? And he says that I will not talk to you. I'm on vacation, and then he answers it. Okay. All right.
Mr. President, will you talk to your mind on China soon?
I will not talk to you on my vacation. Yes, now I'm going to be talking to him.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
I won't talk to you because I'm on vacation, but yeah, I'm going to be talking to him. Then he answers the question.
And this is
he's messing with
I just found this as well, and this is a weirder follow-up to that as well. He says that we are in the process of making up my mind. We are in the process of making up my mind.
Well, there's a lot of truth to that.
How soon are you talking to Xi?
I ain't telling you.
Have you made up your mind on China tariffs, sir?
We're in the process of doing that.
You're lifting the tariffs?
We're in the process of making up my mind.
Oh, my
I'm ready to
God.
sign it, and I'm ready to go.
Shoulder hurts so bad.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm in the process of making up.
We're in the process of making up my mind.
Wow. We're in the process of making up my mind.
I feel like that's accurate.
That is accurate. That is accurate. Wow. Wow. All right. Well, there it is.
Good night.
How many campaign ads will you see that buy?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, man.
That's like Dukakis sticking his head up out of that tank.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Wow, where there's Bill Bubba Bussey.
There he is.
Hey, buddy.
There he is. Hey, I want to just ask you this because being the Monday after the Super Bowl, they claim 14 million people will call in sick today, and I have no doubt.
No doubt. Especially in Philadelphia.
Yeah, a lot of people will be abusing various.
All right, here we go. 3, 2. Well, after watching the clip that we just saw here on our YouTube channel, now some of you that are listening on the podcast archives, you're not seeing that. That was actually the president falling off his bicycle. So we're looking at this economy, and Bubba, fear out of control. Inflation is just hammering the stock market. The S&P 500 is having its worst start to the year since World War II. So not only are your savings worth less, you now have less of it. Bubba, that's what we call the scenario that we don't like. That's a double whammy.
That's the double whammy,
there
Rick.
It is. So now might be a good time for you to diversify into gold, the most stable asset in the history of the world. And Birch Gold is the company that you can trust to help you convert an IRA or a 401k into an IRA in gold and silver. That's right. Not only will Birch Gold help you fortify your savings with precious metals, they'll help you do it in a tax-sheltered account. Rick, I'd like to know more. Bubba, I'd like to know more. Okay, well, here's what you got to do. Just put our names together, Rick Bubba. And not Rick and Bubba, just put the words together, Rick Bubba, and text to 989-898. So that's your message, Rick Bubba, and you want to text that to 989-898, and then you'll get all the information that you need to make this decision. Did you know that Amazon stock, Bubba's down 37%? And so Tesla's down 40%. How about them cryptos? They look good.
Oh, where'd they go?
They weren't real money. That's the thing, and they weren't backed by gold either. So why don't you now text Rick Bubba to 989-898. Get the free no obligation information kit on gold from Birch Gold. They are the precious metal professionals. So once again, the message, Rick Bubba, text it to 989-898 and secure your savings, and do that now.
Drinks and all that kind of stuff, or like some of us just eat too much. But there's always been this little mumble about making the day after the Super Bowl a national holiday, which I wouldn't mind.
That's one thing Americans need is more time off. We're this close to becoming France right now. You know what I mean? How about this? Suck it up and get your job done. Okay. Sure.
To me, this is one of the ones that isn't easy to get to work because you're done at. Guys, 9:30, you can go to bed and you've seen everything.
Yeah, I go to bed at 9:30 during the week.
And I love the fact that they say we're going to kick off at 5:30, and buddy, we mean it.
Yeah.
At 5:26, they're saying, "Hey guys, we're about to go. Let's get it." Yeah. I love that.
The college national championship game is rough,
and I know why, because it's a Monday. I get that's their mindset, but can y'all not take one for the?
Well, let me ask you this. I know they're wanting to get prime time and all that, but college football usually plays on Saturday, so why not Saturday night prime time? Wouldn't people be watching it then?
You would think.
And
then we could all get to work on Monday.
Let me ask you this, because I don't know. Are there NFL playoff games on that Saturday?
Yeah, there was.
And that's what they're trying to stay away from.
Put them earlier in the day. Put that one at night.
Yeah, I agree. I just.
They can work together on that. Look, I love them flying, doing the bird.
Fly, Eagles, fly, baby.
Yeah, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. I don't understand celebrating this way. Did you see the people jumping off?
Yeah, I don't. I think
right there you got too many people on a cloth thing.
Isn't the last thing you want is to be killed while you're. I mean, the Eagles finally won a Super Bowl, and you get killed in the aftermath.
It puts a downer on the celebration.
It does.
I don't even want to be hurt, Rick, much less killed.
Yeah, no. I don't want to twist an ankle.
What's wrong with just a fist bump? Yeah. I mean,
you can get shirtless. That's fine if that's what you want to do.
Yes, I guess. Sure.
You climb a power pole or whatever they're doing.
Right.
Get shirtless, man. Here we go.
So anyway, and also as we were wrapping up and leaving on Friday, oh my goodness, the term FISA, dossier, memo, political update. Hard to believe such a calamity. I got too much time on my hands, and it's taking away from me. Taking away, and I don't know what to do with myself. Well, the memo, the dossier, FISA, those were the big words over the weekend. And, this is the problem over the weekend when we as a society started deciding that there is no shame in lying. When lying just becomes part of everyone's vernacular and people sit down and something happens, you go, now, what do you think we ought to do about this? Well, we could just lie about it. And there was a time somebody said, well, really, we don't need to lie. Well, now, since lying is no big deal, over the weekend, it just kind of boggled the mind. You would talk to a Republican that claims, well, one of the most damning things in this memo is that McCabe said in the meeting we were talking, if it had not been for the dossier, he would have never brought the FISA court into this to investigate this man and then eventually investigate Trump. And then they talked to a Democrat. Well, the most damning thing in the memo is this McCabe comment. Well, I was in the room. He didn't say that. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up this hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy back from vacation, is here. Adler has got the YouTube option for you, and we thank you for being here and welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining.
Hey, all right, so looking back over the weekend, do want to give a couple of thank yous. I'll first of all start off with the move of Big Love to Atlanta. You know, moves are awful. It's you know, and you're trying to find the time that you can do it. By the way, the whole rental market right now with apartments and all that is nightmarish. So you kind of go through all that, and so I was talking about the move. I mean, we're talking about a 1-bedroom apartment from Starkville, Mississippi to Atlanta. Of course, and on a car, that's about 5 hours, and a moving truck probably that's about 6, you know, or something like that. It's a good little move there. And so I was told and it's one of our clients out of Birmingham, and I've used them many times. They do an outstanding job. Move Daddy. Mm-hmm. Move Daddy, baby. And usually,
what about Move Daddy?
I remember you talking about this too, Bubba. You know, when Move Daddy, when they hit the ground, a bunch of young guys that still have cartilage, they come off that truck and they're moving. Mm-hmm. They are getting after it. So I thought that I would give them the honor of the 3 flights of stairs that are in Starkville, because Big Love's apartment there was up on the 3rd floor, and it's 3 flights of stairs. And remember now, see, we hadn't had the grace of God on Sunday that we had yet. It was still 1,000 degrees on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
So Sherry, as y'all patted me on the back, had gotten out of going to Starkville altogether.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, and so she went over, and really all she did was work on boxing up, you know, breakables and things like that. And Big Love had bought bubble wrap and some boxes. But as far as the furniture and everything, I mean, that was good on Move Daddy hustling. Of course, you know, there's the side of you that goes, you know, your 23-year-old son that's leaving college is, he's gonna eventually show up in a car with who knows what in it, how it's put in there, and you know, the stuff that he needs to throw in there. You know, the one thing I was, you know how you think of things in your mind. The one thing I thought of, I said, you know what I'm most interested in? I'd like to see how he gets his bedspread and all that here. I'm very interested in that. I wonder what that'll look like. And to no surprise, if you'd like to know, it's crammed into the hatchback. That's what that looks like. So it's crammed into the back.
Get in there.
Yeah. So anyway, so now you've got so the plan was the show Friday ends. I go get Sherry, and we roll to ATL on a Friday. Okay. The whole discussion too. We had a major discussion of on what is a bypass. And this is
it ain't much of one there.
Yeah, no. Well, you know, the thing when you go to Atlanta, where Big Love will be, and it's Greg, it's near where your son coached for a while, is really what you do is you watch your GPS, you know, and when you go into Atlanta, sometimes your GPS you'll get a shrug.
Yeah, it's like it ain't no good way.
There's nothing we can do for you. Yeah. And you know, would you like to take this hellish route, or would you like to take this other hellish route?
Right.
And but anyway,
stay on current path is still your fastest route, but it's all red.
Yeah, but
you know that's not good.
Well, the thing about a bypass is, it's when, you know, the GPS, all it really does in these big cities is decide when you should get on it.
Yeah.
If you get on it here, it's probably better. If not, wait later and get on it here. So when you go to where he's going to be living, which is Tucker, Georgia, it's like go on through the city, then get on it, or get on it right out here before you get in the city, based on what the traffic flow is in the city.
Talking about.
Yeah,
Boy.
And so that was a constant, you know, and there was a huge, you know, leaving. There was a whole discussion about the bypass. It's a circle. It just goes around the city.
Loop. Yeah.
Well, I don't know why it sends this way. Well, because it thinks we should get on it now. Right. Well, this is not where we got on it. Well, no, it's telling us it's better this time.
Go this way.
Well, we're going in the wrong direction. It's a circle.
Does your GPS figure in traffic reports?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sure. You know,
not all of them do.
By the way, I'd like to talk to Waze. I don't need to know every time there's a car on the shoulder.
I agree with that.
There's a lot of cars.
Want to know when there's police officers out there, but I don't care about the car on the shoulder.
Yeah, well, there's
hazard ahead.
Is it still there? Not there.
There's just too many. Car on shoulder. Yeah.
Do you ever answer it? Is it still there? Do you answer it?
Never.
Waze is the out version of the CB radio.
It really is.
I feel like I'm helping out by saying is it there or not.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and do it.
Caution, guy in tree. Huh? You know, I mean, but anyway, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get him on that one. But anyway, I didn't know this. I didn't understand this. Okay, now keep in mind, you know, I have move on Friday, and in my mind, I'm grinding it out. I don't care what time I go to bed on Friday because I don't have to get up on Saturday. I'm on grind on Friday. Okay, my goal and my preference is to be in my bed in Birmingham with son ready to go to work on Monday, and then I'm gonna wake up. I'm gonna get up when I want to. I'm gonna drink my coffee, and I'm gonna talk to my to my sweet love, and we're gonna sit there and have our little Saturday morning thing that I love every week, and we're gonna and that's my. I don't even care what time I get home. I want to be in my bed, okay. But did you know? And this is really important to know this. Did you know that there is a law that the moving companies have to stop after the day reaches a certain hours? They cannot go on. They can't go past a certain amount of time.
Really?
And then they have to move it into the next day.
Is that from the driving of
from
a
the time they start
truck?
driving?
Yeah.
From the time they start driving.
Yeah, there's regulations.
Yeah, of course. Of course, I started thinking, but they're not driving the whole time. Part of y'all counting the time they're moving. Okay, but anyway, so then you can't put that in the driving time. So that concerned me a little bit, but we had agreed and that we had talked. I said it's a 1-bedroom apartment, and they were like, yeah, it shouldn't take us that long. But you're dealing with a lot of traffic situations,
there,
and all this kind of stuff. So keep in mind that when we've arrived in Atlanta, all we've been given access to is an empty apartment. There's nothing in it.
Right.
So there's nowhere to sit. I mean, so I mean, you're just in there. Waiting on this, and you want to do things like
you love to wait.
Yeah, and so Sherry brought some boxes that she had boxed up the night she went over there. So she's going to put some stuff in the cabinets, and we're going to put some stuff in the refrigerator and all this. And so when we come back, and I don't know what it is. I really don't. One of the things that I really struggle with is time management. Y'all know that. I mean, it's a big struggle with me. Mm-hmm. And sometimes, my new word that's helped me tremendously is the word reasonable and unreasonable. I have another one that's called logical or illogical. And does it bother y'all, or am I just the only one when something's going on that you don't think is really necessary? You're like, I don't think that's I don't think that's necessary. What were we doing? So if I could tell you the amount of time I spent in an empty apartment, it was a long time.
Oh no!
At one point, I make my decision that I've just got to sit down in the floor and lean up against the wall.
Oh boy!
It's
tough. You don't even have a chair.
You got nothing.
There's only so many times.
Give me a chair and a TV, I can get by.
Yeah. So we'll come back and I'll tell you how that went. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
If you want.
Republican. I was in the room. He said that. I don't know if they were exact words, but this is accurate. What they're saying. He was saying that the dossier.
He's even said that.
The dossier is fake, and that fake dossier is why the FISA court got involved. Democrat. I was in the room. He did not say that. Republican. I was in there. Exactly what he said. All right. So somebody's lying, but now that everybody can just lie, you just go. Well, now we're going to put out a memo says that memo is not right. Oh, is your memo true? Absolutely. Is theirs true? No. Is this memo true? It is. What about the Democrat memo? A bunch of lies. So what did McCabe say? McCabe say he said that was the key to the FISA court getting involved. Democrat, I was in the room. He didn't say that. Republican, yes, he did. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. And now we're all sitting there going, well, what are y'all's lying?
And Rick, think about this. This is a much bigger story. This goes all the way back to 9/11. When our intelligence agencies were not communicating, they were handcuffed. They couldn't follow some of these foreign nationals that they thought were up to something, and they just so the FISA court, which was basically a secret court, so we could go and get warrants and spy on foreigners who were here getting phone calls from abroad to see if we could break up these terrorist rings. Well, some people were screaming, this is a foul, and we're way out of line here with this. Other people thought it was a needed step. that we could do electronically because we had the ability to do it now. And then you had the movie Snowden come out, and Eric Snowden and all that. And, we wrestle with that. Was Eric Snowden a hero for blowing the whistle, or was he a traitor for blowing the whistle? Yeah. And I'm still, I wrestle with that every day a little bit. But now you see it kind of come full circle, and we see what our intelligence agencies are doing and how they're doing it. And this FISA court is you can't go to the front door to protest because nobody knows where it is.
Right.
And it moves around, and the judges rotate on and off of it, and they're sworn to silence on it. So you don't even know who it is you're carrying this to, and you have to make an application, apparently, is a term they use, to show the evidence of why you want this. And a judge decides, yeah, you can wiretap them, or no, you can't. So the memo showed that a FISA warrant was issued for Carter Page, who was a person of interest in the Trump campaign. He had some ties or had been connected to Russia one way or another. But it looked like the whole thing was based on this so-called dossier, which was a opposition research piece that the Hillary Clinton campaign paid for. But apparently the judge did not know that. He thought it was an intelligence briefing.
Well, now there's even an update.
Which it was not.
There's even an update today on the way in. Now they found another dossier that was supposed to be available for the original fake. This is another fake to even make the fake even more impactful. And so
fake.
Yeah, so we have another fake one that's been found.
This is what I would, if I was the judge who signed off on it, and who knows, because all this is so secret, I would be really mad at the people who brought that to me because they brought it under false pretense. And obviously it was a situation where they were trying to get information on Trump. That's the bottom line. They were trying. It is a modern-day electronic version of Watergate. I mean, Watergate was a warm-up act compared to what this shows us our federal government's doing. Now, I believe, I want to have confidence in the FBI. I think, the people we know that work with that are super high-class people. But it shows you at the very top of our government, there's some shady stuff going on for political reasons. But, Watergate, they kicked in the door of a second-rate office building and looked in the filing cabinet to see what they were up to. To me, this is a high-tech version of that and really worse in a lot of ways. And if Hillary had won when this first started, you'd never know about it. See, that's what's even scarier.
Because she would have gone and cleaned it up.
Because you see how, right or wrong, that some people who had it out for a candidate, and look, let's just put it in this context. Don't say it is Trump or it is Hillary. Any candidate that this happens to, you had somebody had it out for a candidate, went with false information, got the FISA court involved, got a warrant so they could spy on somebody, and hopefully come up with dirt that they could let to the public and it bring down a candidate or a president-elect at the time.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio! Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
20 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so we're looking back over the weekend. So trying to get Big Love helping with the move-in Atlanta. And just thanks to all of you, by the way, that have been emailing. Big help on, the churches there, and here's where you need to eat, and all this kind of stuff. And matter of fact, he was out visiting a church yesterday that some of you suggested. So we'll see how that goes. Trying to find him a new church home over there, and I appreciate all the suggestions. Even had a couple that told me that they grew up listening to the show. They now live there and sent their cell phone number if he ever needs anything.
Yeah.
Because I told him you got to find a doctor, you got to find a dentist, you got to find a place where if your car, who do I go to get my car fixed? Just like you had to do when you went to college. Got to find all that. So anyway. New place, good start. Hopefully it'll go well. So we're waiting. Sherry and I are in an empty apartment. So So and it's fine. And
how much pacing did you do?
A lot of pacing, and I started like asking, is there anything I can take out to the dumpster? By the way, on the dumpster, clearly the sign says don't leave trash sitting in front of the trash compactor, but y'all just do it.
Yeah,
I mean the signs, you just throw stuff in front. That's asked you not to do that. So anyway, so Sherry and I, first of all, I'm like, let's do what we got to do. Like you certainly want to get stuff in the fridge. It'd be great if he got there and they had bottled waters and all that. And then we can go help with that, sure. And I started seeing a phenomenon that Sherry was unpacking cups and pots and pans and stuff. And I saw her start turning the water on in the sink. And I was like, whoa, what is this? Well, I'm going to have to wash these. I said, baby, wash them. I said, they were washed and then put in bubble wrap. I said, I know that I heard him say that all this stuff had been washed. First of all, I hated to break it to her, and y'all know me. All this stuff she got, even when he was in college, he ain't used any of this.
Hadn't been touched since the last time she put it in there.
I'm looking.
Well, she's just wanting to disinfect it one more time. I mean, to me, you throw that in the dishwasher.
At one point, I look over. At one point, I look over there and I said, "Baby, I'm looking at what you. What is that? Is that a double boiler? Do you think a 23-year-old male is ever going to use the double?
Does he even know what it is?
What is that? Are you stacking those like? That's not ever going to happen." And so I said, he's never used any of this. And so anyway, but fine. So I'm going through all this. Then all of a sudden, well, I'm gonna have to go to get some cleaning supplies. I said, for what? I said they did clean this place. This is new carpet. This apartment. No, I got to clean it up one more time. And I just need you not to be in the way. But I have nowhere to go. I don't.
What do I do?
I'm trapped. I don't want to walk out there on that porch. First of all, there's nowhere to sit on the porch.
How many times did you walk out there and look?
Oh, I walk, but it's so hot. Then every time I walk out, I'm miserable. Then I come back.
Yeah.
At one time, I found myself hanging out in this little break room they have, and I tried to watch a little. There was a guy in there that I think I was so in searching for something to do that I was starting to be, I think, creepy to people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You start cleaning up around the dumpster?
Terrence up front, I think, finally, he did it as nice as he could, saying, I need you not to stick your head in my office again. Because he was the guy that's up front. I'd walk up, hey, still hadn't heard anything from the moving company. Yes, sir. Tell me if this was not it. He literally said to me, because I know what he was saying, Mr. Burgess, it's now y'all's apartment.
In other words,
okay.
Just where you.
Okay. I
don't need updates every 30 minutes.
Right. But you know what he's saying? Do whatever y'all need to do.
Yeah.
Okay. If you walk, hey, when I got all the paperwork done with your son, it's his apartment now.
Yep. Zip it.
Okay. So I'm running an apartment complex here.
Yeah.
On a Friday, and I know apparently you're looking for a friend, but I'm working. Okay. So, hey, Terrence. Hey, you got any updates on the tournament? Baseball? No. My wife won't let me come back to the apartment. I'm just kind of going to be the creepy guy with a beard wandering around here now, trying to find something to do.
Hey, was the air conditioning working?
It was. Important. Praise God for that.
Yeah, amen.
So anyway, then it happens. Look down. Brooks Burgess on the caller ID.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Hello, buddy. Dad. Just got a call from the movers. They're not coming. They're not coming. I said, what?
Roll your window out, son.
They've timed out. They're going to move me in the morning. Now, keep in mind, I'm in Atlanta. Okay?
Empty apartment.
Been there. I'm in an empty apartment. And if you move over to Saturday, June the 18th, you're seeing me needing to be on an airplane at 3 p.m. to go to Shelbyville, Tennessee,
Central,
to speak at a men's event.
Where are you leaving from?
Well, I'm supposed to be leaving from Birmingham.
Which is
but I'm
after coffee time with Walt.
But I'm in Atlanta.
Yeah, that's out.
And also, don't forget that for me to drive back to Atlanta, we're looking at 2 hours and a half if I have zero traffic.
Right.
We're looking at 2:45 likely, and a potential like it was coming in. But it is Saturday. But on Friday it was 3 hours. So I'm anywhere from 2.5 to 3 hours trying to get back to just where I need to be to get a shower to go to the plane. And so
That's an 11 a.m. leave.
To
have enough time.
Yeah, no, you are correct. 11 a.m. Central, 12 Eastern.
Yes, yeah.
So anyway, so
you're adding all that up in your head.
Then, and don't miss, I got to get a hotel room now because we're not laying on the floor, and so I go get on the phone, try to get hotel rooms, there close.
How's your attitude right here?
Attitude starting to slip.
Yeah.
So getting a little iffy. And Sherry picks up on it. Hey, it's fine.
Are you getting hangry?
Because I haven't eaten since I was talked into a smoothie. Okay, and
I got to know which one you had.
I had it was one Sherry made at home before we left.
Okay.
Yeah, it was strawberry based.
Okay.
So anyway,
no mangoes.
There was something else in it.
Strawberry banana, probably.
Right. Yeah, I had to pretend like it was good, but anyway, so
that's filling.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it tastes good. I love that. Thanks for putting that oil in it. That was the key. So anyway, some kind of oil she put in it. It's supposed to be healthy or something.
No.
In
flax seeds.
Yeah, something like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm into it.
Hey, that turned it. So anyway, and of course I keep looking across the parking lot at Old Hickory Barbecue. I mean, it's just a walk across that parking lot.
Okay.
And
Old Hickory.
No, we got to finish this because what we'll do now, we'll just wait on Brooks when he gets here to eat. And
they start to smell it because they're starting to make it.
You know what that led to, don't you, Bubba? Hey, Terrence. You got crackers? Anything like that? Any kind of crackers? No,
Me
sir.
again.
Terrence.
Terrence. Terrence. Mr. Burgess, your apartment now. You're no longer my responsibility. Something's broken,
baby.
Hey, something broke. Come see me.
Yeah.
Something not working. But we don't do crackers, and we won't feed you. Okay. Well, I mean, y'all got stuff at work here, don't you? You got something in the drawer? Peanut M&Ms, somewhat healthy snack.
Yeah.
So when I come back, and that's fine. I mean, I knew that going in that the time could not work, and they do that for safety reasons. And hey, these guys are getting after it. There's no problem whatsoever. It's just unfortunate that I'm now in this situation, and I've got to try to do the overnight stay, and then try to help. Because now where I messed up, and there's no way it would have worked. You realize at this point, if I bring two cars, Big Papa is set free at this point. I'm well, guys. I did all good.
What time of day are we talking right now? Is it dinner time, late afternoon?
Yeah, it's late. We're now talking because I didn't think they would get there with the furniture till after 6.
Yeah,
so 7, something like that. So now I'm rocking around 6.
Okay.
Yeah, and
trying to find a hotel room.
Yeah, trying to find a hotel room, and those are readily available there in Atlanta.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That is scary to me. I mean, that's not what we should be about in America. It doesn't matter what the parties are.
Yeah,
what you agree or disagree on.
People that we would trust their opinion keep trying to say, take politics out of this. The American people should be alarmed and up in arms over what the government is doing, regardless of party. And this, to Bubba's point, if you cared about Watergate, it is impossible for you not to care about this. It's just impossible. That was a fraternity prank, Huckabee said, compared to this.
It's scary what's going on.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Does it seem off?
The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Helmsy's birthday today. Helmsy, how old are you today? Because you're a young buck on the show.
Hey, not anymore. 40.
Oh, buddy.
I'm a man.
You're a man now. Boy, I'm 40 years old.
Hello.
I see you got to get your prostate checked every year now.
Yeah. I know. That is one of those things that's got to happen.
Then in 10 more years, everybody will be talking to you about your colon.
Oh, my goodness.
It's all downhill from here, buddy.
I know.
No, the 30 didn't bother me at all. My 30s just felt like the 20s again with more sense. But, boy, after 40.
To be honest, I don't feel any different, but that number it'll make you think a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Do you have reading glasses yet? Do you use reading glasses yet?
I do not.
Yes. Well, you will the next year.
About 40, about 45.
And if it happens to you like it did me, it happened overnight.
Yes, it's weird.
I was fine. I got up one morning, was trying to read something. I said, Betty, I must have pink eye or something. I can't even see this.
Right. Yeah.
Off the reading glasses. And then, of course, you don't want to know what happens at 50. But
now your mama showed up.
Yeah. She tried to play this thing last week. Hey, I got some friends from church that'd like to come to the show. Can you get them in? And you're not going to tell your mother no.
No, of course not.
Even though we had, golden tickets were sold out, I thought we'll bring out some chairs.
You pull up
this
chairs
is
for Mama. Pull up
mom's
chairs for Mama.
request. And
lucky for her, it's the day after the Super Bowl, so a lot of people didn't show.
And and when she said this, I thought, okay, wait a minute. Monday is my birthday. She's probably she's coming with some friends.
Yeah.
She's going to be here. But I actually forgot about it until I saw her walk up a minute ago. And there is a glare in here. And I thought, is that my mom? What is she? And then it hit me. Okay,
is that my mama?
I got it now. So listen to this.
What is that? What do you got?
Oh no!
I got a gift from them.
Oh boy!
And I've started Highlands College at evening, so they brought me a backpack.
Oh, look at
that. Little man's got his name on it.
Mama's little man. So nobody gets your backpack at school. Mama's little man.
Hams, I bet Jay didn't get one of those.
Yeah. Probably not. Yeah. He's probably mad right
Hey, wait a minute. I'm looking at
She put your name in your underwear?
I'm looking outside for when Mac Daddy's showing up.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about that too. He probably see 9 o'clock I'll hear from him. It'll be after 9 o'clock.
Right, yeah, sure.
So he's not going to get
I'm
up early.
40.
Yeah. Then I got me this. I guess I have my caffeine, when I'm sitting in class.
Yeah.
It's very nice, very sweet. And then in a shirt. We may be breaking some logo problems here, but we'll find out. I'll wear it.
Well, I know somebody. Yeah.
It's the Highlands College logo, and then Helmsy, and then on the back says freshman.
Oh, that's good. Mama's little freshman.
How about that?
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
Yes.
I've always waited for that day where you could actually play it for me.
Here it is.
There it is.
How about that?
So, well, happy birthday, buddy.
Yeah, 40.
And Speedy's
That's
worried
fun.
about your cake.
No, it's coming. They
I
said
have
it should be minutes
I have
away.
noticed,
Wait for
and
that.
it is. I hate that he has to go through this with everything. But I realized him looking and frantically texting this morning, and I thought it's about my cake. And I hate that because it's really not a big deal. I'm not a big cake guy anyway, but Edgar's puts together some great. I always like looking at the themes and those type of things.
Yeah, they do a good job.
But he has been stressing about it. Please don't stress. It's not a big deal.
Well, no, I do it. It's just what I do. It's part of the job. I mean, this is kind of what you do, even with guests or anything, and they're coming. It's just they're normally here around this time, and they said they're a few minutes behind. Traffic's tough, so they'll be here any second.
And then every year we forget. I thought they had like a running tally on everybody's birthday.
I did too.
And then when it's Speed's birthday, he don't have a cake.
Yeah.
Right. And we're
that's okay. I'm grown.
But I thought it was like this is this date, this date, this date. Next
do.
year.
Well,
you're
they
gonna
do.
have one.
They have.
We always say that.
They have the dates.
Right.
It's just I work with them on what kind of cake and the theme and stuff like that.
Well,
so I got you a good theme on the same line here. I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, see, because
we'll blow out the candles when it gets here. It'll be here shortly.
Because I know how these things.
Mac Daddy will probably get sick.
I know how these things stress you because we all know each other's little world and the handles that we had. And y'all knew that I was going to be on a bus all day Saturday. Y'all thought about that.
Sure.
And I started to text y'all in the middle of it and say, of course, y'all forgot what I'm doing right now. But anyway, so I heard you mention his cake and Edgar's, and I thought, I really literally in my truck went, Speedy's okay now.
Yeah.
It's fine. Because I thought it. So then I kept noticing that Bubba wasn't eating it. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big. Want to get an update on how everybody's Father's Day went. We'll do that coming up today on the show. And Greg and I will be leaving early because of a death in family friend and their family and the funeral. And because look, if you're dealing with Baptists, we've talked about this a lot. We're gonna lay our loved one to rest at 11 o'clock on a weekday. I mean that's the way we roll. So that'll be happening. Greg and I will be exiting the show in the last hour today, but the boys will handle it, no problem. All right, so we're now in Atlanta. We now have gotten the call from Big Love that the moving company says, hey, we've timed out. We won't get to Atlanta, but we'll be there to unload tomorrow morning. That'll be Saturday morning. 8, they give you these windows, 8 to 10, something like that. And all I did, and they did a great job, is I got on the phone with the movers then, and I said, hey, I understand the situation. We'll just stay here in town tonight. But I said, I gotta get to Tennessee by 3 p.m. Central. I mean, leave for Tennessee 3 p.m. Central time. And I said, so in these windows you have, say 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. I said, I know when we loaded in on Friday, the window was 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., and the guys got there about 11:50. I said, so it was kind of on the other side of the window, and that's fine because you were still inside the window, and you guys do a great job. But tomorrow, because of we need to be on the front end of the window if there's any way possible. If you can tell the guys, I got to have them right around that 8 a.m., not close to that 10 a.m.
Right. So what is the plan? I mean, if they can't get there, you got one car. What are you going to do?
Well, so we spend the night. I got a couple. Can I tell you something? I met probably the nicest, kindest guy at the DoubleTree there in Tucker. I love when people who work for your company are aware. They have an awareness about the customer. So by the time, because what happened then is Big Love gets there. We're going to go eat something, then unload what's in his car before we all go to the hotel. Okay, so and again, I'm on Eastern time now, so as a Central time person, I forget that I'm not paying attention to that. So we ease over to the Hickory barbecue place, and it's starting to get dark, and I loved it because I walked in. It's one of these places, and some of the listeners have suggested, and it's just a walk across where he lives from. You can walk there. We didn't even have to use a car. Wood paneling, the booths like you have in like a diner, pictures of Elvis on the wall, stuff like that. And I said, and there wasn't a waitress in there younger than 60.
Oh.
Okay, and I think to myself,
called you Sugar a lot.
Everybody they call me Sugar, Honey, and all this, but we're totally oblivious to the fact that we're on Eastern time. And so we sit down, and the first one comes and says, "Hey, baby, y'all doing okay?" And she looks at her watch. Can I get y'all something? We getting ready to close, baby. And I'm like, huh? And then I realize we're sitting down at 8:30.
Yeah. And you'd been thinking about it all day because you've been looking over at it.
Well, and that was one of those things. She then looked at our faces. Hey, it's going to be fine.
Back to the awareness.
Yeah.
See, I would have already passed out by that time.
Hey, we're going to take care of y'all.
I'd be laying on the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm. Baby, let me check and see if we got some cornbread. I said, yes, ma'am. Thank you. So anyway, so we have a great meal. Come back, put all the Big Love stuff in. Now we know we're in Atlanta now. Of course, y'all know how I am on my timeline. I'm starting to now think about tomorrow. That's all I think about.
Sure.
And I do this, and Sherry finally said, no need to keep making that announcement. And I said, and that's when I hit something that I said that Helmsy said he's going to adopt. Bubba, Greg, Speedy, Adler, y'all are welcome. My dad did it to me one time, and there is no way around it. So she says, I said, hey, we can. I mean, the wheels of our car have to roll no later, not a minute later than noon tomorrow.
High noon.
I've run the numbers. I got to have noon. No way we can leave after noon.
And if you're not done, what do? You
just leave. Just tell Big Love.
Handle it.
Handle
it.
It is,
which is fine. He
he'll get to put things where he wants.
Well, yeah, right. Sherry, wants to. She basically makes an apartment that she would live in. But anyway,
that's mama.
But that's fine. Sure. And then I told you I got one that just lets her do that. Then she leaves and he puts stuff where he wants it.
That's
Big Love not quite bold enough to do that, but and he doesn't. He's got a little different personality. He's just like Brody he's kind of laid back. He just eases through. Big Love's kind of intense, ready to go. Like right now he's headed to work. He's on the ball. So anyway. So I kept announcing it. Hey, Dad, hey, this barbecue's good. This is going to be a good place. It is, man. Now, noon tomorrow. Can't be past noon. Like this. And I said, I've run the number. And finally, Sherry said, do you know that we hear all this? Why do you keep running through what time we got to leave tomorrow? And I said, that's just what I do. And she said, excuse me? I said, I just want you to know that's something that's in my personality. It's who I am, and that's what I do.
Yeah.
I said, there's no explanation for it.
You didn't give her that's how I roll?
No, I didn't say that.
Pretty much how I do.
Because I think she might have had something for that. Right. When I said this is just what I do.
Yeah.
My dad taught me that with some of his little time, Greg, about dragging deer out.
Yeah.
That's when he said it to me. Dad, you don't have to drag the deer out. He said, but that's what I do. And I always will.
There's really nothing you can say to that.
So it's innate in you. Yeah. It's part of me. And I said, and part of me is I run through my numbers and I get my time thing up. And I'm already struggling a little bit because I've seen a lot of inefficiency with time today. And I said, and that's one of my big things because that's just we all have things. Yeah, I can't not be me on that,
Mm-hmm.
So
were you waiting on the food or had eaten?
No, we're waiting now.
Okay, so you're hangry a little bit too.
Yeah, and Sherry's starting to signal that. And she looked at Big Love. And she said, "Just a little caution flag."
Yeah, see, I couldn't eat that late. That's one of the things I do.
Yeah, see that? Exactly. Yeah. So, and if anybody questions it, just say, "Well, that's just
5
what I
o'clock,
do."
maybe 6 at the latest.
That's just what I do. So anyway, so we have an outstanding meal. We get everything out of Big Love's, and then of course, guess what starts me now? They're gonna have to put the truck right down there. You can't come in this way. It's too far. Hey, they could actually take the stuff that's out there that goes out behind the door, the little porch thing out here. They could take that furniture. Look right there. That's his apartment. Just hand it over there, and it's there. She goes, "Do you think they're just going to reach?" I said, "Well, that makes all the sense in the world. You
reach over the rail?
Yeah, you don't have to come through a door with it then." She goes, "Are you now planning out the move?" And I said, "Well, yeah. I mean, she goes, I bet they've done this before." And I said, "Yeah, I know they have, but they don't know this place. When they hit the ground tomorrow at 8:05 at the latest," I said, "when they get here at 8:05 at the latest," I said, "I have to be on the ground saying, hey, take the truck." Well, they don't need to waste their time going, "This won't work. What about this door?"
Yeah, that's 20 minutes in planning.
Yeah. Another thing the one thing we had to get settled is the fact that if I leave the apartment and don't take Brooks' fob with me, I can't get back in the building. Hey, all right, can you run this out to the dumpster? Yeah. Hey, Brooks, let me have your fob. Why do you keep taking his fob? I said, so I can enter in the building, so I won't be trapped out in the parking lot, unable to get back and die. That's why. You know what I mean?
Now I'm a
I said the fob is the only way in, baby. I mean, if I don't take the fob, I go to the trash can. Y'all never see me again. I said, just one day, maybe y'all look out the window and see me out here. I said, but I have to have it to get back in.
Yeah, the only other thing you do is throw pebbles at the window.
Right. You want me to try to climb in?
Not very efficient.
I said, I'll tell you one thing, I make him come in the way that patio furniture needs to be.
That's right.
But anyway, so they get there, and I want to tell the one guy wearing it. So we get to the hotel. We're done. We're done. It's nearly midnight, okay?
Ooh.
And we are done. And so we're standing behind someone. And this was so good. And I don't know what they were doing. I don't know if they were looking for a coupon, something bogged down, okay? And not one word was said. He looked into our eyes. He saw us back there. And he ought to be Doubletree Employee of the Year.
Okay.
He looks back there and he says, "Ma'am, could you just move over?" And, she was going through her purse looking for something. He goes, "And I'll finish up whatever I need to complete this," because really, basically saying, "I've done all I can do. I know you're trying to find something else, and I've got your key for you and all that. Could you just move over? These people look really tired, and I want to be sure they get to their room because they need some rest."
What?
Oh,
and
wow.
I look up. He goes, "Let me get this done real quick. And hey, I want y'all to get y'all look like y'all need some rest."
Wow.
And he said, "What I want is for y'all to get back there in your rooms and be able to lay down and get a good night's sleep." And I thought, it's been so long since anybody cared.
That's awesome.
Since anybody cared.
Yeah.
So,
and by the way, sir, you need to be leaving by noon.
right.
You know that,
and
right?
And that was another thing that Sherry told me in the elevator. Don't think the guy needed to know about the move tomorrow. I said, I'm docking it out. I said, "Did you notice how he agreed with me?" He said, "Yeah, that math, that's indisputable." But anyway, so we get up next morning, and to credit to them, Move Daddy was on the ball. Those guys, man, they hustle. They got it done. We got him moved in. And then this is one of those things I don't get about our number one earthly priority. I look up and we're done, and it's like 11:15. I've got 45 minutes of playtime.
Okay.
And I said, "All right, man, good luck to you. Let's pray for you." "What are you talking about? You said we didn't have to be on the road till noon." Baby, why are we going to cut it to we're not going to cut it to like that. "Well, you've been telling us the whole time we got to leave at noon." Yeah, but you know what? The only thing better than leaving at noon is leaving at 11:15. That's the only thing better than that.
Takes a little pressure.
Yeah, I may actually be able to go to Tennessee and not stink.
Yeah.
I might get a shower.
Yeah.
So anyway, we pushed it till about 11:50. And then got on the road. Didn't have any problems. Had a little bit of a discussion about the bypass, but other than that, and got there and got to the house. No problem at all. Got to the plane by 3. Went to see the folks at First Baptist Church, Sevierville, Tennessee. Had a great time there. Thanks to everybody that came out. We had an outstanding event, and it was a great day. So, wow. Big Love starting his new job here, and he's probably starting here in a minute.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So it must not be here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so then it hit me, okay, wow, I don't see a cake.
Yeah.
And then, but I knew Speedy had mentioned it, so then I sadly brought it up, and I apologize for that.
Yeah.
You know, because I knew he was in his own little battle.
Yeah.
And then I joined.
I didn't have the heart to bring it up because I knew he was in the battle. I just acted like it wasn't a big deal.
I'll put
which
it
is
this
not.
way. I'll put it this way. There's,
it really isn't.
There's normally a window that they show up in. Okay. There's a window of
the one that's closed
real
early.
Early, around 30 minutes or so, give or take a little bit. And that window is a little past. And they did reach out to me and they said, hey, we're a little behind. Traffic's bad, but we're on the way.
Rick, this is what I saw earlier.
I'll say this because they usually get it here real early. Helms walked in and said, "Okay,
I know it."
Yeah. I did not.
And this is not a dig on Eggers. They're still bringing a cake today.
Well, the time
we'd wait on the cake to do the segment, but that's fine.
Right. The time right now looks like at 30 seconds of the Super Bowl. We all thought our systems shut down.
Hey, how about
you
that?
know what I mean? When everything went dark. You know what I mean? That was really strange. And there was big discussion. Well, you've done something like who cut it off?
I know. I thought I said it on the remote.
Yeah, but anyway.
Yeah. All I thought was how much money was being wasted.
Right, and it was
just
a lot.
Gone.
But I guess we can talk about. I don't want to spend all day talking about any topic, meeting all day. But this thing with the memo, and I know the other, I really found myself because of these politicians and these political parties with their misdirection and redirect and all this. I kept finding just screaming. I got to grasp the bottom line here, because what got me was when Comey did like a move I did in high school. I remember one time in high school that I was caught cutting class, and when the teacher said, "Mr. Burgess, what are you doing wandering our campus during class?" And finally, I just looked at her and says, "I'm just cutting class." And she started laughing. She said, "We'll get to wherever you're going," meaning there's no way you would say that. And I think Comey's pulling that. Hey, I don't know what everybody's getting all fired up about. There ain't nothing in this memo. I mean, Comey, no, you look real bad in this. And he's acting like, well, this ain't no big deal. Hey, what's big whoop? And it's almost like Comey's trying to play that crazy card, say something crazy, and maybe people just kind of like back off. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, he doesn't seem think it's a big deal. Maybe I'm overreacting.
Maybe it's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm. But the bottom line, can somehow somebody like me, can I get to a bottom line? A bottom line is we know that dossiers were paid for that were fake to try to destroy the opposing party and a candidate. Yes.
Yes.
That's a yes.
It's research opposition, yes.
Okay. So and
it was used in a FISA court that is really designed to catch terrorists and secret things that we have to do, and tapped the phones and kept an eye on Carter Page, hoping really the bottom line to catch Trump saying something.
And we do know, which this is old news, we just kind of moved past this, that the IRS was used to target opposing parties.
Yes, we know that. We have two branches of our highest level of government that was used to go after political adversaries. Not criminals, people that you disagreed with.
So with all the redirect and misdirect and all that, these things can't be argued against, and does that bother us as Americans regardless of the parties?
It should.
Bottom of the hour, your phone calls coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You remember?
Oh no! What have I said now?
We were talking about man-made global warming, whether it actually exists or not, and we've talked ad nauseum about that. And the thing that we keep talking about is certainly the climate changes, and it certainly has had catastrophic changes throughout apparently its history, regardless whether you are, however you think, the age of the Earth, what you think it may be. It's true. We've had catastrophic weather events. It appears as long as we've been in what we would call a fallen state. Others would just say whatever state. But however you see things, and the question isn't have we had catastrophic weird weather throughout weather history, because we know we have. The question is, what role does man play in this process? And you offered up a theory about some of the things that
several years ago
that causes catastrophic weather. And it looks like scientists, once again, are finally catching up with you.
Well, Rick, I'm holding on to this theory and the fact that I believe the speed of light is not a constant. It has changed over time. We'll see when we get to heaven how that one went.
There's scientists that are starting to come over to your side on this.
Well, I know. If you just kind of look at the facts and then have to fill in the hole in the middle, there's only so many things it can be.
Right.
But Rick, when it comes to this, the magnetic field of the Earth protects the Earth and from a lot of cosmic radiation and all this kind of stuff. And it's all based off the fact that we have a magnetic pole running through the Earth. And why we have that, they can't exactly tell you, but it's probably because of all the iron ore in the center of the core of the Earth.
Pass the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top. Phone troll time. Yep. Here we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All 10 lines are available. Whatever you want to talk about, questions you want to ask, whatever's on your mind. How did your Father's Day go? You can tell us all that, or whatever you want to talk about at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Some of you may be off today for Juneteenth, and you're like, hey, I had never heard this part of the show before. It's a little bit later in my day. But you can get in right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy,
Don't call us, child.
we'll call you. Speedy on the line at the end of 30 seconds. Buzzer sounds, mypillow.com/Bubba. Don't forget to go there right now for big time savings. We're talking about some gigantic values. For example, just in time for summer, MyPillow offering the all-season slippers and their new sandals for only $49.98. They're both available in regular and wide widths. The breathable all-season slippers are perfect for traveling, relaxing around the house, super fashionable, and you can wear them anywhere. They're also available in men and women's styles and sizes, so go check them out and place your order now to save $90 as a listener of this show. And, of course, you get the same 60-day money-back guarantee and the warranty and all of that. So go now for this great sale on the slippers and the sandals at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Greg, before we go to the phone, a happy birthday out of your family today.
That's right. Chandler, my daughter, is 28 today.
28, Chandler Burgess.
The older they get, the older I get.
That's right.
We comboed, celebrated Father's Day and her birthday yesterday. Had all the grandkids were there.
Yes.
And we had a great time.
Happy
birthday. It's hard to believe. You remember when Chandler, when she was little, she didn't give Rick much.
Yeah, she was
because he would aggravate her.
Yeah,
and
she was scared of me.
Then one day we were going to Mom's on Sunday, and she knew you were going to be there. She declared, I'm going to be nice to Uncle Rick today. And from that point on,
that was it.
The minute we walked in the door, she went to you, and from that point on,
I've been her favorite ever since.
But it was funny because Rick was just a little much for her when she was little. And Pace is like that, her little boy.
Oh yeah, Pistol Pace
Jones. If you approach him too quick,
you got to watch
down.
it. And you told us what did Ellis say when they left yesterday?
Well, hey, thanks for having us. We were like he's a grown man.
That's better than some of the things he was repeating.
True. Right. Walking to the car. Hey, thanks for having us. I said, okay.
Bruce in Nashville gets us started. Bruce, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, fellas, had the perfect Father's Day. Me and my 15-year-old son went out after church, had fried chicken, and then saw Top Gun.
Yeah!
That's a good
Maverick, baby.
That's a good day right there.
Oh, that's a great movie. I
got to tell you, I cried.
Did you cry?
Oh, everybody's getting carried away.
Well, I tried to warn
you how much the popcorn was.
I feel your pain, brother. That's so good.
Well, I thought it was because of what happened. That's Maverick Monday, Greg.
That's right.
Can you believe that happened, Bruce?
I'm with you, Rick.
Did that shock you?
I never would have saw that coming.
No, me either.
Funny.
I mean,
teary-eyed over the popcorn prize.
Kevin in Alabaster listening to ZZK. Kevin, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Well, Happy New Year, Greg. First, the sound effect
I won't even acknowledge
that y'all need to put on. I know the sound effect that y'all need to put when Biden wrecks when he hits the ground is the lady from the golf course when Bubba hit it with the tree.
That's true.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's what it sounds like. Kenny and Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Kenny, go ahead. 30 seconds.
All right, I was just going to tell you the other morning, the pre-show, y'all were talking about going to the movies by yourself. And, sometimes it's just good to go because you like that getting in there and not having any distractions. And especially if you've been through a divorce or anything like that.
Well, that's a nice little
nice
caveat
call.
you put there at the end.
What did you say to the last part?
What in the world?
Well, you don't have any distractions, or maybe you just went through a divorce.
The divorce, you want to go to the movie by yourself.
and I don't want her there anyway. Yeah, that's a nice little call. What that was. Kevin in Florida. Kevin, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey guys, second time caller. Just want to say love you guys.
Thanks.
You feel like family to me.
I hope so.
You make my day.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
I just want to say about my Father's Day. My family got together, got me a big green egg, and man, what a big success that was.
Oh, that is awesome.
Barbecuer. My wife does not barbecue, and she is a convert now.
All right. Well, happy Father's Day.
There's a little bit of a learning curve to get it dialed in, just like you like it. But once you do, man, it'll do great.
Yeah, I cooked some burgers down there where that humidity went away, sitting there just looking out over it just felt so good to be outside cooking them and feel all right.
Well, I took an opposite approach. I was asked if I was going to cook out, and I said, not this weekend. I'm off.
That's right. I loved it.
I don't know if you know, it's 100 degrees out there.
Yeah, the Sunday was so good. I didn't know what to do with it. I saw what was happening this week, and it's like I just grabbed it because I knew it was going away quick. Cody in Nashville, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Green Acres guys, how y'all doing this morning?
Good. I hope you're okay,
Excellent.
man. Go ahead.
Doing good. So please tell me, one of y'all has seen Biden on the Jimmy Kimmel show and how bad that went.
We played some clips from it, and it was bad. Yeah, we did. We played those clips. I think it was the next day, wasn't it? Right after it happened.
What was it he said? There was one of them that was pretty funny. What was it?
Yes, but it was bad.
Kimmel even made a joke.
Yeah.
About
it was about the biracial couples.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow. Tim in Fort Payne. 30 seconds. Tim, go ahead.
Morning, guys. JSU brother here. Cecil's or the Rocket? Who's the best?
Say that again.
I don't think so. Well, you got one choice now. You're talking about in the past.
You're talking about in the past. So Cecil's is no longer open, right?
I know. But what was the best? What was your favorite?
Wow, that's a tough one.
That is a tough one. I probably would lean Cecil. I probably would lean Cecil's on that one.
I probably would too.
Yeah. But I like them both.
They both were good, but I'm going to tell you, the old Rocket Twin Burger was hard.
That's a tough one to beat there.
Good.
That old twin basket.
Yeah, that's good.
See, we used to have a
salad.
We used to have a. Oh yeah,
it's a good one.
Yeah. We used to have a business next to the Rocket, so I ate there a lot.
I bet you did.
A lot.
Gosh, I bet you did.
Of course, I ate at Cecil's a lot too.
I know.
It was always good to see Miss Shirley.
Yep, big old hamburger steak.
We'll be back more to unpack on the program today, and we will do it. So you stay with us as another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
If you would. But we've got drillings from places like Antarctica that, man has not been there. It has not, been tampered with. And it looks like on some of these drillings we've done, not only there but other places on the planet, that as you dig back through the sediment, the deeper you go, they've looked at the magnetized particles in that, and it appears over time that the poles of the Earth have flipped, and probably more than once.
Mm-hmm.
So that brings into question, how would the pole flip, and what would it do to the magnetic field, and how would that affect it? And one theory is that the magnetic field would shrink and basically go away as this polarization flipped, and then it would build back up. So during that time that it's down, you got all this cosmic radiation and all this stuff that would be causing havoc on the Earth, and has that happened 2 or 3 times in our past. So it's a theory, and if it is true and the poles are going to flip, and some are suggesting we can now see that measurement, it may be part of the cause of some radical weather and some other things here on Earth that could cause a lot of problems. One, they point to is the cosmic radiation could cause, devastating effect to DNA or cause cancer rates to skyrocket. And we've seen that a couple of times over Australia and some places where we've had a ozone hole float around or something. So it may have been caused more by the poles changing than the actual man-made part of it.
Well, I mean, I realize
does that sum it up?
Yeah, I realize that bringing this up, cost you that Montana vest today.
Yeah,
but I mean,
thank goodness for that undershirt.
Yeah, I know, but it was in the news, so it was worth mentioning.
Right.
You know how we have so much fun, and one of the things that if
you'll see more on that later.
If you like to cut up and have fun with your friends, we have had to come up with the Guntersville Treaty, or else we couldn't function here.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So we've all entered a treaty that we won't prank each other. But there's still enough people that we know that aren't under the treaty that still enables us to go out and kind of feed that a little bit.
Have a little fun.
And there were a couple things that I wanted to bring up that happened over the weekend that I think you guys would enjoy. First of all, on Friday, I did not know this. I took our friend Scott Dawson, who we know as we're fired about him running for governor and all that, and he's been with the show a long time. He was the victim of a prank that was pretty severe. We call it
legendary.
The prank gone bad that happened down at our family farm where we have some land, and I did not know this. So Friday he was reaching out saying, "Hey man, you want to try to get together?" And I said, "You know what? I got a lot going on." I said, "Now if you want to ride with me down to the farm, I can pick you up somewhere. We'll grab a bite to eat, and you can go down there, and I got to get that done. But I do have to be back by a certain time, so it's not like I'm going to be down there all day." And he said, "You know what? I think I'm in." He was a little reluctant, and so
I would be too, Rich.
Yeah. So we got.
Why would he go back?
So we got down there. Well, it's how they tell people to go back and face your fears.
Mm-hmm.
So when we got down there, I noticed pretty quickly that he was very apprehensive, and he kept asking me over and over again. He goes, "And look, I entered the treaty," and I said, Dawson, I'm not doing anything to you today, I promise. So at first I thought, well, I just won't take him to the scene of what happened.
Yeah.
And then that moment came. I guess every survivor has that moment where I guess enough time has passed, and he said, "I need you to take me where the incident happened." And I said, "So you ready to face it?" He said, "I need to. I need to go back there."
It's a big step.
It was. Now, he brought up something that I was against, but he wanted it. He said, "I need to see where I turned the four-wheeler and tried to escape." I said, "Scott, you don't want to see that." He said, "Why?" I said, "Because it's impossible that you got through there, and I don't know how you did. And
Yeah.
You're going to be angry at me all over again, how close you were to death." I still don't know how he got through there. He says, no, I need to see. So we go back to the actual scene, and I just got quiet. I just let him do what he needed to do. And he got out, and he goes, "Right here's where he walked out." And I said, "That's correct." Is this where Garnett couldn't get the four-wheeler in gear? Right here. This is where he wet himself right here. And he said, "So that's the road y'all went down." Correct. He said, "So this is where when Gary shot, I thought you'd been killed." Yeah, that was right here.
That's it, right
Got
there.
that.
Yeah.
Got that.
And then he says, "Show me, I need to look." And he goes, "That's where I went." He said, "All I could think about was what y'all taught me about deer hunting is when deer get scared, they run to the woods. They don't run around out in the open." So all I knew was to go to the woods. I said, "Right." Of course, there's no trail there. And he goes, "Can we walk over into those woods?" I said, "I guess if you want to." I said, "But it's not going to be pretty. I got to warn you. That's nothing but thick young pines in there." And we walk over there, and he goes, "This is where I went." And he looked at it, and he looked back at me, and I looked at him, and he looked at me, and I said, "I don't know how you got through there." And he said, "All I remember was hitting various trees and bouncing around." I said, "Well, that's the only way. I don't know how."
That's all you got.
And then he goes, I said, "How you got from here to out in that pasture, the world will never know." He goes, "My legs were injured for a while, really scarred up, really bloody." I said, "I understand that. We didn't think you'd get away from me that fast."
Adrenaline.
I didn't know you would escape so quickly. I thought we would all just laugh it off. Hey, look, it's Gary. I didn't know you would plow a four-wheeler into a pile of young pines.
Do you think that helped, though, going back afterwards?
It did. We talked about that. He said this was a big day for me.
Yeah.
He did.
The Instagram that Gary put out was phenomenal.
Oh, yeah, we've been showing that.
I shot at this man one time. Glad I missed. He has my vote for governor.
Yeah. Just classic, man.
Yeah.
That is classic.
Yeah. I think it helped him, though. I think Dawson crossed a big bridge.
Yeah.
He had to put it behind him.
He did. He just stood there I just walked off and left him standing there in the woods for a while. I said, "Call me when you're ready for me to come get you." We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we rotate, and it was my turn to teach, which that means I'll teach at 8 o'clock, the youth, and then go to worship. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, thank you for being with us today. Everybody back together. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Helmsy's back from vacation. Hey, been down to Cape San Blas. By way of Pensacola, which was an interesting way to go. But no, I know the tournament. I'm just kidding. You went backwards. There's Bubba. There's old Bubby.
There he is.
All right, so we talked about this. It's been a couple weeks now. Speedy, he listened to us. Greg did not. Had a lot going on this weekend. But now, Adler, have you seen Maverick yet?
I've not seen it.
Sorry.
Okay,
Adler.
sorry about that.
Sorry about
I'm
that.
going to get a snack.
I keep meaning to see it, and I just keep forgetting.
Do you think you're committed now? And I think I know the answer from Greg. Adler, do you think you now have crossed the bridge that you will wait for streaming now?
I think so. I think I'm to that point. Probably.
Sad.
Yeah.
But
and plus, I don't want to pay for a ticket because I know y'all are about to spoil it for me right now. So
yeah,
that probably.
You've had
we warned.
How many weekends have you had now? You could have gone. If
Y'all
it was a
warned
priority.
Weekdays
you
too.
I've been warned. I was warned.
You
In all
warned.
fairness, it's
Yeah.
fair. That's
Greg,
fair.
Greg,
That's
you've
fair.
been warned.
Well, my point is, you only a few highlights, but you're going to give the whole story. I mean, that's just boring. Anyway.
We're going to talk frame by frame.
Look what Bubba's got on.
So I thought part of Maverick Monday was just we're going to talk as a staff about it.
No.
Y'all going to actually be on air?
Absolutely.
What about the audience?
What about it?
There's a lot of people that are busy and haven't gone.
Well, they had they had enough time.
On your
Hey,
schedule.
there's nobody more busy than you, and you got it done.
Well, I mean, but that's Terry.
Hello.
Terry forced that yesterday.
I found a way to see it. You think I just lay around?
No,
and sit in the
nobody
floor?
said you laid around.
Hey, and sit in the floor
Lazy.
and sit in the floor and watch Sherry clean all the dishes.
Who thought that?
She said, she just texted me. She said, time may have drugged by for you, but I was actually working the entire time. And she said, you were just there to and
to gripe about it.
And I was the trash guy. I was an outstanding trash guy. But anyway,
kept everybody on time.
Y'all
what I'm saying is, I'm pretty active. Speedy's pretty active. Bubba's somewhat active, and we all got a way to see it. Yeah. And so I think people have had enough time. And now Bubba's coming today. Did you get this for Father's Day? I love
did.
this.
You like that?
I
Top
love
dad.
that. Top dad. So you think you're the top dad? I love that Seinfeld episode. You think you're the number one dad? I love that one.
Feats of strength.
So
in a related story yesterday, they were talking about Top Gun. Okay, Taylor and them. Anyway,
I like to see you call it Maverick.
Maverick. Well, they come up talking about this actor that all the women love, Miles Teller or whatever. And they were saying this, that. And I said, y'all ever see that movie when he's a firefighter and they all died? And you know what I'm talking about? And Taylor goes, Greg, Dad didn't call me Greg. He said, from this point forward, if someone hasn't seen that movie, don't describe it to them as a movie about everybody dies. 'Cause you don't know that to the end. And we did the story when it really happened, so I thought everybody knew the story.
What is the actor's name?
So
Miles Teller, the one that plays Goose's son.
I didn't know that. People always think I'm him.
Should we just give a warning here that if you don't want to hear about the movie in depth, you probably need to tune out for a second?
Yeah, I mean, just.
What are we going to do? Start at the beginning and just tell what happened?
I think it's okay.
Why would you do
break
that?
this down like you would a college football
What is there to
game.
break down? It's a movie.
I think it's okay.
I'm getting from
People
you
who've seen
exactly
it
what
don't want to
write.
hear you talk about it.
Yeah.
And people who haven't
Greg,
seen it
No, the
don't
people
want to hear
who've
you.
seen it want
Hey,
to
I'm
talk
going
about it.
frame by frame.
They've been dying.
I'll be honest with you, and I've always loved this show. But when y'all used to do that 24 thing, I couldn't because I didn't watch it.
That's
Y'all
different.
would just start at the beginning of the episode and talk about whatever I did.
Greg, frame by frame.
Just don't tell me who died. Just don't tell me who died.
Well, yeah, you don't want to know that.
All right,
That's a tough one.
All right, take it easy.
So, Speedy, did you like it?
I did.
Because Speedy's the one who's new who just saw it.
Right. Look at him.
Right.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I liked it. I really did.
He didn't like it. He didn't like it.
He didn't like it.
No, I can
It
tell
was
you.
overhyped,
Listen,
wasn't it?
no, it wasn't overhyped.
How can you live up to it?
Here was the problem with him. And
Greg,
I
since
know
you hadn't
exactly.
seen it, just pop down.
Yeah.
Frame by frame.
I'm going to tell you what happened to Speedy. He had to leave with 3 holes left of the United States Open Golf Championship, and he was wondering what was going on. That's all you can think about.
Were you
know
distracted?
it was.
So he reluctantly went.
Right.
You first of
reluctantly
all, Terry, who I know is watching and listening. Hey, babe. She was like, "Hey, let's go have a little fun afternoon date on Father's Day," and so she planned it, and I had a great time with her. And
she had seen the movie.
She
previous,
had seen
right?
it
So
because
this
she went.
second time
So
for
with
her.
some of her little girlfriends, they had gone to see it, and they went to a really nice theater.
Girls went to see it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Well, they had
like that eye candy.
They went and had dinner.
Like that eye candy.
Little candy for the ladies.
They went and had dinner where our studio used to be, and then walked up and saw it together. And they'll do stuff like that every now and then. But she said that theater, the screen was a little bigger and a little nicer, and she felt like after watching where we went, she felt like maybe the quality wasn't as great.
Wait a minute. Did you go to a theater that was so small you might as well just wait for it to come to your house?
No, it was a standard theater.
Did you go to the Dollar Theater? You remember the Dollar Theater? He's trying to save a buck.
No, it was still, I think she said, because she's the one that booked it, I think these were like 15 and some change each, and I think the other ones were like 19 or something. So it was just a few dollars difference. But I guess the quality was a little different.
Maverick.
I'm curious.
I didn't
He looked for a drive-through to try to
Look,
see it.
I thought the sound.
we had
Drive-in,
to go off time and availability, and that's all we had.
Discount Maverick.
But I saw his face when y'all brought. I don't know how anything can live up to that.
It was all right.
But that's got out of hand, hasn't it? It's a good movie.
But go back to this. Y'all are missing the point I keep making. We like it because just like you like food when you're really hungry.
There you go. We're starved for
We're
it.
starved for something
You're
like
so
that.
right.
The movies are so garbage
They're
these days.
all over.
I mean, you're like somebody who's been starving. It's like me eating at Old Hickory. I don't know if that place is any good or not. I was starving.
You're starving. And it was the best food you'd ever eat.
It's the best food I've ever eaten in my life.
Okay,
I had mentioned it earlier. I love the fact they kept the same type opening. It was, of course, updated.
Yeah, I like that.
Scenes. But
Don't have a problem
when
about that.
When that starts and that music hits, which is perfect, they go out of the anthem into danger zone.
I will say,
I just didn't expect somebody to get shot that soon.
I will say, kind of the way I knew how it was going to start because you told me, and I was like, eh.
Yeah, it did the same with me. It kind of ruined it for me, but I still enjoyed it. I'm just being honest
Y'all
about
saw
it.
the start of the first one. I mean,
but we didn't know how the second was going to start.
Yeah, but you knew. I mean, surely you would, right?
Yeah.
How could you not start it like that? Because that was one of the better openings ever, I thought, in the movie.
Now, when Maverick gets shot down, they can't find him. I heard that was the worst part.
Greg's influence on us watching movies has obviously changed over the years.
Well, at least this wasn't trying to be a true story.
It affects me tremendously. Like, for instance,
he's ruined so many things.
For instance, there were things that I thought were about to be corny, and then they weren't. For example,
wait a minute, I'll be the judge of
that. But because you got to watch it first, Greg.
Well, that will help.
But Maverick, Tom Cruise,
Rick, he hadn't seen it, so pot him down.
When he starts unveiling his old motorcycle and getting on it, I thought, oh gosh, this is going to be corny and goofy. Well, he was just going to work.
Yeah.
And so, which I thought was great. I thought that was a perfect thing because they were kind of setting it up and showing pictures, and I thought, okay, this is really corny.
Can I tell you?
It ended up not being.
Can I tell you the one pink elephant in the room? And when I first saw it, I thought, I thought I've felt this plot before, right? They took the plot from Star Wars. The whole thing was Star Wars.
I can't remember Star Wars.
Yeah, I don't either.
They had to destroy the Death Star by putting a torpedo down the one vent that it could be done to, and it's basically the same movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. See, I don't remember.
So that don't bother me that I know that.
Yeah.
I love that they played football and not volleyball.
Yes.
That was a huge upgrade from the first one.
What about that type of football, though, where you play offense and defense at the same time?
I kind of liked it.
I didn't expect there to be a shark.
People need
a Sharknado.
I wish the call, and I don't want to be the guy that complains and doesn't have an answer, and that's kind of what I'm doing right here. But I thought the call signs could have been better.
I did too, 100%.
They were a little weak.
Oh, really?
I thought they were.
I totally agree with that. That's something I didn't even think about.
So
I'm glad I didn't think of that earlier.
Well, it's Maverick Monday. This is what we talk about.
Greg, and I mentioned to y'all, I don't think they developed the pilots their personalities as much as the person.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
At 11 o'clock, I'll teach their adult class. That was kind of the deal we made to be a group of teachers and rotate it.
Right.
Whenever you teach the 8, you also teach the 11, and we teach, like once a month. So it was my day. So it's a different setup. So the youth, of course, it's going to be what? Very high tech.
Mm-hmm.
So which is not really my thing, but they, I'm getting better. So I first of all, when they were talking about this new system we've been doing, they're saying you need to have your message ready by Thursday of every week, and send me what you want on slides. You will be using the big screens, and you'll put the verses up or whatever. Which is, I'm like, well, gosh, now I got to get all that together and what I want on each slide, and everybody was laughing that I would never be able to pull it off and all that, and I've been pretty good at it about getting it turned in, because all I have to do is turn in the information. That's all I have to do. And but when you go to the 11 o'clock adult class, it's just a little platform, little, what do you call it, podium, and you lay your notes or the Bible out, and you don't use any visual, okay, normally. So I get there for the 11 o'clock adult class, and there's Henson, and he's all fired up. And he comes over and says, hey, you still got your stuff for your slides? Mm-hmm. And I said, I don't, buddy. I sent that on to, the youth pastor. Well, you got it in your email, don't you? I said, well, I probably do, Jordy. I don't know why are we worried about this? Oh, we can put it up on these 2 TV screens in here now. Because they use, like, the choir room, and they've got some screens up there where they put up lyrics to songs and all that. I said, no, I don't want to. No, let's do it. Send it to me. So I'm like,
you've got him dialed in.
I'm like, oh, here we go. So then you get, and the choir room doesn't have any windows, and it's kind of underground, and I don't have great sail, and I'm wanting to just back out of no. And then he gets over there, and this is where he made his mistake. So he wants to show me how he can use Apple TV to put his phone up on the screen.
Mirror.
Well, in his hastiness to show me that, he just leaves his phone up on the screen. Oh. Now his wife's on the front row there. So I realize if I text, it'll come up on that screen. You know what I mean? So he's just like this. He's trying to find the email I've sent him because he can't wait to put up the slides.
He's studying, huh?
And so he doesn't realize. But his phone is now up there on the screens for everybody. So all of a sudden, I get down and I get his text like that, and everybody's watching. Have you told Kim's his wife's name? Have you told Kim yet about this weekend? Look, so all of a sudden it goes, whoop, and it comes up on the screen, and his wife looks up and goes, you see her looking around, and like that, and she's like, what? And she started going, all of a sudden I go, is Kim still good? Will y'all give me that money? Look, and all of a sudden it goes, whoop, and it comes up on the big screen. So now I'm throwing stuff up there like I think, and the whole class is screaming, and Kim's looking at that, and she's getting a look on her face like, and he doesn't even know he's over in the middle of it, and everything I just keep throwing various things up there. Excited about your new commitment to lose 50 pounds. You know what I mean? And,
delete.
Yeah.
So anyway, that don't ever put your phone up there on screens and leave it. Especially now, most people would let that go, but ain't no way I could let that go.
That's funny.
Now don't forget, I'm just about to teach Sunday school too, and I'm doing that.
Sure.
But anyway,
but it's fun.
Oh, it brought the house down. And I could have gone further. I was kind.
You could have gotten.
I could have really stirred things up.
Yeah, you could have.
There it is. Can you even have that title now? Maybe, I don't know. But anyway, so that's REO Speedwagon, for those of you that may not know that band. It's funny because my wife and I, our anniversary is coming up this Saturday, 22 years of marital bliss, and we've declared to make the 2 teenage boys who are still at home the most uncomfortable, we've declared it Mushy Week.
Oh, boy.
And all we do is we just goo over each other and just talk about how much we love each other around them all the time and hug and kiss, and it's driving them crazy. Yeah. I say, hey, it's Mushy Week, baby. Mom and I turning it up this week. And y'all ain't going to hear anything but just how much we in love. God, they're so uncomfortable.
They're running out of the room.
Oh, sure. I'll show them a couple texts here. I might even grab an emoji. So anyway,
there's some pretty interesting ones out there now, especially if you put several of them together. You know.
Well, it's funny. Sherry went and she wanted to. What's those things? What are they called? What are they little?
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me.
All right, we're back. 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. We'll get some of your phone calls in too. So Speedy finally saw Maverick. Adler still hasn't. Greg hasn't. We were discussing that because we said now we can kind of talk about amongst ourselves because we gave them fair warning, things that we liked, didn't like. And so I do want to give an update on some other things because I'm wondering about this. So Jurassic World Dominion, which, you know, I love the Jurassic movies. This one I'm not that interested in because it feels like that we've really run out of narratives now, but it looks like that everybody else had no problem with it. Back to us all being hungry again. If somebody serves a meal that we think we can depend on, we all go eat it. $68 million at the box office. Top Gun Maverick is nearing the $1 billion mark, and and they're saying that Jurassic World dominated Lightyear, which is the Pixar movie that is just showing another sign of how Disney is losing their way, thinking that children care, or anyone going to see a family movie, you know, cares about this same gender relationship in a animated movie for families and kids. But anyway, I don't know if it was successful. Did this hurt them? Did it not? I don't know.
I don't think it did near what they thought it was going to do, and there also was more backlash because, you know, they changed the voice of Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah, they didn't use Tim Allen this time, so they had a couple of things working against them on this. And I think Tim Allen tried, to his credit, tried to downplay it a little bit when everybody was talking about that you know they went with somebody because it's Buzz Lightyear's life when he was younger or something. But, yeah, you're right. That movie's got some problems, and I think this is one of those things where Disney needs to be told that, you know, they can be Disney and they can have these great brands like Toy Story and all this, but that people won't just line up and, you know, let Disney, you know, give them a product and then go, well, whatever's in it's okay because you're Disney and we must go watch your stuff. Or them thinking this is the current state of society, that the majority of the people who love family movies are embracing this. I think it's an important moment on the consumption of entertainment. But anyway, it didn't look like it did what they expected. To Bubba's point, it was beaten soundly by Jurassic World, and Maverick continues to dominate.
How about Maverick is going to? It's sneaking up on $1 billion.
How about that? That's
that's pretty impressive. And even though there are obviously some things in the movie that we may not be 5-star for as like we were talking about the plot and some other things, but the cinematography was so good on it.
Outstanding.
That I think that just drove the whole movie.
Well, the thing, and one of my sons used this term, and like I say, he's a videographer and does all this, and he loved the fact that they got back to actually shooting in real, not computer generated stuff. And he said you really get immersed in it. It's immersive. You're in there. You're in those planes. You feel like you're part of it. And I think that. Did you enjoy that part of it, Speedy?
I did.
Yeah. Did you like the movie?
I did. I liked the movie.
Were you pieces of pizza?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Oh, I'm 3 slices. I just haven't been back for my next slice yet. And I need
to. Wait. Now I will say.
Wait till Hams want to go.
I will say this: waiting a little bit and getting a lot of the backstories and some of the extra clips, that are available, like, him doing some specials on it and whatever. You really got to appreciate the scenes and how they shot them and stuff. So going in, you knew, hey, this is all, shot, live. And he even came on before the movie and said these scenes were shot, no special effects.
Yeah, I like
all
that.
Well, now one was the death. What's it called? The Dark Star. What was the name of the super fast plane in the beginning?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, whatever that.
I know
was.
what you're talking about.
Where it came over and rattled the guard station. That plane doesn't exist. So it was an F-18 that did that. But that was a real shock from an F-18 flying over that low. That in other words, the roof of the building coming off was not CGI, but the plane it was. They made it look like something else. Was my understanding.
Yeah, well, it's
now China's not buying that. They want to look into. They think that we've got this dark star.
Do they really? Do they really? Was there anything? I can't think the actor's name that plays now the. Hey man, I don't really like Maverick guy.
You talking about
Ed
John
Harris?
Hamm? What's his name?
John Hamm?
No.
Is he
not the first
admiral?
guy. The main guy that's with
the
him the whole
second
time.
guy.
Yeah. What's his name?
Was it John Hamm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For some reason, I didn't want him being the bad guy. I wanted him over on the. Hey, I'm all about Maverick side.
Well, he's one of the everybody's out to get Maverick.
He's one of the very few actors, in my opinion, that can pull off being the mean dude or the very strict person, and he can get in a comedy and be funny too.
I want to hang out with John Hamm, and that's the issue.
Yeah.
And I didn't. I wanted. I mean, I'd like for he and I to go fishing or something.
What about Ed Harris?
And I've always liked Ed Harris. I really have. But I just. I know there's probably things about both of them that would disappoint me, and if you and I don't really want to hear it, but because let me enjoy it for a second. But I just didn't like him being in that role. I wish somebody else would have been in that role. That's a very, very tiny critique.
Yeah,
but I didn't want him being the guy that we're all like, yeah, man, you don't understand.
Yeah, prove him wrong.
Yeah, Maverick's gonna prove you wrong, buddy.
And them getting to space, I think, is what proved him wrong the most.
It was.
Yeah, I couldn't believe
when they landed on the moon.
Yes. And then
that was incredible.
And then we're going to launch from the moon now that Maverick's done his job.
Right.
From there to Mars.
Yes. That Terry didn't tell me about that.
I didn't think the
surprised.
creaters looked real.
No,
the
not at
aliens
all.
were like.
Yeah, right. And you could
exactly
tell
how they
that
sounded.
they didn't do CG. It was actually people in makeup.
Which I thought was a bold choice.
Yeah, it was. But
can I ask a question on the corn? I'm always looking at corny.
You got to watch that. Yeah.
And I have a question.
Anything cringy?
Well, and this is one of those things where I'm gonna, if you hadn't seen it, this is gonna ruin it. Okay, but it's Maverick Monday, and what y'all discussed that last week.
Fair warning.
Fair warning. Did you think? Because I didn't think. I thought Rooster, Goose's son, playing the piano was actually good, and I thought it was going to be corny when it started because they were trying to remake.
Totally agree.
When they were trying to redo the scene from him and Maverick.
Totally agree.
And I thought
him doing a Gaga song that.
How did y'all like?
Well,
how did y'all like the flashbacks?
It was not featured in the movie like I thought it was going to be, and it's really. I thought it was probably the weakest.
You talking about the song?
Yeah, the song.
Yeah, good. You don't have to fool that. It's over.
So I was expecting that part to be corny, and it wasn't. And then the other thing is, I like the flashbacks that they would do when they were.
In case you didn't see the first movie, you knew.
I like that. I like the way they did that.
So
I didn't want to relive it.
I have a question, and I was thinking the same thing, and we have an emailer. When there is a part where Maverick takes his wings and puts it on a coffin.
Yeah.
Not say who it is, but is that a symbolic thing that happens a lot? Do people do that?
Yeah, I think
What is it called?
I don't know, but I've seen real military.
Yeah.
I've seen real military funerals where they do that.
Yeah.
Did he take his, or was it the deceased?
Yeah, they
wings
take
he put
them
on?
off, and they each.
Okay.
There would have been a bunch on there probably by the time.
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah, bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tune of you.
I know.
Caricature.
Bit emoji.
Yeah,
that's it. And she made one.
So I went with caricature.
We were going to Atlanta back over Christmas break, and she made one, and she was like, I'm gonna make. She said I'm gonna make you when you have your glasses on. I'm gonna make that one. I said okay. So she's done that. So every now and then I'll grab that, especially this week. They got all kinds of little things you can do with those. So send her a little message throughout the day. Mushy week continues. Then right into Valentine's Day, we're going to be so in love over the next 2 weeks. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, you got a busy schedule.
So anyway, it's
pace yourself.
It's great. It's great. We're having fun. So especially if it's annoying the boys, that makes it even better. All right, so we do have a number of things to unpack. I mean, when I'm handed these headlines, I was just sitting in my office going over all the different headlines. Am I on some?
I know.
Am I on some other planet? I mean, what's happened? Have I left the world that I once lived in? Guys, we've lost our minds. I mean, this is the weirdest era. People say, well, it's always been a little weird. No, I think this would make Trump all weirdness before. Yeah. I mean, this is just
every day is something new.
Every day there's something, and what I like, and Bubba and I were talking about it, is we don't seem to. There's no boundary. It's like there's never a point. If we were playing football, there is no out of bounds. I mean, there's never a play that anybody's out of bounds.
Yeah. You can run to the parking lot to get open. Don't worry about the stands. Go in the parking lot.
Hey, you completed a pass over by a truck. Hey, he's out of bounds. No, nothing's out of bounds.
All good.
All good. So anyway, we'll unpack all those stories today, and we look forward to talking to you too at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Our website's Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word "and." You can always go there and get all the information about the show. Also, you can go there and shop the Rick and Bubba store. I had somebody ask me, can we get ringtones? What about the Rick and Bubba theme? You can do all that. Click on goodies. All that can be found there. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Where the Georgia satellites bring us back, which means there are more celebrities and more people being accused of inappropriate groping.
Give me no lines and keep your hands to yourself.
Looks like today we loved him in the movie Jaws.
Sure we did, Rick.
Bubba loved him in Mr. Somebody's Opus.
I did. I never even saw that movie.
Mr.
Holland's
Bubba,
Opus.
you love that. You like a good opus.
When I saw the title of that movie, I asked somebody. I said, "What is an opus?" Is that? I mean, I thought,
sounds like Fat Friend.
Do I need to be going to see that movie? I mean,
No chef, she said, don't hand me no lines and keep your hands to yourself.
Photos have now appeared. Richard Dreyfuss undoubtedly is on Broadway, and there were some young ladies that got a chance to meet Mr. Dreyfuss backstage and said they were shocked at his behavior. Now this goes back to a Broadway production of Sly Fox. Boy, all the puns in this back in 2004. Because remember now, the times we're living in right now, it is not the behavior of you today. It's the behavior, in some cases, in the last 40 years.
And that's a long time.
Boy, that's a long time.
That's almost not fair.
So
who came up with that?
But this is the part, and I know we've all said this, and I certainly don't want it to be interpreted any other way, because the behavior of these men, and many times, is obviously inappropriate, grotesque, and not something that any of us should take lightly. But I do have to keep asking. It's almost like people are sitting around, and now that this has started, somebody said, "You remember that time we thought Richard Dreyfuss was acting kind of weird?"
Yeah.
And all that. Let's go tell that story now. We didn't tell it then. Let's go tell it now.
Is this an old story on him?
It says 2004.
Oh.
Says,
I tell you that picture. He got a handful there, doesn't he?
Yes, he really did.
This is no boating accident.
No.
Wow.
We're gonna need a bigger boat. But anyway,
what a greeting.
but to get some distance between us. Anyway, they said they went backstage to meet him after. This is just what the story says. The Broadway production of Sly Fox, and said, and these
2004.
Yeah, they said when they went back to meet him, they said the first thing he did was give me a hug, and he stuck his hand I can't even read that. But he got a little. He went to the backside of the woman. I'll just say that. And without
he checked her all.
Without any warning, said he turned around and also grabbed me in an upstairs area, and then grabbed me right above my private area, like he was tickling me.
Now this is a complete stranger he's met.
They met him backstage.
Yeah. Now how do they get backstage to begin with?
Well, you get VIP. Sometimes people say, "Hey, you want to go meet Richard Dreyfuss?" Yeah, and it's a meet and greet.
He's actually.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, as we work our way back and chatting with you. Lines are available. The real Greg Burgess on the phone. If you want to talk to us, could be anything. It could be about Maverick Monday. Could be any topic that is on your mind, something you would like to discuss. Those lines are available to you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so you know what? I'm excited about Field of Greens. Do I get in all the vegetables and the fruits that the nutritionists say I should? I don't. Does fieldofgreens.com help me to do that? It does. And let me tell you, you talk about getting some energy back and feeling good, and I've just started on it and love it. It's a good feeling to be able to go back to your doctor and you do a little physical, and they say, "Hey, you look a little better here." Well, I like what I'm seeing. What are you doing? I'm doing fieldofgreens.com. Well, you keep on doing it. Let me tell you what. It's 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day we're supposed to get. None of us do that, do we? But with Field of Greens, it's a wonderful organic superfood. And you know how you're saying, man, I'm telling you, I have a hard time with my energy now. Then Nelson, you're like, where'd all this energy come from? I'll tell you where it comes from. You're taking Field of Greens. It's got a full spectrum of the essential vegetables that we all need, but maybe don't really like, and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It's 100% made in America. And if you're someone that says I need to be gluten-free and even maybe want to be vegan, then Field of Greens works just fine for you. The energy, really can tell that. Feeling healthier, get a little more sharp. As you can tell, I'm not quite there yet, but I just started on it. I hope it's going to help me be sharper. And it really has for the people that are way down the road using it longer than me. And I look forward to that. Fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba. You'll save 15% off that first order, then 10% off all the future orders. There may be others that compete, but fieldofgreens.com is the best in this field. Pun intended. Fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba. Get yours now and save that 15%. There's a link to it, rickandbubba.com, under the sponsors. To the phones we go. Let's go to Richard. Richard, welcome to the show. We thank you for being with us. If you want to join us, 866-WE-BE-BIG. There's lines available for you. Richard, go ahead.
I'm just keep hearing that y'all are the 2 sexiest fat men alive, but it's always a man saying it, so I'm wondering if this is coinciding with Pride Month here.
In the world.
Richard, if you're having some feelings you're not comfortable with, you'll have to deal with that on your own. But it's this has been a running joke for 28 years.
Yeah,
we've been at this a while, haven't we?
Yep,
28 years. So Adler, video 6. We were discussing this in the break. I think when you look at some of the things that we hear and we see, don't you think when you start talking about a topic, you need to be well versed in it and to understand what you're even saying? I think we're living in a time now, and I know we've talked about it before, and we kind of got tired of the phrase, "Hey, walk that out for me." Mm-hmm. But we have narratives now that people just throw out these outrageous statements, and if it remains unquestioned, you're going to hear the vice president. You talk about a gross misunderstanding of some of the religious faiths that are in our country. Listen to this comment when she's talking about the ongoing, we keep waiting on the Supreme Court. They keep kicking the Roe v. Wade thing down the road because I think they're concerned about how people don't know how to act. But anyway, listen to Vice President Kamala Harris, that she's trying to say that when it comes to the way she and the Democratic Party see the issue of on-demand abortion, she says, I really don't think there's any issue out there. I don't think people of faith have a real issue here. So listen to this comment.
So we're going to see. I've convened faith leaders. And, for those of us of faith, I think that we agree, many of us, that there's nothing about this issue that will require anyone to abandon their faith or change their faith. It's simply saying that the government should not have the ability to decide what an individual does with her own body.
I don't know that she understands. If you're a person that in your faith, and I know there's all kinds of versions of different faiths, and the guy who called the day doesn't seem to be aware of that. He's like, "What do you mean you keep saying there's 38,000 forms of Christianity? There's only one." No, sir, I understand that the Bible says what it says on topics, but there are people, and I hope you know this, to the tune of 38,000, that call themselves Christian, but when you delve into their true practicing of this faith, it's not biblical. you almost have to say, well, then there's Bible-believing Christians, and then you have the secondary things we disagree on, but that are not primary. But when it comes to where life begins, if you believe that the Bible is without error, and you believe that God has spoken, which He has in these scriptures, He tells you that life begins at conception, and then goes on to say that we are not allowed to take the life of an innocent person. Okay, so if you say, well, we want to do abortion on demand, and we've left, first trimester, we've done all that. With all due respect to our vice president, you're incorrect. For someone to not have a problem with that, or not to stand against that, or try to do whatever they can legally do to keep that from happening, if you tell them no, you can't do that, then yes, it would compromise someone's faith. It is them going against their faith to be okay with that. Yeah. Why does she not understand that?
Well, that was a question that I would ask her. I said, well,
she
why?
Can disagree, but why
yeah.
doesn't she understand that?
Why, if you, I understand what you're saying, but why do you think roughly half the population disagrees with you on that?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Why do you think that? Do you understand what they're saying? And, the Bible has several points where it talks about, New and Old Testament, that God knows you in the womb, that you're already, Job graphically described the way that God created him before he was born.
Right.
The person in the womb was not something that might become Job when he got older, but it actually was Job, a younger version of the same man.
Right.
So
Isaiah,
Isaiah, Psalm. You got. You just go through. There's a dozen
Psalms 139.
Also, when Gabriel came to Mary and said that you would be with child and give birth to a son, and they point out historically that in the first century and every century, to be pregnant was called with child, not after the child was born.
Right.
You're with child. And that child was already at that point Jesus. Right. Not he would turn into Jesus if you allowed him to have a breath of fresh air.
John the Baptist, he's leaping in his mother's womb when Mary comes into the presence of his mother, which means he also came to the presence of John the Baptist already in his mother's womb as John the Baptist.
It's even pointed out by some people that this concept of you're not a person until you breathe air is really the last stage of being born, that you already have a soul and a spirit as a small child.
Well, I would just say to the left, to all the points you just made and we're making, and you can hear Nancy Pelosi now, you guys have done a really bad job on being informed,
right?
So you can stand on the platform that is your opinion on this. But you're not even educated on the people that oppose you, why they oppose you. You're not even educated on that. And here she is, here's Pelosi, again, saying things about the issue that she's just wrong about. So here it is.
Madam Speaker, actually, as far as the abortion case is concerned, there has been a number of attacks on churches, on crisis pregnancy centers. Republicans are going after Democrats for not saying anything, and they're saying that your rhetoric is contributing to these attacks on these crisis pregnancy centers.
Well, let me just say this. A woman has a right to choose, to live up to her responsibility. It's up to her doctor, her family, her husband, her significant other, and her God. This talk of politicizing all of this, I think, is something uniquely American and not right. Other countries, Ireland, Italy, Mexico, have had initiatives to expand a woman's right to choose. Very Catholic countries. I'm a very Catholic person, and I believe in every woman's right to make her own decisions.
I would disagree. You're very Catholic. But, all right, so to correct her, so Ireland, she's completely wrong. They banned any abortion after the first 12 weeks unless the life of the mother's at risk.
Yeah, there's only 3 countries
so she's wrong about
that allow it.
12
at all.
weeks. 12 weeks.
It is us, North Korea, and China, right?
And that's more restrictive than the Mississippi law that they're going crazy about. They're saying that it's going to kill women. And she just quoted Ireland because she just pulled that as a Catholic, based country. But you're wrong about that. No, they actually have tremendous restrictions on whether you can get an abortion or not. It's not on demand.
Yeah.
Okay. So she just said something that's just wrong. Right. I mean, they're not informed. It's like they're throwing this out there, and they're so entrenched in it for a voting block. They haven't taken the time to even get informed about what they're even talking about when people want to say, "Hey, we've got churches getting attacked. We've got," and I'm telling you, one of the things that I believe, and I could be wrong, but what I believe the delay of this decision for the Supreme Court is they're afraid because of the just evil, violent attitude of our society now, and on different points of view. I'm not saying just this point of view. I think they're afraid that the church that stands on these principles that are biblical will be blamed for it being overturned, and they're afraid that people start attacking churches if they overturn it, saying it's these people of faith that have caused this problem. Here's my biggest problem for the pro-choice people, and I'm just going to tell you this straight out. One of the ways that it was limited where we live was a brilliant piece of legislation that required an abortion clinic to show a woman a sonogram before she made her decision. It wasn't going to keep her from having it. It just said they need to make a informed choice. And rather than just putting a sonogram in so a woman could make an informed choice, now remember, they claim to be pro-choice.
Right.
Don't miss that.
Right.
They wouldn't do it. They just would shut them down and can try to change that. Why would anybody who truly says things like we hear all this rhetoric, a woman ought to have a right to make that decision and really think about everything involved in it, why would you keep her from seeing a sonogram? Even if you said, I want everything to stay the same, but I think a woman should make an informed choice. I'd have a little respect for that. I would disagree because of the convictions of where life begins. But they claim that they're all about the woman and they're looking after the woman and it's all about someone's right. Nobody should be burdened with a pregnancy that they don't want or can't handle. But you won't let them see a sonogram? Yeah. See, I don't understand that. That makes it feel like you've got a different agenda, which is kind of creepy.
Yeah.
If it's really just about someone making an informed choice, they should have that information. Because I know that the centers that do have the sonograms, they're saying the women that change their mind after seeing it is a really high number. Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He knows them pretty well.
Well, that's the point.
Maybe
I think
mistaken for somebody else.
I think they're making.
Rick, it says here, Susan, who was 52, screamed "Pip it" as loud as she could. I don't know if you read that or not.
So anyway,
boating accident.
And then the other one said that was in the group, he came over and kissed me without permission. She said, I am smiling in the photo, but it's a nervous smile. I didn't know how to react. I was just taken back. It was so creepy and weird and awkward. We were excited to get to meet him, and it wasn't what we were expected. We were in shock. I was surprised. I didn't expect him to be that type of person. He was all over both of us. He also asked for us to stay. And now this may be the problem, said he was sweaty and talking fast. You think Richard might have run a few lines? And I'm not talking about from the script.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, yeah.
But and they said he came out in support of his son's allegation against Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, I remember that now.
Mm-hmm. So they said that Dreyfus.
That's right, his son. Yeah,
Dreyfus.
Remember
he also was accused of exposing himself to a Los Angeles writer in the 80s. He's denied that allegation. But these women have come out with pictures, and he clearly, if this picture is not photoshopped, I mean, he is definitely.
And look at the look on his face, would you?
Yeah.
It's just a blank stare.
Yeah, he is checking out the Boston butt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm talking about, and so there he goes.
Wow.
Yeah.
2004.
I tell you, Hollywood has a lot of groping going on.
Oh, it's Grope City.
And there's a lot of people who've just now realized that it's bad. Now they're going back and going, oh, yeah.
Well, there's also people meeting go, guys, we're not going to go down this road, are we? how did we get pulled into this?
Yeah.
Because you talk about a town that doesn't need to talk about this, and apparently. So anyway, this is what they're alleging, and there is no comment from Dreyfus on the latest accusation of something in 2004, where these women said their meet and greet with him was creepy and
You
weird,
greeted him.
weird and awkward. And all of these women, I get, and I can certainly understand this. What they're saying,
I
when
guess
they,
a handshake was out.
yeah, I think what's
How
happening
about a
here-
side hug?
I think what's happening is, they're going to meet these people that they like, who are
Right,
actors or musicians or whatever, and they're all excited about it, and they're in this moment with the photo. Hey, nice to meet you. We just love what you do, and the next thing they know, hey, and I think they're kind of like, well, hey,
Yeah, I don't know how to react.
and undoubtedly though they've been able to persevere through it since 2004, but now,
now
they-
that's true. It didn't really derail them, I don't believe. Not saying it was right.
Well, they're saying, look, if this is the topic, let's all come in with our stories now.
And I guess they're going, if he's going to go around, defending his son about accusations he'd put against somebody else, they're like, well, you did
Right.
kind of put the OL pincho.
It's it is a big issue out there. And
Boy, that's a groping bunch out in Hollywood.
They are. Well, and Bubba was saying, talking about, he had a story yesterday saying that this is not celebrities, but just talking about the workplace. And look, the workplace has always been a dicey little situation, but there are women coming out now saying, look, we got to be careful with this because it's just like everything else. And I don't know what happened here, and that's certainly a terrible story to hear of behavior, but what's going to happen now is there is, and I hate to use this term because I know it's part of a protest, the Me Too.
Mm-hmm.
There is that human weirdness that's always like, well, I don't have a story as good as that, so let me see if I can come up with something.
Yeah.
And now,
Sometimes.
and now what's going to get, like we said, sexual harassment is a horrible thing and should be dealt with by these people, like President Clinton, who seem to thrive off of it. But then it started turning into like if you were walking to the break room and you heard something in another office, then you were turning those people in, and it's the latter that I'm talking about, not the first, but the latter. When we get into this, every little thing is dissected because there's things that are bad behavior, and then there's things that are criminal, and we start making all those the same.
Yeah.
Some of the women are saying, it's going to get to the point where, instead of us advancing, there's going to be companies that go, is it worth it?
Yeah, well, Rick, you're
mean-
referring to the story yesterday. It's in the New York Post by Kyle Smith. It says a male backlash against the Me Too movement is brewing, and they talk about how feminists are delighted that a lot of this has been brought to light as it should have been. But what you're seeing also, and he gives the story here of a female executive from I believe she's from a PR company, saying that you run into situations now where females are finding they can't get in the door to have a meeting with somebody because the males are afraid they're going to be accused of something.
Yeah.
We're back 7 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us today. I've been looking back over the weekend and looking at the stories that were available to us today and running those down. Greg and I will be rolling out of here at the top of the hour to be part of a funeral today involving a family friend. And the guys will carry the rest of the way. Then Greg and I, Lord willing, will be back tomorrow. A couple of questions out there. We go to Debbie. Debbie's standing by in the great state of Alabama. Debbie, thank you for being with us today. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's on your mind?
Well, two things. I'm a Catholic, and Pelosi ain't. That's the first thing I'll say. Her and her cronies are not.
Well, I love how she throws in not that she's a Catholic. She's a straight up, a really, really strong one. I'm like,
Yeah.
you must have a different
All
Bible.
I can figure is the rest of us are just being punished for our sins.
Yeah, now that's true. There's a lot of truth to that.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I think God is allowing us to have some really terrible leaders.
You're no doubt about that. Scripture says he does.
Well, if I was him for a day, I'd be shooting lightning bolts everywhere.
Yeah, much more patient than I would be.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, what I called about to begin with is I'm trying to find out where to go to find the truth about Mo Brooks and Brett. There are so many lies out there and they are so twisted, and I can't find anywhere to go to find the truth. And I was hoping in y'all's investigative research and stuff, you knew where to go.
Well, we're just kind of
don't.
letting them speak for themselves.
Well, she says the ads you read. I mean, you don't know what's true. I mean, what's true, what's not true.
The sad part is, as Ronald Reagan once said, the 11th commandment was not to, take shots at other Republicans, and that's been long forgot. And don't forget, we had a similar scenario with this race last time where the two Republicans, or three or four, however many it was at one time, basically just chewed each other up, and it made for an easy walk-in for the Democrat, which did not represent.
That was so dynamic, Dougie Fresh.
Yeah, did not represent the views of the state at all. So, they both say they're going to go fight for us, and I'm a little disappointed that they don't put down this negative advertising. And they would probably say, well, that's what our campaign recommends. If you can't stand up to your own campaign people who you're paying, how are you going to stand up to lobbyists and people of the opposing party in D.C.? It just seems a little disingenuous, really, on both of them.
Well, if you the reason why, and Bubba, you've said this, and it's one of those things, those truths you wish weren't true. The reason why politicians still run negative ads is because they work.
Yep.
They always work.
Yeah.
And
they get worse every year.
Yeah, and to your point,
every time they get worse.
Yeah, and to your point,
one is just,
you have
this one is disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach.
Yeah, and I'm with Bubba. I think it makes the party look bad in general.
Because I think both of them really would probably vote the way I would want them to vote, probably north of 90% of the time.
Right.
But I just don't understand why we have to go through this song and dance, and then look, when it's over, you've got to turn around and ask the supporters and the candidate who you've just defeated and spent millions of dollars telling everybody what a scumbag they are, to turn around and help you win.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. It's bizarro to me.
Well, and we're to blame because all they do is represent who we are. If somebody in a race says, I'm taking the high road, I will not, I won't fabricate things. I won't edit, sound bites unfairly. I won't lie about my opponent. I won't try to throw them under the bus, and I'm just going to talk about what I want to do. If those people could actually win, then
you're talking about the last place candidate right there.
Yeah, I'm talking, of course, about the one that will finish dead last. If those people could actually win, maybe that would say something better about us.
Right.
They're playing to what they think we want to get our vote.
Yep.
And if negative advertising would stop working, they probably would stop doing it.
It's sad. I don't think you're going to see it change by any stretch.
No.
But if you believe the ads on face value, there's neither one of these people are qualified or capable of doing the job.
Well, I saw the thing like when they had one of the guys that was running for it in the primary, Durant. Is that how you say his name?
Mm-hmm.
So they've got him saying you got to get the guns out of these other people's hands. Well, if all you saw was that part of the soundbite, you think he's talking about us,
right?
But he's not. He's talking about the criminals.
Yeah.
But see, I edited it where it looks like he's talking about everybody. Well, see that kind of stuff. I mean, that's that we can't have that. I mean, but you know what? It works.
Yeah.
You know where Michael Durant is right now, sitting at the house.
That's right.
And guess who's still in it? The ones who put the ads together.
Yep.
So
that's tomorrow. We vote on all that.
Hey, until it stops working.
Yep.
I guess they'll just keep doing it. But you would think that you wouldn't participate in it, and if you didn't get the votes, you still could look yourself in the mirror and be okay. And you go, well, I'd rather have my integrity. I'd rather be able to sleep at night than to even get the election. But it must be a sweet gig. People seem to be willing to spend a lot of money and do anything they can do to get it.
I mean, a lot of money.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And she was talking about lobbying people in government offices. And I forgot which one it was she said she was talking about here, but where they even were bringing in somebody now and they were used to meeting with them one-on-one, and they have somebody else in the room with them.
Yeah.
And the women were going, well, we can't openly talk about what we need with a third party. And they said, well, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, that's the way it's got to be. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
There he is.
Hey,
how about him?
Good. How about you?
Uh-huh.
TV producer, YouTube channel provider, documentary maker, Eddie Van Adler joins us. Hey, Adler, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, gentlemen?
Now, you were telling me that you had a story to share. You know, you have been married a little over a year now.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are starting to wonder when we're going to hear the big news.
Okay, well, let's not. I'll tell you, after this story, never. That big news will never happen. My wife and I, Aaron, we're just going to adopt like a couple 17-year-olds, like in 7 years. That's now the plan after what happened this weekend.
Can I tell you that? 17, 18 is not where you want to be.
Okay, all right.
See if you can adopt a couple 30-year-olds.
Yeah, adopt a 30-year-old. They can at least bring a paycheck. Yeah.
I'm 40. Here's my 30-year-old son.
Right.
I'm going to go with that. I might go with that.
What happened? And then you went over. What a weird way to tell me you had a story. First of all, you said what you just said. We're never having kids.
Yeah.
And then you said, I can talk about this now that the swelling's gone down. I mean, that's what you said.
Okay, now I see how that was strange to hear. Okay, so Sunday afternoon, my wife and I were going out. We're going to go get some groceries. Aaron's got to return some jeans. Going to be a big day. Lots of things to do. A couple errands to run before the Super Bowl. I'm watching that clock. I'm trying to get home to my couch. That's really important to me. I love the Super Bowl. It's a big spectacle. It's a fun time. When Tom Brady did not catch that pass, I was freaking out for a long time about that. Okay, anyways, back to the story. So my brother and his wife, they have a 4-year-old daughter and a 2-year-old son, and they are just the most fun ever. And I am the crazy uncle. I am fun zone guy.
Yep.
I've recently, I don't know why, I found like this red clown nose. And I bring that with me every time I come over, and I'll be like, achoo, and then come up with the nose on and stuff like that. They go crazy. They love it. Yeah. Charlie runs after me trying to get the nose off of me and stuff like that. We go nuts. I'm sure Luke and Lindsay aren't, very fond of that, considering what generally happens sometimes. Okay. So I don't know if you guys remember, but at my wedding, I dislocated my niece's wrist.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I was
very uncomfortable.
I felt nervous. I felt awkward, so I just kept. I'll just swing my niece around on the dance floor. That way I can't screw up anything. I can't
Except her wrist.
I can't knock over a cake or
wrist.
whatever. You know,
I
was very. It was a big day, and so I dislocated her wrist. She starts crying. My wrist. Luckily, there was a nurse there who popped it back in.
Good Lord.
She was the flower girl. I dislocated the flower girl's wrist at my own wedding.
Not a good start.
Was
You don't hear that a lot.
No.
So
that didn't scream, I can't wait till he's a dad.
So there's already that's happened in my track record.
Right.
And so I'm over there hanging out, and I get Charlie on my back, the 2-year-old boy.
Oh, this is bad.
And we're chasing Lily around the house, going crazy.
Which
going
is the 4-year-old,
nuts.
right?
The 4-year-old little girl, yes. And we're having a blast, having fun.
I'm a wild bucking bronco.
Crazy Uncle Chris is here. All right. And we go down the hall. We're running. She's running away. And kids at that age, they're kind of like a person on a unicycle. Like they get going one way, and then you hope they bring it back around the other. Or like a ship that's like way too top heavy or something.
Imbalance.
They don't quite have their balance down.
Especially Charlie, the 2-year-old. My goodness. So I was like, safety first. I'll put him on my back. Yeah. We're running down the hall.
Save him from himself.
And I look into my brother's bedroom, and I'm expecting to see Lily like hiding on the ground behind the bed or something like that. And I'm looking, and she goes, "Hello." And I look up, and she's standing on the bed. I'm like, oh, that kind of freaked me out. Kind of like, whoa, a little bit of whatever. She's up on the bed, and I'm like, this is fine. It's a bed. It's a soft bed. And she takes a step to get off the bed, and like her toes got hung up in the blanket or something happened in which she was about to drop down, just do the drop down and go. Sure. Her toes are stuck, so I've got a kid on my back in the hallway, and I'm watching it happen. And when this kind of stuff happens with little kids, it's like time slows down.
Slow-mo, terrible.
I swear she was falling for like 10 seconds.
Right, yeah.
So she's going, her legs get caught up, but like half of her lands on the bed and half off.
luckily, somehow she like pushed herself out of the way of the bedside table that's right there, so her head is clear of that on the way down. Time has stopped officially. Time's going backwards now. Water is going back up into faucets. Like that's how long this is taking. And she flips, and then that same arm.
Not the same arm.
The same arm.
No. Stay away from her.
And by the way, everybody else, all the adults are on the other side of the house. It's just me and the kiddos.
Crazy Uncle Chris he's a wild bucking Bronco.
So I feel very responsible because
you are.
Because that's why.
Yeah, that's why you felt that way.
So she catches herself with that same arm. And it just gets just torqued. I mean, because she's spinning like somebody doing a cartwheel, but this was not on purpose.
Mine is too.
And she just, and she gives me this look like I am broken, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I've killed.
6 minutes after the top of the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. We are Rickless this hour, as Rick and Greg are having to attend some funeral situation there with a friend of the family, and our thoughts and prayers are with the Lee family and them as they have to deal with all that today. So, but we're back. We got several things we still got to get through today. It's a very busy Monday. It is Juneteenth. It is the Monday after Father's Day. Helmsy is back. Welcome back, sir.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. Glad to be back.
How was your week off?
It was good. Relaxing. We needed that. Recharged, ready to go. Lots of fishing, lots of looking at sunsets and just hanging out at the beach and in the bay, and then capped it off with a tennis tournament at the last part of the week. So,
I've always thought that, we all love what we do here at work, but to get away, to have a little break, no matter if it's a long weekend or a week, I mean, it really, I think, helps you to come back and do a better job, It
does, and my problem that I have with doing, especially for we were gone for, 8-10 days? My biggest deal is I get in that routine, and that's what I want to do the rest of my life.
Right.
And so then the reality is I got to come back to getting up, and I'm an early bird. Now, I'm not – I wake up every day at 3:30, 3:45 a.m. Central Time.
Yeah, I do too,
get up
every day.
And I get up early even on vacation. Like I was up at 5 o'clock, sipping on coffee, fishing, doing those things. So
you sleep in an hour, you're still way ahead of everybody else.
Absolutely. But it was fun. We talked a little bit in the kickoff hour about it, so if you missed it, I won't rehash. But we did have a couple incidents with Coco, our mini Australian Shepherd, and I'm glad Greg's not here at this moment because he won't make fun of Speedy and I having the same dogs, and we can talk shepherd, and so we took Coco on this trip, which was the first time we've ever taken a dog on a long vacation like that.
Now that's a whole nother level of pet ownership.
It is, and
because not everywhere will let you do that.
I know you got to be pet friendly. Cape San Blas is very, very pet friendly.
Where is that at, by the way?
When
you were
Panama,
saying that today, I keep thinking that's like at Martha's Vineyard or something, because I feel like that's the name of a movie.
All right, so go past Panama City.
The Murder at Cape San Blas.
Panama City.
Yeah.
Mexico Beach.
Yep, I know that one.
Then it's Port St. Joe. And as you're continuing on 30A to Port St. Joe, to Apalachicola Bay, Cape San Blas is a little island stretch in between Apalachicola, Indian Pass, and Port St. Joe.
Yeah,
I bet you that place.
See a little island.
When you say San Blast, I bet it has seen its share of hurricanes, hasn't it?
Well, it really has. Well,
storms in general.
Yeah, storms in general for sure. But it's a beautiful place, and a lot of people don't like me talking about it because it is a real nice kept secret.
Oh, okay.
There's no big condos or anything. It's only homes and stuff like that. But we were talking. It's one of those things where if you had someone at every single property there, you still wouldn't have traffic.
Right.
It's that kind of place. That's why we love it.
Yeah.
So we stayed on the bay side. I won this time. Sometimes we stay on the beach side, sometimes we don't stay on the bay side. And I like staying on the bay side because I like to get in a kayak and fish and stuff like that. It's calmer. It's, I like sitting on the pier out there. I watch tide come in, tide go out, those type of things. And so our property that we were on, it was away from the road. So it was very pet friendly in the fact that it could just hang out. The Coco could just hang out. We could let her out, and she wouldn't go. She didn't really have anywhere to run off because she was right there by the water, and we had this long pier. Pier has to be long out there. The dock does because of the tide rolling in and out. And so I didn't realize that Amanda had bought Coco a life jacket.
My gracious!
And so we're people that go that far with it.
That was a
evidently.
purchase.
That was a purchase. And so now it doesn't do any good if the dog doesn't put it on. And so
Does the dog like to have it on because it's probably a little warm.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, Bubba. That's a good question. But we were out messing around in the middle of the day, and I was on a paddle board. I don't know if you've done that or not, but that's fun. And
you talk about out where the sharks are.
Yeah, oh yeah. So we're on the bay side at this moment, and I'm out there with the paddle board. You know, I'd never done that. I'm getting the hang of it. I fished off of it too, which was fun.
From below it looks just like a seal.
What's that?
Oh,
I know.
It does.
I know.
It does.
There's no great whites in Port St. Joe Bay.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
And so
there's hammerheads. I know that.
Well,
I don't know if they could bite you or not. You
No,
get that head
but-
around to
yeah.
see you.
So Amanda
I don't
decides.
want to try it now. Keep in mind.
Amanda decides, hey, I want to come out there with you. I want to get in a kayak. And I thought, okay, great, this sounds good.
A little romantic time.
So we
on
get
the
out there
water.
and we're kind of going, and I'm explaining to her, hey, look, the wind's blowing out. Don't get too far because it's going. You can get back, but it's going to be some work the way the wind's blowing. So just mess around in here, look around, whatever.
No rip tides. Everything good.
Well, we're in the bay at this point.
Okay,
so
you're on the other
it's
side.
like it's no different than being in a lake. And so all of a sudden she goes, hey, I want to bring Coco out here.
Oh boy.
And I said, well, I don't think that's a good idea. If Coco gets out of the kayak, there's nowhere for Coco to go off the dock. So if you grab Coco off the dock in the kayak and she comes out of the kayak, there's nowhere for her to go, and you're not going to be able to get out of the kayak or you won't be able to get back in it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it'll be fine. Coco won't jump out of the kayak.
Plus, you have that great thing that we all love, wet dog.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because what do people say when something stinks? Oh, it smells like a wet dog.
It does.
Yeah.
Well, they bring the smell.
So I see it unfolding, and I said, okay. I stayed close.
Life jacket?
No life jacket on the dog.
Okay. That we bought.
Correct.
Okay.
It's up at our house that we're staying
We
in.
bought some for ours too, but I keep going, hey, Betty, you know they can swim, right?
Well, they can. All dogs can swim, but if they don't have anywhere to swim to.
Yeah.
Right.
See, they couldn't
swim
swim.
in circles
yeah.
in.
So, because that pier, you got to understand, that dock goes out a good 120 feet.
Right.
So they got along to the ground. There's some steps, but I don't know if she would have found them. So anyway, all of a sudden, I don't know what got her, but she jumped in.
Oh no.
Well, my first thing was.
No.
My first thing was, don't panic. Don't panic, Amanda. Don't panic.
Coco.
She had a life jacket on?
Who? Coco?
dog.
No, not at all.
Saying.
Okay.
No.
So
I
Amanda
just double
starts.
checked.
Amanda starts going. I said, "Don't get out of that kayak." I said,
You
"You'll
could tell
never."
she started trying a little
she
bit.
was like, "I'm gonna get out and get her." And I said,
get it.
"See if she'll swim back towards the dock, and if she doesn't, I'll jump off the paddle. It's much easier if I get out because you're not gonna be able to get back in." Anyway, Amanda grabs her and can't get her in the kayak, and about to flip the kayak over, and now both of them, she's leaning out. I'm like, you're about to, and she's panicking a little bit, and I'm like, you can't panic.
All Coco's trying to do is
And
like,
hey,
"Get me in."
the dog at this point's fine, plenty of energy. It's not like just calm down. Just finally she gets in, takes her straight back to your point, wet dog now that we have to deal with.
Wet dog in
Get
the
her back
boat.
up there. So we've avoided that, and we've also said, hey, nobody let Coco in the water without a life jacket. Well, I guess it was later on that day. Coco got brave on this particular day. We'd been there 3 or 4 days. Well, my routine was at the end of the day, I would take my phone. I didn't look at my phone much, but when I did, it was at the end of the day when the tide had went out and there was nothing but just, there's no water out there at that point because it just goes out or very little water. And I'd grab my phone, I'd kind of watch the sunset and just kind of hang out. And all of a sudden I hear just like plopping around in water. And I'm thinking, what in the world is going on? And I look back.
Oh, no.
And Coco has gotten stuck in the mud.
Oh.
She's out there where there's no water now. And she thought it looks just like land because there's grass beds and these grass flats that are a part of where we're staying. So it looks like land.
She's sticking in.
But it's been where the tide has went out. So she's just
muddy
taking step, and she's looking at me like,
Is this okay?
Mm-hmm.
And she's getting to a point where I'm like, it's going to be hard for me to get you. You need to be headed back this way.
Oh, no.
She's probably 40, 50 feet from the steps at this point.
Mm.
And I'm thinking, come on, don't get stuck. You're going to get stuck.
Right.
You're going to get stuck, and I'm about to come out there and pull you out. And so finally she got to about 6-10 feet from the dock and just stood there. And I couldn't tell if she was stuck or she just tired,
yeah.
or had a long day.
Yeah, pretty thick mud out here.
I fell out of a kayak earlier today, and now I'm sitting here stuck in the mud. You just gonna stand there and look at me?
Yeah, don't forget she's
and
a
I'm
muddy
like,
mess.
I don't really have a way to come get you at this point. I mean, I guess I can come be stuck with you.
Yeah.
So I took a couple steps and was able to get out there and get her, but had to get her and pull her back in. I'm like,
how muddy
goodness
was she?
gracious. It really wasn't that bad. Nothing sticks to their hair. You know,
Yeah.
you've seen
Yeah.
that. When
Yeah.
This is where we talk about shepherds. Something
Right.
about that hair, it's protected.
Yeah, it is.
It's very interesting.
What about you, though?
I was fine. I rinsed off and it was fine.
So note to self.
I did break one of my flip flops coming in and out of it. And said I should have took them off, but I didn't know what I was stepping in.
Yeah. Got out in there. Well, you had to save Coco.
Yeah. I mean, it snapped too. Snapped the little toe thing.
Just leave it in there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it was gone. It disappeared.
Rick and Bubba.
Freaking out
Again.
and she screams, not just crying, like crying, you're like, oh, okay, crying, pat him on the back.
You're okay.
She's screaming, my arm. And this day just went from like we are the mountaintop, now we're down in the valley of the shadow of death. My
now,
goodness.
can I ask you this? How long did you keep your nephew on your back at this point?
I think I just let him go. Like I do not. Next thing I know, I'm to her on the ground, and she's saying my arm, and it's tucked behind her body so much so that I can't see her arm.
Like it's not there.
And I'm like, it's gone. She broke it off. It's totally off her body. My arm.
Find it.
And so
For just a minute, I thought Henry the horse was telling me that.
And I pick her up, and as I'm doing it, I'm like, wait, you're not supposed to pick them up. Like, you're not supposed to move them, but it's so trapped behind her. I'm like, I think I should get it out from underneath her, behind her. And I'm like, ugh. And then the mom comes in.
course.
The mom comes in because
now you're the biggest idiot on the planet.
because they know the difference between fun screaming and
when they're screaming my arm,
my arm.
Blood curling.
Yeah.
And I'm just holding this 4-year-old tiny little precious baby, and like the mom's running, and I'm like, and I hand
You
it
got
over.
that look on your face like you did something wrong. I'm
yes.
you
I
feel
feel
so stupid.
terrible.
And then she looks at her brother before she runs, screams, he's done it again.
He did it again.
And he forgot, and he had the red nose on.
Right, please tell me it was there.
Oh, the red nose was rocking, guys. We were having a good old time.
Well, crazy Uncle Chris is here.
And so, also, Lily is always giving me a hard time because I keep forgetting to give her a Rick and Bubba little kids T-shirt.
Wow.
I keep forgetting to do it over and over. So when I first got to the house, she's like,
Because it's so inconvenient to get one.
I know, every single day.
Right.
She goes, where's my Rick and Bubba shirt? She's like, that's how she burns me now.
Right.
This kid is already
30 foot.
Now that showed her and broke her arm. Ask me that again.
So, I mean, it's insane to watch my older
Is she
brother
okay?
and the wife just spring into action. They're like, all right, we're taking her in. So Aaron and I then stay.
Wait a minute. This was they had to actually take her
They
to the
had to
emergency
take
room?
her to urgent care for an x-ray, guys, because it's swelling up. Like, I mean, as we watch it, it's like turning red and hot and swelling up. And you know when something's really hurt when you could put ice on it and you don't care. You're like, oh, that ice feels good.
Right.
So we're there, and they're like, all right, let's go. And
were they in a dilemma because did it dawn on them in order to go to the emergency room, we've got to leave him now in charge of the other 2-year-old?
So now
were they so thankful for Aaron? What did they do?
They were very like as they're heading out. Like I noticed nobody was really addressing me as much as like they were addressing Aaron. Like, all right, we're gonna leave Charlie with you.
Yeah, because you've been kicked out as a responsible parent.
With y'all,
you're not a responsible adult.
With you, I mean with y'all, right? No, so they take her in, get the X-ray. Nothing was broken.
Well, thank the Lord.
We thought it was. I thought it was.
So
broken.
what happened? Just twisted?
It's just a really bad twisted sprain.
My arm.
And so she comes back from the clinic, and she's got it all bandaged up. And I was
Thanks,
like,
Uncle Chris.
I said, next time we come over, I'm just bringing checkers and bubble suits for us to wear.
Right.
And she goes, and a Rick and Bubba shirt.
Oh!
And I'm like, and a Rick and Bubba
Please tell
shirt.
me you've got one in there laying on whatever you're taking home today. Go get it now.
Today, it's going home. Yeah,
Put it
it's
in your
going home
drone
today.
bag and you won't forget
There
it.
you go. Guys, now I understand why like adults just yell at you for everything all the time. Like, get down off of that, stop doing that, don't running. It's because they've seen us just destroy ourselves, and now I'm that person.
It's all clear now, isn't it?
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Sorry about that.
Rick and Bubba.
I've seen episode 1 and 2 and all the behind the scenes and all the little tidbits that go with it. So I'm completely,
you are all in.
I'm completely caught up now. So, hey, let me tell you, we end episode 2 with They Know You're Coming.
If my wife didn't have me watching this Queen Victoria, I'd be caught up.
Oh, gosh. No, look, that one's crept into our world, too. As a matter of fact, the night that Sherry was like, well, I got sleepy. I said, I'm out because we had to get up next morning and go to a road game. And when I got up the next day, she was watching that Victoria thing on PBS. She said, I found another show. I'm like, oh, not another show
Betty's been on
not another show about royals.
She's been on several series of those, the Middle Ages, the royals, you know.
Yes.
And, man, you talking about that lop a head off in a minute.
The drop of a hat.
Huh?
The drop of a hat. It's not good to go
Hey, what
against-
else out there?
How about this?
You don't have to worry about that in the PBS ones. That's why we've got
yes.
that on in the house.
The yuck factor on the others is just way
Queen
too high.
Victoria, I've gotten into it. I admit it. I'm even going as far, Rick, where I will bring up stuff and research. Did that really happen?
Yeah.
Was Prince Albert really like that?
Was he
You
in
know?
a can?
Yeah.
Better let him out before he suffocates.
But my wife,
The greatest prank call
you know,
of
in
all
the new day of binge watching things on series that you like, this little thing that they were.
"21 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We very much appreciate it. I like cut the cake. Couple of stories over the weekend. We kind of been working through these. Helms and his vacation. Glad to have him back. The FINA, who is the governing body for international swimming, has come out. You know, we've had this big trans swimming issue. It started with, there's been several issues, but Leah Thomas has kind of brought this to the forefront because she was blowing away the competition, and she kind of looks like a guy and swims like a guy, but says she's a girl, and everybody's going, hey, this ain't fair, what's up? And the FINA, the governing body, now the headline of this story, I think, is very misleading, because I think they wanted a positive spin on it. It says FINA approves gender inclusion policy for transgender swimmers. Okay? Gender inclusion policy. That sounds like a big win for the trans world. The governing body for international swimming approved new policies for transgender swimmers, which will go into effect today. The gender inclusion policy will only permit swimmers who transition before the age of 12 to compete in women events. So they're basically saying if you became a female from male prior to puberty, you can compete. But after puberty, when you develop bigger muscles, you got stronger, your bones were, you just became physically bigger. You can't compete after that. So I don't know that I would call that an inclusion policy. I think they're trying to spin this so they get the good headlines around the world. The FINA members voted 71.5 or 72% in favor of the new policies. Now, not only that, so like Leah Thomas will not be able to swim in the Olympics. That's the bottom line.
Right.
So I don't know that you call that gender inclusion by definition. But what they are saying is that they also are looking at opening up a new category, an open division called open competition. The organization has set up a working group that will spend the next 6 months looking into the most effective way to set up this new category. So now we will have men's, women's, and open.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Our country has just lost its cotton picking mind.
Sure it has.
And this also, there's some other rules if you're dealing with water polo and high diving and all that, but we won't dive into that per se today. But the big news here is Leah Thomas is not going to be able to compete in the female division like for the Olympics, and rightly so.
But now, what does this do for the NCAA? That's different?
Oh, they'll be the same way, because the NCAA And a lot of these other organizations, the Olympics and all this, they have deferred these decisions to the governing body of each sport. So you may see one sport where they allow it. You may see one sport where they go, no, we're not going to do it, which is probably the wise thing to do, because that way at least you have some consistency, through the NCAA, through the Olympics, through the international competitions, based on the governing body for each sport. So anyway, that has been an issue for a while. Now, I wonder how the people who lost to Leah Thomas in college, in the NCAAs, and all feel about this now, and especially if you're like the girl who didn't get in the finals and you probably should have won third and you got bumped out. How do you fix this for them? Well, it's going to be kind of tough, I guess. But y'all, it's just, I coached women's athletics. I've had a daughter play women's athletics. I have a wife that has played women's athletics. I love women athletics for women. It's great. They have great competition. It's fun to watch. I've been to many female tennis matches at college level, at the professional level, at the highest level, at the U.S. Open. I enjoy watching those matches. But it's just not fair to let a guy compete with them. In golf, the ladies' tees are further up because they're not as big and not as strong as the men. In general, you can always find a female that's strong.
In tennis, we can talk about this all we want to, but in the majors, the guys play 5 sets. It's a best of 5 and not a best of 3, and there's a reason for that.
Right. And so I know what they would like, to have a genderless society, but we're not. And, I think this is just all part of the great chaos of tearing down everything that has been and replacing it with absolute crazy confusion.
Yeah. So you said something about the open division.
Right.
So does that mean like
open? Anybody's in.
Anybody's in this heat.
That's
like
it.
Like we're
not
swimming.
We're not going to use a peep test. If you want to grab your bathing suit and jump in, have at it. So I guess the men can be in that. The trans, the whoever. Right.
It's just going to be biological men dominate. It's just going to be another men's division.
Sure.
It's what's going to happen.
You're right.
Yeah. No, you're all right. Yeah.
Especially when it comes to puberty, with the timing of this stuff.
Right.
When a male goes through puberty, so much happens to their body that just gives them that advantage.
It's amazing to me how much they talk about, the hormones or this or that. But, it really does get down to XXXY. I don't hear anybody talking about that. Didn't we all learn that like 7th grade biology or something? What is the big deal? Why can't we just do that?
And I know they've got to also show and provide proof that they're taking something that would, block male puberty, suppressing it, I guess is what I want to say. They have to show proof that they have complete androgen insensitivity and therefore cannot experience male puberty. That just doesn't sound like that's good in any way. Think about what they're saying.
Think about how complicated we've made
your puberty.
Hey, I just want to race swimming. I just want to swim and get out there and go at it and see who's the fastest. And we got all this now we got to deal with. You got to have all. You're talking about some serious medical stuff here, and scientific stuff.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. It's just crazy. If Leah wants to be a female, that's fine. She can do what she wants to. She's a grown up, but you just can't compete in the female division. It's just not fair.
No.
It's not fair.
No.
We wouldn't let. You remember how tore up we used to get about the East German women, because the Russians were doping them all up, and they were beating everybody. And it's the same thing, guys.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Adler was showing the them receiving medals.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And just that alone, that picture right there, says everything.
It's like Land of the Giants.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll come back 29 minutes past the hour.
That's a big person.
Yes,
it
is.
Yeah,
that's a big human man.
Thank you for clarifying.
Commercials done about it where husbands and wives, if you're watching it together, you're not supposed to watch ahead. My wife, she doesn't even check up on that. She'll watch episodes when she can and won't even care if you weren't there. You know, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm out on this thing.
Yeah,
I'm
you just
way
got to
behind
catch
now.
up when you can.
I'll tell you one thing, I wouldn't watch ahead on Waco.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we got that one coming up. Now, Bubba, we finished our celebrity news update. I couldn't believe this today when you told me that that the Spice Girls, because I know.
Yo, tell me what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you
The
want.
much anticipated reunion.
The music industry has been weeping, waiting for the Spice Girls to reunite.
And Bill Bubba Buck.
You know, you listening to this band is strange.
Yeah. At one of the girls' homes, they have decided, or at least are in serious talks about a reunion tour, full-blown new album, and even their own record label.
Which means nobody will sign them.
That's
exactly what it means.
So they can
RT
champion,
alive and well.
So they can champion new female musical talent. I think they've got plenty of money, Greg. They can bank.
I don't know. Sounds to me like they've run out.
Wait a minute. Hold up just a second. Are we acting like that in pop music, females are having a hard time getting deals?
You think they pretty much own it, don't they?
Female artists are not being represented in pop music? What?
No, all kidding aside, though, you're right. You're seeing people now with technology and all this data. The record business, I mean, people, they just do it on their own. They don't have to go through a company and there's a slave contract anymore.
Well, there's another reason, and that's what they're trying to get to. There is no money in selling music anymore. So as far as selling music, you put it out there to promote your tour where you make the money.
Yeah.
You make the money on tour.
Rick, they said initially they were kind of thinking about a ground floor type project of endorsements and TV shows to make some money off of their name and image. But after they got to talking, they said it kept growing and growing, and they said it looks like it may be a full-scale worldwide tour
Bubba's in.
at the end of the year.
Greg, which again means we looked at just putting out some music, and we realized that will not make any money.
Yeah.
So what we if we're gonna make any money, we got to put a tour together.
Yep. There it is.
Bubba, to your point, do you realize this is ridiculous? The group became one of the most successful marketing engines ever, earning up to $75 million per year, with their global grosses. Listen to this: $800 million by May 1998.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you look at the richest Brits, they're all in the top 10. I mean, and we're up there with some pretty big names, for us. Yeah, they made a lot of money. A lot of money.
They must be out.
Well, somebody made. I mean, I'm sure they made a lot, but some other people made a lot off of them. All those that fronted them up front.
Greg.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, Hamlin,
that was back in the days when you did sell records and you did have to pay them back for everything. That's the thing about the record business. Anything they promoted, your studio time, anything, you had to pay all that back before you made a dime.
Well, in this case, would be one of those. Anytime I've set up a warehouse with a stage on it, and I've got people outside auditioning to be in my pop band I'm putting together, those deals usually are not very artist leaning.
No.
Right.
They're actually, I'm the creator and found this product leaning.
Well, I think too they
now may be different now because now they're out of those contracts and they can go back and make some money.
They all have their individual projects and things they do now, but I think all of those would be more successful if you had a little push from the Spice.
Yeah, what's their names on the Americans Got Talent?
Yeah,
one of them.
Yeah, Baby Spice, isn't it?
No, the
Mel B.
Yeah, whoever that was.
Yeah. The Baby Spice was on one where they were making a boy band. Do you remember that?
I think,
yeah.
Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, that's what
well,
I
I'm
was
just
going to say.
saying.
Right. I mean, you
Victoria's got her own clothing line.
Now going with the real name.
But look, I mean, they're going to follow.
Okay, Posh Spice.
That's worse. Go back to Victoria.
They're following the footsteps. Like, even, I didn't know this till I saw a special. The New Kids on the Block still tour and still make tons of money, sell out arenas.
Yeah, okay.
Still.
Yeah, because
they just don't do it all the time.
They hit the down.
A few weeks.
We got popular, then we died off.
Helix mattress for the plus size sleepers. The Helix. 34 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us on Juneteenth, federal holiday today. Hopefully you're enjoying a wonderful day today. Speedy, we're proud of our sponsors. Who you got this hour?
Well, one we've been telling you about for quite some time now, Relief Factor. If you are a regular listener or viewer of the show, you know we've been talking about this outstanding product for years now. But if you've gone to relieffactor.com, you know exactly what we're talking about. If you haven't, listen up. Relieffactor.com is where you want to go get that 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 if you suffer from aches, pains, inflammation, and are popping those popular over-the-counter painkillers every single day, multiple times a day. They could be harming your body. Instead, do what a lot of the staff does and take Relief Factor. Relief Factor is all natural, contains just 4 ingredients. You get that 3-week start pack for just $19.95. If you suffer, like I said, from maybe just getting older, exercising, the aches and pains from that, check out relieffactor.com today. Become pain-free. That's relieffactor.com. $19.95 quick start package, a 3-week supply. That's what you're looking for at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, funny story, guys. This past weekend, when you got multiple kids running all over the place, someone every now and then comes blowing through the door, hey, what's up, all this kind of stuff. And this past weekend, it's kind of cool, actually, that 2 of my 3 boys get to coach together. They did that a little bit last summer with Excel Baseball Academy. They both played there and then have gone on to continue to play, but now are coming back to coach.
Yeah.
And Tyler, head coaching responsibilities, JC, assistant. Last year, they asked JC if he could help. He coaches first, assistant, but you're gonna be Coach Wilburn's assistant coach, which is kind of funny because when they say Coach Wilburn, they both turn and go, huh?
Sure.
Everybody has nicknames. It's a great organization, but the funny stuff is just seeing them and the dynamics that go along with it of them coaching together.
Yeah.
And then they're trying to communicate through through signals and eye contact and nodding and doing all this kind of stuff. And so we knew that this past weekend was going to take them out of town on Father's Day weekend. It was one of those things where it's close enough to come back and forth, but with gas prices and being worn out after being out there all day, it sure is easier to just stay somewhere. And so they had a connection where the city they were playing in where they could stay there. So we knew when they were going off Thursday, midday, they weren't coming back till Sunday. And so they're packing their stuff and all that. And all of a sudden I see a text message within the family group from JC calling out Tyler. Hey, Tyler, before you leave your apartment, could you grab some underwear and socks? Forgot extra pairs. Well, I knew that if Tyler or if they respond to text messages like they do with me, it'll be the next day.
Sure.
And there's always that excuse of I didn't see it or whatever. Well, apparently Tyler didn't see it. So JC was stuck out of town with no underwear, clean underwear, or socks past what he was wearing.
Yeah.
And so this is what he tells us when he gets home. Hey, how you doing, son? How was the weekend? Great. It was just tiring and man, wow. And telling us about the games. And they played everywhere from West Georgia to Oxford High School to, they were all over the place, Jacksonville State. And he said, man, I had to go to Target and buy some underwear. And I said, did you? Really? He goes, yeah. But I didn't really look at the size, and I got size small. I said, you got size small.
You're going to be on his tiptoes.
I said, well, when did you discover?
No airflow.
When did you discover they were size small? Because it's got a big S on them,
You would think.
And, and I said, was it after you opened the wrap, of the packaging or you were putting them on? He said, when I was putting them on. And I'm like, really? He doesn't really talk like that. And I said, well, what did you do? And he said, I literally had to take my hands and rip the underwear big enough for me to actually put on the underwear. Now, for those of you that don't know, JC, 6'3", touching 6'4", right around 220, big kid, in size small underwear. And all I could think about is Adler. Man, he could need if he needs new underwear, we got some. But now they're going to be ripped to pieces, Adler.
Yeah, how much does he want for him, like they said?
I'm surprised he could even get him up his leg.
Yeah. Oh, well, he said it took some pulling. He said it took some pulling and it took some stretching, but had to rip. So I said, now how much did the underwear cost? Now he said,
of course you did.
He gets it honest.
Yeah.
But he's also 20 and doesn't want to spend a bunch of money on underwear either. Knowing he's got plenty at home. He said, I found a little bunch for $15-$20. It's probably the Fruit of the Loom or whatever. And he said I had to rip them to shreds just to get them on my body. Well, I said,
which kind of defeats the purpose. If they won't stay up,
right?
It's unpleasant too.
And I was like, well, you know who you taught a lesson to, don't you? And he said, no, sir. I said, you taught a lesson to JC.
Yourself.
I said, you won't forget underwear anymore.
Yeah.
You know, this
How
weekend
about that
was,
feeling when you forget something that you got to have? You got to have it.
Hot as it was, and the fact that he has to move around coaching, I bet that was very unpleasant to have underwear that was tore up on.
Yeah. So if you know JC and see him anywhere, just ask him if he's got some good underwear.
Look, I'm a frugal guy too, and some will even say cheap at times. You don't believe me? Ask my wife. But when it comes to underwear, I spare no expense.
No,
that's an important key.
Yeah,
to daily just
and I hate to have to buy underwear because as men we keep every pair we have until they're absolutely threadbare and useless. But I hate to have to spend time to do that. But I want to have good underwear when I do.
Yeah, I do.
And I try to get enough of them to last a while.
Right. What I've noticed is it happened probably when the boys started getting maybe 14 or 15 when they were able to start wearing everything I could wear. At one time as dads, you're just bigger than your kids. But then when they get to the extra large and large size, now your clothes are also their clothes, and they start coming and getting, shirts and stuff. It seems like we have a community underwear drawer where all boys go there, and it's underwear everywhere. But I got to tell you, the underwear that I like, I keep separate.
I started saying I'm not going to share my underwear.
Well, they're clean. You're not sharing dirty underwear.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's
I don't want Braden in my underwear.
Yeah,
I don't.
My only child really kicks in when it comes to underwear.
Yeah. Does it really? Yeah. But when you're
most people ain't gonna wear mine anyway.
18 and 20, you're just like you just want some clean underwear. But I got some Duluth that I'm very proud of. But I don't buy a ton of underwear, so I know, hey, we got to do it right now because it's not like I'm going out buying underwear every other week. Yeah. Normally, when I buy underwear, it stays with me for a while.
Oh, yeah.
So I got some sure enough underwear.
I have some that'll get holes in them. Most of the time, my elastic band just wears out.
Yeah, same here.
Does it really?
I think it's just under so much stress.
Do you think
it finally gives it up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it could talk, you think it would say, "Help me"?
No, it probably couldn't even talk. It wouldn't have a voice. And the way she goes,
stretch completely out.
Yeah, just give it up. Like I can't do it anymore. I've got in here and held as long as I can. I'm just give out.
Yeah.
Oh,
have you been out? Go ahead.
I'm actually wearing the underwear I got married in. Probably time to let these go.
What? Look, I mean, I
well, you know what? That's good. You get your money's worth out of them.
They were like a special. I was like, all right, these are gonna be real nice. I'm gonna buy them. And guess what? I'm wearing them right now. I just hit my 5th year anniversary. It's probably time to let them go.
Yeah. It may be time to get you a fresh pair. There's a lot of high-tech fabrics out there, and I have some that have that too. But I tell you, just good old cotton's hard to beat. Breathable, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, they're a little. They get warm.
If you get those that are too silky, it's like I slide around in my pants. You know what I mean? I can't even keep them on. I try to sit here and I'll slide right down.
Oh, slide off the chair. You mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So glad Greg's not here.
Right. It's like after you waxed your car seat and you slide around.
Absolutely. Like after you armor all that, baby, you'll slide right. like if you got the floor mats, that are good, you'll try to step off. There goes your foot.
But back to JC and having to buy underwear when he has some perfectly good underwear at home, but he just forgot some. Yeah. What's the last thing you had to buy away from home, and you were so mad because you're like, I have this at home, and I'm having to buy it now?
I had to do it this weekend. Razor.
Really?
To shave.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I
just
don't know.
Forgot your razor?
And, just forgot my razor and shaving gel. And the only thing they had, I went to this little store, little general store, and they had these little
Bic razors that they'll slice your face up to death.
Yeah.
And
Single blade,
but
or multiple
yes.
blades?
Well, they had
I've
multiple
got so
blades.
used to
but
multiple
I know.
blades now. I need like 35.
Same way.
The
I'm
more the
same
merrier.
way,
And I
Bubba.
want it to vibrate too.
Exact same
Do
way.
you?
And I'm so used to the shaving gel that I used. The only thing they had, but I will say I liked it, was the Barbasol shaving cream, the old-fashioned Barbasol. The old-fashioned, yes, it just
like a cloud.
Yes, and so I had to use.
So you look like Santa Claus when you put it on?
Yes, absolutely. And so I had to do that and I have not used that stuff ever since I've been shaving. But I kept it, and I may work it in a little bit. But I got home to my razor last night, and man, that was so much nicer than what I was.
I'm
using.
like you. I forgot my razor one time. I had to go get some throwaway, disposable, and I couldn't believe it. I thought, man,
I know.
I miss my 19 blades and vibrating, and
back to
easy
vibrating.
glow. Yeah, well,
like
it's something. It just makes it move through there better. I don't know what it is.
Does it really help?
Yeah. I think
yeah.
it does. I think it
Okay.
makes a big difference.
All right.
So
Like when my battery goes dead and I'm in the shower, I'm mad. I go, I got to put some spare batteries in the shower.
That's got to go in bank nine.
Well, if I didn't have Rick,
Greg's not here.
if I didn't have Rick and Bubba bed up under there, that would go right to bank nine.
And don't think I didn't say it till the bed was rolling.
Right after Mr. Allen, it'd be that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Then now it's come back. Now the nostalgia deal, and they go in and they have big tours and make a lot of
Well, what
money.
they do, the people who loved them when they loved them will still go see them now.
Yeah. Like I say, we got too old for you, but then now we're past that. Now it's nostalgic. Now we're
Yeah.
going to go see you again, and it's working for a lot of them. All them boy bands, they're all doing it.
It's hard to stay off that stage. You know that.
Well, it's also hard to. You make a lot of money, but when you're young, that money's got to last you the rest of your life if you don't have a job.
And like you say, even though they made a lot, that total you hear, they didn't make that.
No, they didn't.
There's a lot of people who had a hand in that pot.
Yeah.
Somebody in an office made most of that.
Oh yeah, they did all right.
You don't watch what was the one I watched on TV? What was the Bobby Brown's group? New Edition.
Right.
They had like a #1 record, and they still lived in the projects. They didn't have any money.
Yeah.
After the first tour, they didn't make anything.
Yeah, because that's the old. Would you like to be in a band that everybody screams and yells for? I sure would.
Yeah.
Well, sign right here. We'll take care of that.
Yeah, got you.
We got that handled.
So coming to an arena near you.
Well, Bubba, there's a couple things you've asked me to stand in the way of to not let happen. One of them is for you to buy a standalone AM radio station.
Yeah, thanks. I think I learned that lesson.
Right.
I got you.
I may have to forbid you from going to see the Spice Girls at 54.
Well, I saw him once. That's enough.
He's in.
I also heard some of the other things that people were discussing today I heard this in the kickoff hour about a Hostess employee on a much lighter note has they're not going to get bonuses this year, but they would not only get bonuses, so they are getting bonuses.
Yeah, they get a little cash.
They're going to get a little cash because of
$750.
the Trump tax plan.
$500 into their 401k.
Okay, so they get $500 in their 401k, $750 cash, and a year's worth of free Twinkies and
Ding
or
dongs.
so they,
and or ding
it says
dongs.
and
Yeah.
are the great ding dongs
Yep.
as a bonus. So once again, the Trump tax plan. Now yesterday we did have a little bit of adjustment in the old stock market.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What
Anytime you
what
have
you're gonna have.
that much of a run up, you're going to have some profit taking and correction on it. That's part of it.
Right now, I think it ended somewhere around 800 down or something. 850.
I think it went down 1,500 and then back up 800, and
Somewhere.
you're going to have some of that.
So I heard you guys discussing these two products. It looks like they're going to get both, so they're not going to have to make a decision. But I heard Helmsley.
We took it a step further. We wanted to. Okay, you got to make a
If you
decision
had
which
to-
one.
Yeah, and
Twinkie or ding dong?
Well,
Speedy.
I'm going to go Twinkie.
Me too.
Ah,
That's
the
what I
ding
went.
dong wants a Twinkie.
Okay. And I can't remember the last time I had a Twinkie, but I used to love them.
I had
as a
one
kid.
last week.
I used to.
I
like
can't remember the last time I had a ding dong. So I'd probably go Twinkie then.
Right.
well,
I can't remember.
I will say.
I'm gonna say never.
I will say that is a delicious snack, uncomfortable to say, but delicious to eat.
Correct.
And that is this chocolate cupcake thing with little white squiggly on top. Isn't that the one?
Is that the ding dong?
And then it has the cream in the middle. Is that
that's a Twinkie?
I
Isn't
thought
it?
that was
No, that's not Twinkie. Twinkies not chocolate.
Twinkie is vanilla.
Now, you're
with
right
the
on the
cream,
ding dong,
the vanilla
Rick.
cream.
You're right.
Yeah, it's that little cupcake thing.
Yeah, the yellow Twinkie.
It's got
Yellow
chocolate
cake.
you can peel off the top.
Oh, man, it had a ding dong, didn't know it.
Yeah, it had a white squiggly on top, and then it's chocolate cake with cream on the inside.
I will say it's really.
I know what you're talking about, but I thought that was a Hostess cupcake.
That is. That's not the same thing.
I'm afraid to Google
okay,
it.
well, I could be wrong.
I think it may be the no.
I'm telling you.
Hey, by the way, watch
Yeah.
out.
Don't Google
Watch
it.
out when you Google ding dong.
Well, don't
Google
Google Hostess ding dong. Well, no, that didn't
No,
work.
I don't think so.
I think that may be even worse.
My gosh, now I've got a phone number.
You're all right, Rick. Well, no, this is.
Here it is.
Okay,
Here it
okay.
is. I
No,
got
here
it.
it is.
I got it. Okay.
It looks
All right,
like it
this
looks
is
like
not what I remember.
It looks like
No,
the
this
ding
is it right
dong
here.
is just the cupcake without the squiggly.
Exactly.
Right
Well,
there,
kind of. Yeah.
I'll be honest. It never took off quite like the Twinkie.
It's still good though.
Well, I
But the
wonder
Twinkie
why.
was the walking dog.
I will
Who
pick
thought that was a
nobody
good
wanted to order
idea to name it a ding dong?
somebody who should have never received a marketing
Long
award.
time
Right.
ago. You know how
Wow, we
things
said
change.
Things change. Things change.
Man.
It seems like that one's been around a
night.
while though.
It has.
It has.
There we go.
It seems like you
Oh,
would.
which
What,
one?
ding dongs?
Ding dong's on the far right.
Yeah.
And
No,
don't for-
that ain't a ho ho. That's a swirl cake.
It is
Yeah.
another
Those
bad
are those
That's
are
a
good.
Swiss
By the
roll.
way.
I
I'll
thought
tell
we
you one
called them
thing.
Swiss rolls.
Whoever with the marketing team for all these
Did
snack
we?
products really,
We may have chocolate Swiss rolls,
Great
maybe.
point, Rick.
You may be
I
right.
make Swiss rolls my whole life. That's
I
what they
think
look
you're right.
like.
They're good too.
Uh-huh.
I tear them
Well,
up.
the Hostess cupcake
I'll
is
tear a lot of them.
fantastic
Yeah, it
and
is.
also a much more comfortable name.
Yes.
So it looks like
Is
to
the
me.
ding dong the one that's like octagon shaped?
Minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Disturbing video out of the Chicago area over the weekend. We have a police officer who was at a traffic stop. And then we have another car that comes up and stops, and the guy jumps out and goes after the police officer with a hatchet. Just totally out of the blue. The police officer has to back up and fire his weapon, and we'll look at it here, Adler, if you'll roll this. You see him at a traffic stop here, and what is this got?
This has got
that
yes,
sound?
it is, and we're going to have two different angles. This is the
Okay.
first.
And this car pulls up right next to him, opens the door, and jumps out and comes after him. And you hear the shots.
Good night, man.
The officer fired several times while backpedaling, while this guy is coming after him with a hatchet. Just totally out of the
in
blue.
the world.
know. It's
Now,
the
now here's the
strangest
body
deal.
cam footage from the officer.
Car stops.
Where are you? Base, I just been attacked. I just shots fired. Shots fired. Don't move.
I mean, that guy,
move.
he had no time to react to
Shots
that.
fired.
No.
Shots fired.
Good gracious. So, oh my goodness.
So what was the? Why did the guy stop?
Let's see. We got
that.
we
Does
got
it have it in the? I saw the video over the and
Yeah.
because I was on vacation.
Stay in your car,
I
man,
didn't
don't
want to
move.
do anything further, but
Yeah,
I
so
did
now-
watch this
Don't
video.
move.
So he's trying to tell the person that don't
He's
forget he's
down,
right.
base. Send a medic. Send a medic.
Don't forget now he's writing a ticket or
Right.
got somebody pulled
Whoever's
over,
in that
and they're just
car.
in the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know they had to be scared to death because I mean they're stopped for whatever, some traffic violation, I guess. Officers talking to him. I don't know, if he's getting a ticket or not. This other car pulls up, guy jumps out, goes after the officer. There is no delay here. This is crazy.
And I don't know if he knew he had a hatchet or thought he was grabbing a gun. That doesn't matter. The fact that he pulled up so close and then took off after him is. I guess he probably could tell that it was a hatchet, but
Yeah, I think he saw the hatchet.
Whether he saw a hatchet or anything else, the guy's trying to attack him.
It says here, Edward Saman, 28, was shot dead. This happened June 3rd. The 22-year veteran police officer from Naperville Police Department was conducting the traffic stop
It's a
as we saw.
suburb of Chicago.
Right. When the other person, Edward, stopped in a gray car, which we just showed. And he says, "Who are you, dude?" the officer asked. And the suspect rushed out of the car, charges the officer, and then he reacted the way he did. It says they don't know the motive behind it, though. But he's He's not even involved with anything.
No.
It says no motive has been found as of yet, more than 2 weeks after the attack took place. Edward Saman was rushed to the hospital where he was later pronounced dead.
It just seems like a random attack on a police officer.
It does.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
what it looks like.
Right.
This may have saved the police officer's life. I noticed that the attacker has a hard time getting it in park. Watch right here. He slows down, opens his door, but then his car starts to roll.
Right.
So then he shoves it in park. That gives the cop a little bit more
That's a good
time.
point, Adler.
Otherwise, who knows? If he had been more smooth getting out of his car, who knows? He probably would have gotten at least a hit off.
And that footage you just showed there, it shows you how close he was to the officer. The body cam footage at first, when you look at it, he doesn't look as close to him.
Right.
But that,
I mean,
is
he's a step and a half from
Yes,
hitting him with
yes.
it. I mean, he's right up on him.
Yeah. Now here again is the
look how
body cam
close-
footage.
That's right.
You
on
see
him.
that hatchet? I mean, he's got it. He's wielding that.
What
the
fell
second
to
he
the
comes out of
ground
the
there?
car.
What is that on the ground?
Good question. I don't know what fell off of his body.
Is that? It looks like
Is that canisters?
pill
of some kind?
bottles or
That's
something.
probably. I mean,
It may be pill bottles.
well,
Yeah.
you're probably on
It
something.
also
if you're
looked
doing
like
that.
if y'all said this, I was reading the story trying to find more details. It looked like he had some type of protection on,
Or like
too.
even a backpack or something.
Yeah, of some kind. He had something that around his chest, like
You're
some
right.
type of vest of some kind.
It may be just a sling bag of some kind, but yeah.
Yeah.
And it almost looks like those pill bottles, when he falls to the ground, they come slinging out of the bag.
Okay,
Yeah.
I
Does that
see
make
what you're
sense?
saying. Yeah,
Right, yeah.
absolutely.
What in the world?
Well, very disturbing
Yeah.
video, and again showing you the dangers that these police officers face every day. And you know, I think the wide majority of these officers are doing the right thing and trying to uphold the law, and the few bad ones have made it so tough for the good ones. You know,
Yeah.
and then the demonization of all of them by some of our politicians and all has really been the fuel that has fired. The fuel that has, fired up some of these people to do this crazy stuff, and that guy cost him his life.
Yeah,
But you can't go after a police officer with a hatchet, guys.
No, you can't do it. Now, the fact that this officer was a 22-year veteran also probably helped save his life because he knew something was up. He went ahead and spun around and was prepared for, I guess, anything.
Yeah.
But whoever said they couldn't get it in park, I think you're right.
Yeah, Adler.
Adler
Said
was a
it, yeah,
great
because
pickup.
it rolled. So he opened the door. He had to shut it again momentarily, and that gave that officer just a step or two to back up from the car, which really was the distance between him being hit by that or not.
Yeah. Yeah. So the next time you're pulled over for a ticket or something and you see the officer ease to the side, he's very cautious. This is why, because they don't know.
And it makes you a little nervous when they have their hand on their gun. And but right there, if he hadn't, he'd have been in trouble. Wouldn't have made it. They'd have got him.
You're all over that.
Yep.
Police officers are dealing with a constant threat, guys. They really are. They need more time off. They need more training. They need better pay. And they need PTSD treatment. For real. These guys are stressed to the max, and we need them so badly in society. And we need them to be really, really perfect and flawless at their jobs, and that's an impossible task. But that's crazy footage.
It doesn't help when these DAs, and that could stand for several things.
Sure.
District attorney, to begin with, when they have these people who are violent criminals who are a menace to society, and they give them some light sentence.
Yeah.
And just keep it like a revolving door. How many times do we hear, and I don't know about this guy because I haven't seen it in the story, but how many times do we hear they've been arrested 10, 11 times?
Yeah.
And you're like, why is this guy on the street?
I know.
Yeah.
Why? I mean, if you can't get it right 11 times, we got a problem,
You're a
guys.
lifer.
You don't get to
You're-
play.
yeah.
You don't get to play with the other kids on the playground.
Speaking of crazies, did you see the car that had the anti-Trump stickers on it? And Antifa guy had a band on his arm or something. goes blowing through a Trump-themed store in his car.
I tell you, the world has gone crazy.
Crashed through the front of it.
Adler, do you have that video?
Well,
Can you
I
cue it
didn't
up?
give him any heads up.
Right,
We've only
I
got
know.
20 seconds, but I think it just shows because it's about 13 seconds long. But they're just in this Trump-themed store, and this guy comes blasting through the front.
Good.
Of course, he's got an anti-Trump sticker on the back. He's got a tattoo of a hashtag Antifa band on his arm. But, you're not hearing many people talk about it. But
What good does that do? I mean, what's his end goal there? Tear up some merch?
I don't know. That was surveillance footage that Adler was just showing of it ramming into
Please look
the-
at the "Let's Go Brandon" flag hanging in the middle of the store.
I mean, it's gigantic. I mean, that's the biggest flag I've ever seen.
But you've tore your car up.
Sure.
You're probably going to do a little jail time for that. I mean, what's the
Hopefully.
end game?
That's
huh?
attempted murder.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube. We're Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and